Welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Happy Wednesday, everybody. It is Buy Sell Hold Day today here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by FanDuel.
Last one of the offseason, Trev.
It is. It is the last one of the offseason. Now, don't worry. Don't worry. We're still bringing this back around bye weeks, and it'll be back once the season's over. But
yeah, it's not going to be gone that long. I mean, you're going to have one in 3 weeks. You know, we're not going to have one next week. And then we won't, and then we will have one probably the next week because it's bye week, and then we'll have one in late October, and then we'll have some after the season. So yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. So it's going to be fun. Just a reminder to everybody, we will not have an afternoon show tomorrow. I will be at the hospital tomorrow with my wife. She's having surgery tomorrow. So if you all could keep her in your thoughts and prayers, I would greatly, greatly appreciate that. But so no show tomorrow, and then we'll be back on Friday, Trev, for a mailbag. And then, of course, next week we kick off our Notre Dame Miami coverage. And we'll have some final, Notre Dame camp. We'll do our position rankings next week. We'll release our final preseason top 25s. We're actually going to do that on the message board, Trev. We'll do that next couple days. We won't do a show about that. We'll have that on there. So, dude, I am fired up, ready for a buy sold. We had a ton of submissions today. So we should probably stop talking about other non stuff and just dive right into it, man, and be ready to rock and roll.
Well, you know me, Brian. I'm always ready to go. I know you are too. Buy, sell, hold is something that we like to do for our premium message board members inside of the Champions Lounge at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Premise is, it's pretty simple. You propose a scenario, and then after some discussion, Brian and I will decide whether we buy it, we sell it, or we hold it. We try not to hold it as much as we can, but if there's, a question or a comment that gets brought up that we just don't have enough information on, tends to lead us to a hold. If you are a premium message board member and you weren't able to get yours in time, you can always throw in a super chat. But unlike the Friday free-for-all mailbags, if you just put a normal buy, sell, hold in the live chat, we're not going to be able to get to it because of all of the awesome submissions that we have today. But I know that our guy Deco is getting us kicked off today, Brian.
Yeah, he's got it. We couldn't go with Salty today because his submission came up Tuesday, and obviously a lot's happened at Notre Dame since Monday morning. Actually, I think is when Salty put it up, and when Monday. And with the quarterback announcement yesterday, Salty's question was kind of more related to a different type of topic that we couldn't get to. So unfortunately, Salty will not kick things off today, but Deco will. Trevin, I'm actually going to read this one because I want to let you start things off with this. But he says, Notre Dame, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has 3 or more national titles this season across all sports. He notes that individual titles are counted as the team. Each team can only account for 1 title, meaning if 5 different fencers win national titles, that counts as 1.
Makes sense.
If 4 different swimmers win national championship, it counts as 1. So, Trev, buy, sell, hold that Notre Dame has 3 or more national titles this season across all sports.
Well, Deco, I would love to buy this. I guess I could hope buy it. I don't know enough about some of the more individual sports like golf or tennis or how those stand at Notre Dame. Fencing, I'm not sure. I know they recently won a national title in fencing. As you guys know, per my prediction that came out last Saturday, I'm pretty confident in Notre Dame's chances to win a national title this season. That was my prediction for their season and how it was going to end after Saturday's show. But I would love nothing more for the men's or women's basketball team to do it. I don't think this is a championship year for either of those programs. I know that's what they're striving for. But women's team might be going through somewhat of a little rebuild. And then I know the men's team is breaking in some pretty high-caliber true freshmen. So as much as I would love to buy this, I'm going to sell it. But also because I'm just not entirely sure about some of the other individual sports, or I'm not really that well-versed in Notre Dame's tennis or Notre Dame swim team or track and field or things like that. So it's definitely a possibility, but for now, I'll sell this one, unfortunately.
I'm going to buy it. I'm going to go. I mean, we just did our season predictions the other day, so we have one for football. I'm going with, Lacrosse is going to get back on track. The dynasty is going to get restored this year. And then I think, obviously fencing is always a shot to win a championship. So I'll go 3. I'll go 3. I mean, they've won. I mean, gosh, the fencing team is kind of like Penn State wrestling. You know what I mean? It's just like last decade, they win a ton. So I'll buy that one.
Another one from Deco. Notre Dame baseball makes it to the postseason tournament and makes it out of regionals.
I honestly don't know enough about what the baseball team has coming back. I do know that, I mean, obviously they finished the season last year very strong. I don't know why they started off so poorly. Their bats were really just not at all productive most of the season. Deco, I'd have to look more into. I mean, we haven't even started football season yet, so I'm not really locked into the baseball team yet. I'd have to go look and see what they got coming back, what transfers did they pick up. How is their high school recruiting, things along those lines. I couldn't tell you, but I hope so. I'll hope by it, but I just don't know enough about it.
Well, Brian, let's talk about one that you are relatively familiar with. Notre Dame's women's basketball team misses the national tournament completely, while the men's basketball team makes the tournament and wins at least one game. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to sell this, Trev, but not because of the men's basketball piece. I'm disappointed with what's happened with the women's basketball team over the last year. To get to the point where you're number one in the country and you're playing great basketball and you beat UConn and you beat Texas and you're looking great. And then just to see what it seems as an outsider, it seems as though, personalities and agendas got in the way of what could have been a great basketball team. I mean, you look at what Sonia Citron's doing in the WNBA right now. I mean, I know Paige Beckers gets all the hype, but I don't know that there's a better rookie right now than Sonia Citron. She's been unbelievably good this year for Washington. And you just look at how I just felt she was not used because it seemed as you kept having to try to keep your two guards happy all the time. And then you see the fallout from Hannah and Olivia, and it starts to all kind of come together, how that team just wasn't able to hold on to that stretch where they got all the way up to number one. They were never the same team after that. Lost NC State and then just the disappointing end of TCU where you've got like an 8-9 point lead in the fourth quarter and you blow it. And that was disappointing. I don't love their offseason additions, but they've done enough in the offseason combined with returning Hannah Hidalgo, who's one of the 5 best players in women's basketball. I think Cass Prosper's poised to become an impact player for this team. You're going to have KK Bransford comes back from an injury. You did have a lot of, portal pickups who give you good role players, and basically they're going to build their team around Hannah being the dominant player and a lot of just complementary pieces to her. But there's some solid players they got in the portal, just no impact players. I think they're a tournament team. I just don't have any faith that they're going to go very far because they couldn't get past the Sweet 16 last year with like 4 first-round draft picks on it. Because they had 3 got drafted in the first. I mean, 2 got. Olivia was would have been a first-round pick if she didn't go, right? So she would have been a first-round pick if she didn't transfer to TCU. Sonia was a first-round pick. Didn't Maddie get picked in the first round, or was she early second round?
I'm not sure. I know.
And then of course Hannah, barring injury, will be a first-round draft pick next year too. So it was a disappointing season, but I still feel like this team is going to still at least be a tournament team. I could be wrong, but I think they're at least a tournament team this season. So yeah, Sonia was pick number 3. It looks like Maddie was a second-round pick this past year, so not a first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm with Brian on this one.
Good.
I'm selling the first part. I'm buying the second part.
Yeah.
From B-Jam and 41, Notre Dame has a better chance at going undefeated than going 10-2 in the regular season.
Now, I'd buy that, Trev, based on what we know. Based on what we know of the team, I would say I'd be more surprised if they went 10-2 than if they went 12-0. I know it's an easy buy for you because you have them at 12-0, but I mean, even Vince and I, who went 11-1, we couldn't tell you who they lost to, who they're going to lose to. It's just other than just like, look, it's hard to go undefeated. I mean, it just is. Trev looked at it differently. Trev went game by game and said, I just can't pick a team they're going to lose to, which is totally fair. So, yeah, I would be shocked if they added a second loss to it. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't say shocked. Be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at 12-0. So that's a buy.
Then to follow that up, Notre Dame has a better chance at winning the national championship than missing the playoffs.
Buy. For the same reasons we just talked about in the first question, they kind of, to me, go hand in hand, Trev. If you're more surprised they go 10-2 than going 12-0, then you're obviously going to be pretty surprised that they miss the playoffs. And then we did our prediction show last week, and we all predicted them to win the championship. And we didn't do that just as fans. I mean, look, I look at this team. I think they have one of the best a chance to have one of the best offensive lines in the country. They've got the best running back room in the country. They've got one of the best linebacker rooms in the country, one of the best secondaries in the country. I think they have a top 10 defensive line. I think they have a top 10 wide receiver core. I think they have a guy who will be a top 5 to 8 tight end in college football. And although they're inexperienced at quarterback, they're talented at quarterback. And you've got good coaching. So I don't know what's there not to like about this team other than just the whole, well, they got to prove it to me type of thing, which you and I have talked about all summer. That'd be fine. And I could buy that if you weren't then hyping up Texas and Penn State, who have proven less than Notre Dame. You could say, okay, well, Texas won a title more recently, 20 years ago. Penn State's last national championship was literally longer ago than Notre Dame's last championship. So you can't sell me on, well, I got to see him do it when you're telling me that Penn State's a number 1 or 2 seeded team. You miss me with that. If you're not going to be consistent and you only apply that standard to Notre Dame, then I don't want to hear it. But if people were looking at this more objectively, I think they would quickly come to realize, like, this is a really talented football team. Really talented football team.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'm more confident in buying this one than I am the previous one about the overall record. There's a chance that Notre Dame still gets into the playoffs at 10-2, depending on what happens above them. Like we said, we watched Ohio State make the playoffs last year at 10-2, and they lost to a 6-5 football team the last week of the regular season. So there is a chance that Notre Dame makes the playoff at 10-2, depending on who those losses are. For them to confidently miss the playoffs, they would have to get 3 losses, and I just do not see 3. Like I said before on Saturday, I don't see any losses on the schedule, let alone 3. So this one's a buy for me as well, B-Jammin. Buy, sell, hold. Steve Angeli and CJ Carr will have more combined yards and touchdowns than Drew Aller and Jade Maeva.
That's a tough one because this assumes that you think Steve Angeli is going to keep the job the whole year. And we'll see about that. I would tend to sell it because I do think Jaden Maeva is going to throw for a lot of yards this year, Trevor, just because he's the starting quarterback in Lincoln Riley's system. And, Notre Dame is still going to be a team, even with CJ Carr, that's going to be a team that still runs the football pretty effectively. That's a tough one because I don't think USC. I don't think if Steve Angeli starts this year, plays well, and plays the whole season, I don't see Syracuse throwing for the yards they threw for last year. Just because I don't think they're going to be as good at receiver, and I don't think they're going to be as good up front. So that's part of the reason there. And then when you combine that, so it's basically like you've got the 2 teams that throw the ball a lot, USC and Syracuse. And last year, obviously, Syracuse threw for a lot more last year. Syracuse threw for 4,800 yards. USC threw for 3,700 yards. I think USC throws for more yards this year than they did the year before, Trev. I don't know if you agree with that, but I think USC's a little closer to what they were the last year with Caleb Williams just because Maeva is going into year 2. I do think the O-line is going to improve. You and I have talked a lot about the receiving core is going to be, I think, better this year. I think sometimes less is more. And last year we've talked a lot about how they were just trying to keep so many different people happy with touches. This year it's not going to be the case. And then you go down to, Penn State and Notre Dame. And, last year Penn State threw for 3,600 yards, 227 yards a game. I don't know how that they're going to throw a ton more than that this year. So does Notre Dame top that? So it's essentially, I think Notre Dame probably throws for more yards than Penn State at the end of the year. And they've got a more experienced quarterback, but I think Notre Dame's better at tight end, wide receiver, in that regard. And then how much, like Notre Dame more than Penn State, USC, how close they get to Syracuse. It's going to be close, but I'm sorry. You know what? I misread this completely. No, I didn't. Yeah. So it's basically, I think USC is closer to Syracuse and then Penn State's ahead of Notre Dame. How does that balance out? And I don't know that I trust that's going to be the case, especially since so much of this is unknown. We know what Syracuse's offense looks like to a degree. We just don't know what it's going to look like with Steve Angeli and the receiving core. We don't know what Notre Dame's offense is going to look like with CJ Carr. We have an idea, but it's not going to be what we saw last year. So I'm gonna sell this, but it's not by a ton.
Yeah, I'm selling it as well. I think it's going to be close, but there's just so many unknowns and moving pieces here. I mean, the most known commodity in here is Drew Aller, and it raises the question, what does their offense look like without Tyler Warren? So there's still questions even within the most known team on here. I am going to sell it because I think Notre Dame is still going to try to be more run first of a football team, especially with a redshirt freshman at quarterback. And then I think Syracuse's offense takes a step back. That has nothing to do with Steve specifically as a player. It's just they lost their top 5 pass catchers from last season. And Steve wasn't around in the spring for them, and all the install was coming in for him in the summer. He was still good enough to win the job, but I don't know what that offense is going to look like. And then I think USC's offense is poised to be better than what it was last year for all the reasons Brian said. So I'm going to sell that as well. And it only took us until
Trev, I do think it's going to be close, though. Assuming everybody's healthy and everybody starts all year, I do think it'll be close. I think in the end of the day, it won't be quite as much.
No.
Like, do you think it'll still be close? I mean, do you think it'll be close, or do you think it's like a pretty big gap?
No, I definitely think it'll be close. I mean, because you have two. I mean, B. Jammin did a good job of picking teams that were comparable. You know, Penn State and Notre Dame are comparable from a passing game standpoint, and so are USC and Syracuse from schematic points of view. So I do think that it'll be close, and it wouldn't surprise me if I got it wrong. But I'm still selling. Then B. Jammin with a food one.
Got it pretty quick, Trev. Got it pretty quick.
Didn't take us too long to get a food one in here. Handheld sweet treats, brownies, Rice Krispie treats, or homemade chocolate chip cookies. Buy, sell, hold, Brian.
So assuming that they're done well for each of them, I have to buy brownies, I'll hold Rice Krispie treats, and I'll sell homemade chocolate chip cookies, but it hurts my heart because they're all good. I like all of them if they're done right. But yeah, that's where I'm at. What's funny, Trev? I prefer homemade cookie dough more than I prefer homemade cookies.
Okay.
Like when I was a kid, my mom would make homemade cookies, and me and my buddy Jacob, we'd be down in the basement. So like where we were in the house, like you walk down the basement, you come up from the basement, and then right there is like you take a left, and right there's the fridge. And then you keep walking, and you're in the living room. So my mom would be like in the living room or upstairs in a room doing something. And we'd sneak up, just turn the corner, open the fridge, grab a spoonful of cookie dough, run back downstairs. We'd do that. My mom one time, she walks into the kitchen. She's like, Brian! She yells my name real loud because I didn't realize how much of it we had eaten. She didn't have enough to make all the cookies she needed to make. So, but if they're all made correctly, it's hard for me to turn down a good brownie.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm buying brownies by a very not close margin to the other two. I love brownies. Lauren's been on a big sourdough kick lately, and she made sourdough brownies. They were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they were amazing. So buying brownies, I am holding homemade chocolate chip cookies, and I'm selling Rice Krispie treats. And I like all three, but Rice Krispie treats for me, man, I think they're just even the best of the best. I don't think their ceiling is as high as homemade brownies or homemade chocolate chip cookies.
Don't let my mom hear you say that. If she brings Rice Krispie treats to the game next year, she makes pretty good Rice Krispie treats.
Oh, don't get it twisted. I'll still eat them. Don't you worry about that. They'll still get eaten. But
yeah, there really isn't a wrong answer if they're made correctly here. Do you like Rice Krispie treats better with chocolate on them or without chocolate on them?
Without.
Okay. My mom makes them with a layer of chocolate on top. They're really good.
Mm.
But when I make them at home, for Angela, I make them without the chocolate.
Nice. Another one from B Jammin. Buy, sell, hold each one. Teams that didn't make the playoffs last year but will this year. So the first one on this list, Brian, is Alabama. Buy, sell, hold that they make the playoffs.
Buy. I mean, I not only have Alabama in the playoff, but I have Alabama going into the play for the championship game against Notre Dame and catching an L.
I am buying that one as well. I have Alabama in my semifinals. How about Miami?
I'm selling that one too. Look, you and I aren't quite on the same page about Miami, but if I were to say what's more likely, that you're right about Miami or that Miami's a playoff team, I would probably lean towards you're going to be more right about Miami. I know that they're getting a lot of hype about top 10, but I'm like, did we watch a different team last year? Because I watched a team that Cam Ward had to play Superman with all year to win football games.
Yep.
Now, you can think that Carson Beck's a better NFL prospect than maybe I do or whatever the case may be, but Cam Ward was number one overall pick and could do things off script. That's not Carson Beck's game. And I don't get the hype about Miami. Not that they're a bad team, Trev, but like top 10 preseason and all that, I don't see that. I think they're going to be good. I could see them being similar to what they were last year, 9-3, 10-2 type of team. I just think with their schedule and who I have them losing to, I just don't view them as a playoff team. So I'll sell that. But it's not like insane to think that they might be in the conversation.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, we watched like Arizona State and Clemson and SMU and teams like that last year make the playoffs. At this point last year, if you would have told me SMU was going to make the playoffs, I would have been like, okay, sounds good. So it's not IU made the playoffs. You know what I mean? So it's definitely not out of the question. But when I look at Miami and what all Cam Ward had to do for that program to still just go 10-2 and not make the playoffs, I think that's good for a 1 to 2 game drop off. So I have them in the 8-4, 9-3 range, but I'm going to sell that as well. How about the Texas A&M Aggies, Brian?
Bye. I really like this A&M team. I think year 2 of Mike Elko. I think their offense is going to be a lot better this year. I think that they went out and recruited a receiving core that fits what Colin Klein likes to do if they're all healthy. And we don't quite know, and I haven't done a lot of preseason homework on like just how healthy Le'Veon Moss is. I do believe he's back practicing, I believe, but don't hold me to that. But he's a really good football player. Amari Daniels, they got Ruben Owens. I think that their offensive line is one of the biggest, most experienced returning offensive lines of college football. I don't know that their defense is going to have as much star power as last year, but in this instance, I think that's going to be okay because I think they had a lot of attitudes and egos on their quote-unquote star-studded D-line last year, and they didn't always play like their talent level. And I think this year they'll be more steady, more blue collar up front, which is kind of what Mike Elko wants. So I actually think they're going to be a better football team this year, and I do have Texas A&M in my playoff bracket, so I will buy that.
I'm going to sell this one. I don't have them in mind, but I don't do it with a whole lot of confidence. Texas A&M was one of those teams that was very hard for me to leave out, but I already had 4 SEC teams in the playoffs last year. They would have been my 5th. Wouldn't surprise me if they swapped spots with an LSU with how my bracket is shaped out. But for now, I'll sell it. How about Illinois out of the Big Ten, Brian?
I don't have them in, so I'm selling. And basically my buy, sell, hold is based on do I have a team in or not. But I think Illinois is capable of being a playoff team this year. I think they're certainly capable of that. I don't have them in, and I think I have Illinois at 9-3 because I think their schedule's a little bit tough. And the other thing too is Illinois has got to show me that the days where their defense doesn't play well, they can win. But you're talking about a team that has to play at Duke, at Indiana, home against USC, home against Ohio State, at Washington, at Wisconsin. I just have a hard time seeing them. I think, what did I just list there, Trev? I think I listed 6 games, right? Duke, Indiana, USC, Ohio State, Washington, Wisconsin. I have a hard time seeing them go 4-2 against that schedule. And if they do go 4-2, but the losses are to, let's say, Ohio State and Indiana, do they have good enough wins to get in? Like at 10-2, or will they be more like what a Miami was last year? Yeah, 10-2, but you didn't have the wins that are going to get you in. That's going to be tough. I think Illinois is going to be a really good football team. I think they're going to be a 9-3 football team, and you're going to look at it and say, hey, this is the new normal for Illinois. But I just don't know if they have enough firepower to win a couple of those games where they're going to need to score more points. That's my concern with Illinois.
Yeah, FanDuel sees it the same that you do, Brian. Right now, FanDuel has Illinois at plus 790 odds to make the playoffs and minus 1,400 to not make the playoffs. So they view it the same.
What's their? Trev? Could you quickly, while we're answering some of the others, could you look up? I would be curious at the end of this to know what the FanDuel over under like win totals are, or what the win projections are for them when we're done with all this. We'll do the next couple teams, but I would be curious about that.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm also selling Illinois. I said this at the time of the playoff bracket, but they're going to, actually, I think I talked about it in the Big Ten preview. They're going to be a team that will, if they're in the playoff discussion going into November, they have a really good chance because the back half of their Big Ten conference schedule is not that difficult.
Yep.
But if they're out of it by the time November hits, they're not going to pick up a signature enough win to bump them up, even with losses ahead of them. So we'll know.
It's a double-edged sword kind of thing, right, Trev? I mean, you could already be out of it, but then you don't have enough good wins at the end you could finish strong, but do you have enough good wins? So now you're banking on hoping that there's a bunch of 3-loss teams in the SEC again. That's basically what you're banking on and hoping that is going to happen again like last year.
Yep. And just so you know,
go ahead.
Illinois' win total on FanDuel is over under 8.5.
That's fair.
So right where,
yeah. Now here's my question about this Illinois thing. Illinois at 10-2. Do they get in over some of those 9-3 SEC teams like we saw last year? So let's say Illinois goes 10-2 and they beat Indiana on the road. Okay, so let's say this is last year. They beat Indiana on the road, so that knocks Indiana out. They lose to Ohio State at home in a really close game, but they beat Duke on the road. They beat USC at home. They beat Washington on the road. They beat Wisconsin on the road. Does that 10-2 get them in over 3-loss Alabama, 3-loss Ole Miss, 3-loss I'm drawing a blank, South Carolina? I think it does, because they would knock Indiana out. I think they would have replaced Indiana at 10-2. What say you, Trev? Assuming the Ohio State game is competitive.
Assuming the Ohio State game is competitive, I would say that there's a good chance that they do if they go 10-2. It would just depend on who, like the Alabama teams, who that Alabama team.
No, I'm saying if we're comparing it to last year. So let's say we take this Indiana team and put them back last year. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So then they beat Indiana, knocks Indiana out.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying is like looking at, say this schedule is last year's schedule. They go 10-2 against these teams last year, because then you'd have a win over a 9-win Duke team. You'd have a home loss to a close home loss to
yep.
Ohio State. So like if we were going to go last year, so like the resumes from last year, because to your point, it would require a whole show to then break down who Bama loses to and what scenarios that Ole Miss and that type of thing. So that's what I was saying. If you just put it to last year.
Last year, I think they'd be in over the SEC teams. The question comes down to Miami and who gets in at that last spot between 10-2 Miami or 10-2 Illinois. If Illinois has a road win over Washington and plays Ohio State close, how do you weigh that between a Miami team that dropped a game late to Georgia Tech and they lose to Syracuse, and some of their wins were kind of like
crushed Florida?
Yeah. So how do you gauge that? But I definitely think they'd be in over the SEC teams. The question would be Miami, but it'd be a good discussion.
Because if we're looking at the college football playoff rankings from last season, I'm trying to find these real quick. Let's see here. So let's find the final college football playoff rankings. They did have Miami behind Alabama, which I still don't agree with. But that would have. So if they knock Indiana out, they'd have to be ahead. They'd have to be above Bama and Miami. And the question is, do they have this is where I think that one of the issues is there's still what's the name on the jersey and on the helmet, or on the helmet? That's the logo on the helmet. I still think matters. And that's why Indiana had to be 2 games better than those teams, not just 1. And that would be my concern.
How about Kansas State out of the Big 12, Brian?
I think we both had K-State winning the Big 12, or did you had them losing to Arizona State? That's right. I think Vince and I both had K-State winning the Big 12. I have them in, so that's a bye. I think Arizona State's really good. I think Utah is going to be better. I think TCU is going to be a lot better. I think there's a chance we could see 2 Big 12 teams in this year. There's a chance, but I have K-State as my representative from the Big 12, and we're going to get to watch them in 3 days. Trev, a little less than 3 days. We'll be about halftime right now. 3 days from now, we'll be about halftime of that Kansas State Iowa State game.
Thank goodness. You just increased my mood by 10.
That's correct.
By reminding me that. Thank goodness. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. And then last but not least, the LSU Tigers.
I have a sell. I don't have LSU in. I think there's a better chance LSU loses 4 than LSU gets in, just because of some of the unique issues they have. When you have a bunch of skill players trying to come together, but you don't have an offensive line to rely on. I know Brian Kelly's recently said that, he thinks their offensive line is going to be really good. I just want to remind people he said the same thing before the 2021 season at Notre Dame, and they were terrible. That's going to be the key. If I'm wrong about their offensive line, then I think LSU has a shot to be a playoff team. I still wouldn't predict them to be in, but I think they have a shot. I think right now, if the offensive line is going to be what I think it's going to be, I don't think they're sniffing the playoffs. I know you have them in, though.
I do. I have them in because I think that they have, and I talked about this on Saturday, but I think they have the most margin for error in terms of losses because of what their schedule is. They don't have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't have to be 11-1
No,
to
they
get
do
into
not.
the playoffs with that schedule. I mean, they have an argument at 9-3 to be in if they go 9-3 against that schedule.
Their schedule this year is what, in my opinion, is what Georgia's was last year.
Yeah.
And let's just remind people, they play at Clemson in the opener. Then they also have home game against Florida, at Ole Miss, home game against South Carolina, at Vanderbilt, home game against Texas A&M, at Alabama, home game against Arkansas, and then at Oklahoma. Now, part of this is going to depend on how good are some of the teams on their schedule. If they lose at Ole Miss and Ole Miss goes 9-3, 8-4, then that won't mean as much. But if Ole Miss is as good as some people think they are, then that'll be the case. If they and I think part of it too is if they're going to make it in, they've got to beat one of A&M and Bama. Because let's say that, because 9-3, I think we both assume a 9-3 LSU team, for the sake of argument, this probably includes a loss to Clemson. I don't think they can be in at 9-3 if they lose to Texas A&M and Bama, because I think then you're 0-3 against the three best teams you play. Because I don't think South Carolina and Ole Miss are going to be better than those two teams. That you got to beat one of those three teams, if not two, to get in at 9-3. Because that was the argument for Bama last year, right? It's like, yeah, they're 9-3 and they had bad losses, but they beat Georgia, they beat LSU, they beat, and that was kind of the argument for it. They can't lose to the three best teams they play and then have as strong of an argument. That's what hurt South Carolina last year. Is South Carolina lost to all the good teams they played. Like 3 of the 4 good teams they played is who they lost to. They didn't have the bad losses, but they didn't have the big wins that Ole Miss and Georgia had and Alabama had either, which is kind of the drawback.
Yeah, like you said, LSU's success is going to come down to their offensive line, and then on defense, if they can figure out how to stop a mobile quarterback. Yep. Because they play a lot of mobile quarterbacks this upcoming season that could do a lot of damage to their defense if they don't get that figured out. So I'm with you. Irish in the bluegrass, buy, sell, hold, regardless of the identity of the starting quarterback. Checkdown throws can be a major weapon for this offense.
Yeah, so it's funny how some of these conversations get twisted into something negative, Trevor, and people take certain things like game manager automatically assumes a negative. I don't think it is. I think it's the context of it. Taking checkdowns is considered a negative thing always, when in fact it's not always that way. The issue is when, like I used to joke with, calling Ian Book, and we'd be at practice and I'd call Ian Book Captain Checkdown because he'd have like 6-7 straight passes going to checkdowns. That's a problem because you're missing guys that are open down the road, down the field. But if it's 3rd and 9 and you're running, all stops and they drop 8, dude, throw this check down to Jeremiah Love and let him try to go do something. Like there's no window there. And he's got a better chance catching a swing route and making people miss than you do of taking off and running for 9 yards because you're not Riley Leonard. So it's with anything. It's like if it's because you're taking what the defense is giving you and you're getting your talented weapons the ball in space, I'm all good with checkdowns. When you're refusing to throw the curl route that's open because you've rushed through your read or you don't want to take a chance of throwing through a 4-foot window, which isn't a small window, then yeah, that's a problem. So it always requires some context. But I absolutely buy the premise of this question, which is regardless the identity of the starting quarterback, because this question was asked before the quarterback was named, checkdown throws can be a major weapon for this offense. And that's absolutely true. Because who are checkdowns going to? Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Aeneas Williams, Nolan James, Jabron Payne, Eli Raridan, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, or Will Pauling. Those are all pretty good weapons to throw checkdowns to. Yes, absolutely. But I don't want to have you throw a checkdown when the corner route was open on 3rd and 7. That's my point. Hit the corner route. Because you know what I'd rather do than give Jeremiah Love the ball at 2 yards and hope he can make people miss? Hit Eli Raridan at 23. That's what I'd rather have happen if he's open. That's a good submission.
Yeah. Another one from Irish in the bluegrass. Notre Dame's best offensive position group is running back. Love and Price are a dynamic duo. The more times they touch the ball, the better Notre Dame's offense will be. In addition to the fact that relatively short throws to the running backs are typically high percentage throws, they put the ball in the hands of two of our best playmakers. Carr would be both wise to put the ball in the hands of Price and Love as much as possible.
By to a degree, I don't know that I necessarily would go as far as I think you're implying. Because, again, I would rather bang an open Malachi Fields on a dig route than throw a check down to Jeremiah Love where the defense can kind of rally to him. If the dig is open, hit the dig. But if they're going to drop – and this is where I think it's imperative that the downfield stuff get there. Because here's my counter to that, just looking at it from a football standpoint. If you're running the ball as much as we expect Notre Dame to run the ball and should run the ball, and your pass game is, okay, every time you throw a drop back, half the time you're throwing a check down because you're unwilling to get the ball down the field, then guess what's going to happen? They're not going to drop their coverage at all. So when you're throwing that swing route to Jeremiah Love or the check down, the slide route, the just a little quick option underneath the linebackers, Jeremiah Love, he's going to have some plays where he makes guys miss. If you remember the Georgia Tech game where they threw a little quick route to him, he made a dude miss, and next thing you know, it's like a 20-something yard gain. That's all fine and dandy, but that's not going to be a prominent thing in that situation. Where the check down becomes really dangerous is when you have a balanced pass offense that can attack the field vertically and attack the field horizontally. Meaning you're hitting the stop routes to the outside. You're hitting the dig routes. You're hitting the overtop corners. You're hitting the slot fade. You're taking and hitting some shots down the field. And you force teams to defend you, as Marcus Freeman has said. We want to force teams to defend us the width of the field and the length of the field. They didn't have to do that last year. And a lot of their pass game was to the perimeter. And that's just, it was easier to defend. They didn't attack the middle of the field and down the field as much. Well, to defend that, put you in a position to better thrive on closing on the running backs because you're coming from a closer distance. If linebackers are forced to really work on getting depth in their hook curl zones and things along those lines, because they know those dig routes are killing us. Those outcuts are killing us. So teams are forced to take their linebackers and buzz them up underneath the outcuts and the stop cuts. Now, all of a sudden, Mike Denbrock can be like, hey, cool, we'll run the same concept, and we're going to come back with a little angle route to Jeremiah Love because they've got a Mike linebacker there, and that's it. And now you've got some weapons, but you've got to hit those intermediate to deep throws first to back the defense off to make the checkdowns and the running back pass game in that regard more effective. But on the flip side, Trevor, part of the success can be hitting Jeremiah Love down the field more, hitting the running backs down the field more. What's the play that truly got Notre Dame back in the game against Penn State? I mean, the inside runs to Jeremiah Love softened Penn State up, but it was motioning Aeneas Williams outside and having him run a sluggo on Kobe King for a big gain. That's what sparked the Notre Dame offense. And then they had to defend Notre Dame real differently after they started running the ball up the middle and hit a shot down the field. And so I think you have to have both. And that's where I'd come from is, in theory, everything you're saying is fine. But I also get a sense of well, it's okay to keep being safe and get the ball to running backs. Not necessarily. Because if he has to make three guys miss before he gets to the first down sticks, the odds of him making people, him picking up first downs is going to be a lot. Even for a guy as great as Jeremiah Love or Jeremiah Price, it's going to be a lot less significant. But if they have to get depth in their coverage and he's only got to make one guy miss, he's going to make that play a lot more often than not. Same with Jadarian, same with Aeneas, same with Nolan James, same with Jabron Payne. And that's why I say it's I get where you're coming from, but I also kind of want to push back a little bit on what you're coming from too, because I think you're kind of defending the check down a little more than I like. I think some of the stuff I'd like to see is not check downs, but designed routes to the running backs. But those things don't work. Again, I love angle arts. You remember the play they ran? They ran it, I think, against they ran one against Navy. They ran one against Cal, I think, to Chris Tyree. They ran one against North Carolina to Audric. I believe it was Audric. Maybe it was Logan. But like Tommy Rees in 2022 was really good at designing running back routes out of the backfield. Hit Chris Tyree on a seam route against Cal. Do you remember that? I think it was Cal for a touchdown. Yeah, the bootleg throwback wheel to Logan Diggs for a big play against North Carolina that year. There was the swing route. I think it was a swing route to Audric against Navy. There was the angle route for a big play to Audric against USC in 2022. Like, those things are great. They work great, but they were also things that they would use to kind of counter off of teams overplaying Michael Mayer. And you've got to have that threat before those running back routes are going to work for you. But I would love to see some of that stuff. And Mike Denbrock's got that in his repertoire. Do you remember the first play that Mike Denbrock called as the offensive coordinator at LSU? Actually, this is 2023. The first play of the season in 2023, do you remember what it was? They ran play action, and then Jaden Daniels bootleg to the right. The running back snuck out of the backfield, and ran a wheel route. Jaden hits him for a big play, first play of the game of the season. That's in his repertoire. It's just you've got to have some other stuff to complement that if that's going to work as effectively.
From Double Bogey by So Hold, Joe Rudolph is being honest when he says he's playing Will Black at guard for the time being because he knows what he can do at tackle.
That's absolute nonsense to me. Like, I'm sorry. That's I think he's being honest and he believes that. I buy that he's being honest. I'll just say that. I buy that he's being honest. I come on, dude. He's a freshman who didn't play in the spring, and you're telling me you already know he's going to be a tackle. Then let him develop a tackle. And if you're going to put him at guard, have him only be at right guard where he's legitimately pushing for that starting right guard job. Don't have him at left tackle behind one of your captains. Like, he's played a little bit of right guard, but most of it's been at left guard. So what's the point of having him be at left guard right now? Who do you have to do a better job? Who do you have to better prepare to have him replace? Billy Schrauth or Anthony Knapp? The fact that his answer is Billy Schrauth is concerning to me. I'm sorry. It just, yeah, I'm just, no.
Another one from Double Bogey. Buy, sell, hold. Iowa will field a competent offense this season.
I buy that. We've talked about this. I think Mark Gronowski is going to be a really good player. I think they're a year more removed from just the Brian Ferentz era, which was just terrible. They look, I don't care what anybody says. They didn't have great talent there at Iowa, but it was never as bad as Brian Ferentz made it look. So I buy that. They'll be competent. The question for me isn't will they be competent or not. The question is, what's the degree of competency going to be? That's going to determine their season. And if they're a good offense, and by, 31, 32 points a game, and not because they put up a bunch of points against bad teams, but, they're consistently in the 20s and 30s, they could be a playoff team, Trev, because the one thing that like there's 5 things you can almost guarantee every year in college football. And in a lot of years, 2 of them involved Iowa. You knew Iowa's offense was going to suck, and you knew their defense was going to be elite. Like, you can almost guarantee that every year in college football. Well, now let's see if the offensive thing changes, but there's no reason to believe that Phil Parker's still not going to put an elite defense on the field. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. If they have a good offense, that's a dangerous team because I believe their 2 toughest games, Trev, they get at home. I believe they get both Penn State and Oregon at home this year. Let me go look at that. They get Indiana at home, they get Penn State at home, and they get Oregon at home. Now, they still have some tough road games. They got to play at Iowa State, they got to play at Rutgers, at Wisconsin, at USC, and at Nebraska. But you get those 3 teams at home, they get Minnesota at home, they get Michigan State at home. Like, their schedule is challenging, but as far as the home and away, I would much rather – I've said this before, I'd much rather play teams like Penn State, Oregon, and like that on the road. That's only if you're not capable of beating them. I think this Iowa team's capable of beating those teams at home. So I'd rather get them at home, and I have a better shot at beating, Nebraska on the road, Wisconsin on the road, Rutgers on the road, Iowa State on the road, USC even maybe on the road, if I can win there. Because, like, my thing is if you can just go 2-1 at home against Indiana, Penn State, and Oregon, just go 2-1. And then go 2-1 on the road against Iowa State, USC, and Nebraska. That's a 10-2 Iowa team that might be in the playoff. Like, because think about the wins they'd have. Let's say that they lose, Trev. Let's say they lose. First of all, if one of their 2 losses is to Iowa State, they're in the Big Ten title game. They're in the playoff. A 10-2 Iowa team that lost in Iowa State and beat 2 of USC, or 2 of Penn State, Oregon, and Indiana, and they're 10-2, which means they beat USC on the road, they beat Nebraska on the road. They're not only playing for the Big Ten title because they only have 1 conference loss. They're a playoff team, win or lose the Big Ten title game, in my opinion. That's a very impressive resume. You know, if both of their losses are in the Big Ten, they may not be in the Big Ten title game. Now, it might be a little bit of a different story. But they've got a resume that could allow them to get in at 10-2, much more so than Illinois, like we talked about earlier, Trevor, because I think there's more good wins there for a 10-2 team than there is for an Illinois team based on their schedule. So that's my stance on that. I think they could, and I have Iowa in the playoff this year, so I'm banking on this happening. But that's where my rationale came from of having Iowa in the playoff is like their schedule's built for them to be a 10-2 playoff team. They don't have to be 11-1 like Indiana to be a playoff team. Their schedule's way tougher than what Indiana's was last year. What say you, Mr. Trowbridge?
Yeah, this is a hold for me. I know the wording of competent is but I understand the spirit of what you're asking here, Double. But are they going to have a good enough offense? And I'm going to hold it because this is what year 5 or 6 in a row that this is the year that Iowa's going to have a good offense. I bet. You know, Mark Gronowski's coming up from the FCS level, and he did great things at South Dakota State. Can he do it in the Big Ten? Maybe. But that's why I'm not selling it, because it is a possibility. It is absolutely possible that Iowa puts together just a good offense, not 42 points a game level of offense, but to Brian's point, 32 points a game offense, that is absolutely possible for Iowa. But I got to see it first with them. Because this is, like I said, year 5 or 6 in a row that now the Hawkeyes are back and now they have an offense. So
what's interesting, Trevor, is I think they did have a competent offense last year. I think their schedule was pretty rough. They lost a game early to Iowa State at home. It's a tough loss. Turned out to be a pretty good loss. They then lost at Ohio State. They lost at Michigan State. And they lost at UCLA in a game where their offense was terrible. But their offense also scored 29 against Maryland in a win, scored 42 against Wisconsin in a win, 40 against Northwestern in a win, 40 against Washington in a win, 31 against Minnesota in a win, 38 against Troy in a win, and then only 13 against Nebraska in a very Iowa-like performance. To go 8-4, I think the 8-4 last year, I think they had one bad loss. The loss at UCLA was a bad loss. If they just show up in that one game, I think we have a very different opinion of their season last year, 9-3, but they had a 12-point jump. The question still is, can you do it in the bigger games consistently? Because like we talked about how they played in their wins, but they scored 7 points in the loss to Ohio State, only 17 in the loss to UCLA, only 19 in the loss to Iowa State, and only 20 in the loss to Michigan State. Like it was enough of the not there moments to have them lose 4 football games in the regular season. If they're going to be better than 8-4, so I'd say competent got them to 8-4. There's this notion of if they're just competent on offense, they'll win every game. No, they won't, because I don't care how good their defense is. They're not holding Ohio State 17 points. You know what I mean? You're going to need to score to beat Ohio State more often than not. And that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Another one from Double Bogey. The offense as a whole will clean up penalties, not putting them behind the chains nearly as much, leading to a more efficient overall offense and third down success rate. I'm going to hope by that one, Double Bogey. I mean, I can't tell you how many drive-killing procedural penalties happened last year for Notre Dame. I mean, they had a couple penalties hold back like a big run against Jeremiah Love in the Texas A&M game. I mean, Riley Leonard had a fantastic, deep post route to Jaden Harrison in the Virginia game that got called back by an apparent hold. And then I can't tell you how many times I watched a 3rd and 7 go to a 3rd and 12 because of a false start before the snap. So I'm going to hope by this one, because it's when you're shooting yourself in the foot and put yourself behind the 8 ball, it makes it really difficult to be an efficient offense.
Yeah, they better do that. Somebody brought up, I think it was on the message board, maybe it was in the chat yesterday. I think it was in the chat yesterday, and I think it was Mile High something. I forget it's like 3 letters, but he said, he made a comment, like, part of what could be the false start issue is you've got 2 different voices with 2 different cadences in the offense leading the ones. That's a great point. Great point. Because, like, if you ever listen to John Elway do a cadence, sounds a whole lot different than when Dan Marino did a cadence. Not better, not worse, just different. And John Elway had that great, like, hot, that would get teams to jump off sides. He was master at that. Well, you're not used to that. And let's say the other quarterback you're battling with does not have that, and then he has that. You're going to jump more when he does that. You got to get used to that for a while. And so there's just different timings. There's just different things are off. So I thought that was a great point by him to say, like, that could factor into it. And that's why you hope, now that you've got a week and a half before the Miami game, that they're able to kind of get on the same page with one quarterback. So hopefully, but it's just not we shouldn't assume that, yep, they're all one quarterback now, they're going to figure it out. Doesn't necessarily mean that.
One can hope.
Yeah. PJC said, Brian, can you show us what your cadence was? I'll just say this. I was really good at getting people to jump off sides because I grew up watching John Elway. So I basically mimicked John Elway's cadence when he would, because I was under center like most of my career. So, yeah, you want to know what it sounded like, go watch John Elway, because I basically mimicked John with a lot of things. I wore number 7 in college. I mean, that was my dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's the dude I grew up trying to be. So, yeah, that's what mine sounded like, PJC.
Buy, sell, hold from Tej. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price will have less than 9 combined return opportunities during the regular season.
Sell. I think they'll be over. We may not see Jeremiah have a bunch, but I think you're going to see Jadarian be back there more. Yeah. This comment to me, Trev, is I'm taking him to mean it 2 ways. Number 1, they won't be back there all the time. Number 1. Number 2, just like last year, they're not going to kick to him when they are. I mean, they didn't kick to Jaden Harrison. You think they're going to kick to Jeremiah Love?
Yeah.
And Jadarian Price, who was over 30 yards a kick return the year before, and they didn't kick to Jadarian a whole lot after the USC game.
No.
You know what I mean, Trev? Like, I could absolutely see that. Absolutely could see that.
That's what's getting me to lean towards buy a little bit here. After Notre Dame's kick, I know Jaden Harrison's gone, but after Notre Dame's kick return for a touchdown in the Sugar Bowl, and if Jadarian's back there, who housed one against USC, and then Jeremiah Love is probably the most electric player in college football coming back this year, I just don't know if teams are going to kick it to him. So I'm leaning towards buy, but I hope I'm wrong, because that would be electric. They
had 12 2 years ago. Jadarian had 10 and Jeremiah had 2. And then you had Devin Ford had 7, because, sometimes they'd kick it to him instead. But like Jadarian Price last year, or in 2023, he got 2 against NC State, didn't have any the next 3 weeks, just 1 kick to him, 2 against Louisville, then he had the 1 for 99, then he only had 1 a game the next 5 games. So, that's where the 10 comes from. But I think they'll be less than 9. No, I think they'll be more than 9. I don't think they're going to be incredibly over 9. Because to your point, Trev, the Notre Dame's leading kick returner last year, Jaden Harrison, had, let's see here, I think we talked about this the other day, like 12. He had 12 kick returns the entire season in 16 games. Notre Dame only returned 17 as a team last year. And then the year before, they returned 21, and Jadarian Price only had 10. So it won't be by a ton.
Hopefully we're wrong, because that would be electric.
Yes. It also means that, the other reason is the reason I hope I'm not wrong is because I hope that also means they're only returning like once a game, because they're not giving up a lot of points, a lot of scoring drives as well. But yeah, there's a little double-edged sword to that one. I've now used that twice in this show today, Trev.
Something with you and swords today, Brian. Love it. I love it. Buy, sell, hold. If I'm in a
Tech game or something like that the other day, I don't know what's going on. An old school Mike Leach game or something.
Buy, sell, hold. If I'm an opposing coach not confident in my kicker putting it deep enough in the end zone, I would contemplate taking a penalty and kicking it out of bounds.
No, I don't know that I want to do that. I mean, how bad does your kick coverage unit have to be that you're willing to give the team the ball at the 35-yard line?
Yeah, I would.
Or further, because if you don't kick it if you kick it out of bounds at the 40, the ball's at the 40. If you kick it out of bounds at the 30, the ball gets moved up to the 35. I think they're dynamic. They're not rocket. I don't know that I'm ready to go quite to that. You'd have to be a pretty bad. Like, if this is happening, Trevor, it's happening against somebody who's terrible. It's not happening against Texas A&M. It's not happening against Miami. It's not happening against USC. It's not happening against Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, teams like that.
I mean, at that point, if my kicker's that bad, I'm just risking like a squib kick and letting an up man field it, like a tight end or something that's in the blocking, and just
right.
I'd rather err on the side of that, because if my kick coverage unit is bad enough to let a tight end house one on a kick return, then I would just onside kick it every single time at that point. But
Andrew Gilmore with the retort. Georgia should have kicked it out of bounds. Yes, they should have. Yes, they should have. If they'd have known then what they know now, I think they would have been fine giving Notre Dame the football at the 35-yard line. Yes. Yes. But the squib kick, too, it makes it a lot. Here's why squib kick can be effective. You're not going to have great field position defensively. You know that. But you're not as concerned about giving up the big play, because a squib kick, Trev, doesn't allow the return to get set up either. And that's the issue. One of the upbacks that's normally a lead blocker has to maybe return the ball, or they've got to kind of protect guys running by so that one of the kickers can kind of come up and get the ball. So you're really eliminating the ability for them to kind of set up any kind of return, or you're making it harder for them to set up a return. That's why teams do squib kicks. But you also, if you do it right and you have a kicker that does it right, you also have a chance of it maybe bouncing off of somebody, and then you can return it or pick it up. So that's part of it too.
You're also the second person I've ever heard used retort in a sentence. It's you and Samuel L. Jackson.
That's good company right there.
Sure is.
That's pretty good company. Guy has his own beer. Or maybe Dave Chappelle was incorrect on that historical fact.
Buy, sell, hold from Ball Peen Shillelagh. This team does not have to reach its ceiling to win the national championship.
Oh, I'm going to sell that. I don't think they need to like when I think of reaching your ceiling, I don't mean every single player and every single position group plays to the maximum of their ability. But I do think they have to reach their ceiling as a team to win a championship. Yes. The thing that we have to also understand is this is going to be a better year in college football in general compared to last year.
Yep.
There's going to just be better teams. You play this year's Penn State team, maybe they're not better than last year's Penn State team, but I think this year's Georgia team will be when you play them. I think they'll be. I think that if you play Texas in the semifinals, like I think they will, I think that's going to be a more dangerous Texas team than last year's was. If I'm wrong on that, then Texas won't be as good. They won't be even in the playoff. I just think there's just going to be overall just a deeper year of college football, in my opinion. So I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, you and I see that the same, for sure. And then another one from Ball Peen. The quarterback battle for next year will in essence be won during the season this year.
Yeah, I don't sell. I don't think buy. I don't think there will be a quarterback battle next year. I don't expect both Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr to be on the team next year. And now either CJ keeps the job the whole year and Kenny leaves, or something happens to CJ, Kenny steps in, he takes over, he becomes the guy, and then CJ leaves. Obviously, my expectation is that barring injury, CJ Carr will be starting quarterback and be the starting quarterback all year, and then Kenny Minchie will leave, because I believe I could be wrong on this, but I believe most kids like him who are early enrollees have an opportunity to graduate a year early. So he could be graduating in May. and then get a chance to transfer somewhere. Now, Kenny's a unique cat, and Kenny loves Notre Dame. He likes it at Notre Dame a ton. He came here to get a degree. He's a different kind of cat, and I mean that as a compliment. I could see Kenny saying, look, my opportunity, I got beat out. Getting a Notre Dame degree is more important than maximizing my football opportunities. I'm going to come back next year, be a great team player, be a great teammate, and if my number's called, I'm going to be ready, but I'm going to get that degree. If he doesn't get his degree in May, I'm going to get that degree, and then I can go play somewhere for my 5th year. I could see that from Kenny Minchie, but I'm not predicting it. Like, I think he'll leave because he's too good not to start somewhere. Guys, we said this last spring. The 3 Notre Dame quarterbacks are all good enough to start at Power 5 schools. It's just varying degrees of Power 5 schools. And like, I'm not surprised that Steve Angeli's starting at a place like Syracuse. I'm actually a little surprised he beat out Ricky Collins, and congrats to Steve for doing that. But you and I have said, like, what have we – I think we both said this last year. If Steve Angeli's playing for Rutgers last year, they're a 1 or 2 games better than they were, at least, because their quarterback was bad, and Steve's a solid quarterback, especially for that level. He's just not going to be a guy that's going to lead a team like Notre Dame to a championship. That's my issue. I believe we also both said and agreed, Trev, that no matter who the starting quarterback was, this is a playoff team. The question about who starts is, okay, then once you get there, how far do you go? That's when the starter determines the difference of who you are. Kenny Minchie can absolutely be a Power 4 starting quarterback at a top 15 school. And I said this to somebody yesterday. My frustration with a lot of the pushback on Kenny Minchie, and again, I've said all along, I want CJ Carr to start. I think he's the best quarterback on the roster. I've said that 1,000 times. But I'm also not a mental midget in that I can also still say, even though I'm a Carr guy in that I think he's the best quarterback, I can still recognize that the guy pushing him is a really freaking talented quarterback as well. And I don't need to tear down the other guy to support, quote unquote, my guy. And Kenny Minchie's a talented quarterback. If Kenny Minchie's is at Notre Dame in 2022, he either beats out Tyler Buckner, or most likely, if Buckner wins the job and he steps in like Drew Pine did, that season goes very different. And Kenny Minchie's your starting quarterback in 2023, and there is no Sam Hartman and potentially no Riley Leonard. He just happened to come to Notre Dame at a time where he's going against CJ Carr, who's just that much better than him. Because if you think about it, CJ is also a year younger than Kenny in eligibility-wise. And if it was that close, he's just a better player. But Kenny Minchie can play somewhere. And if football means that much to him, I would completely understand him wanting to leave and go start somewhere after the season. There's no need to leave now because you can't redshirt. But I could absolutely see him doing that. And I would respect that. I hope he gets his degree first. I always hope that. But that kid can start at a lot. There's a lot of teams on Notre Dame's schedule this year that Kenny Minchie could start for, including Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, in pertains to this question, the thing that made this quarterback battle so intriguing this year is it was 2 very high-ceiling kids with little to no in-game experience and 0 big game experience. Let's just say CJ stays healthy and Notre Dame goes and plays 14, 15, 16 games this year. There's not a scenario that I see him getting dethroned in another quarterback battle next offseason. Same could be said for Kenny Minchie. Little bit of a different scenario because CJ's still the younger guy. But if the younger guy in CJ won the job, which he did, and then plays for 15 games, I don't see how you reopen a quarterback competition next year. So, yeah, I mean, while I understand where you're coming from here, Ballpeen, I'm going to sell it because I don't think it's going to be won during the season. I mean, I just think that one of the reasons why this was such a big decision is Notre Dame ideally just found their starting quarterback for the next 2 to 3 years. And that's why this was such a big battle. So that's where I'm at with that one.
It's a great point.
Getting into part 2 of the Irish Breakdown podcast here on FanDuel. Rocking with Buy, Sell, Hold today, Brian. This one's from the history expert. Buy, Sell, Hold, tragedy strikes, and Tyler Buckner is the starter for Notre Dame in 2025 for all 12 games. Assume he gets all the necessary practice snaps for the week leading up to Miami. Notre Dame is over under 9.5 wins.
I'm taking the over. Look, first of all, I'm just going to look. CJ Carr should be starting quarterback in Notre Dame. I've said this all along. I predicted it would be Kenny Minchie based on what my sources were telling me. But what was the whole point of what I said on Friday in my post, on my Intel post? I don't like this decision because I think it's being made for the wrong reasons, and I think it should ultimately be CJ Carr. But Tyler Buckner is playing like he's throwing the ball really well. And Trev, you and I were talking before the show. You did a little, you did like a kind of a preseason hype up video. I know you did one last year as well. And I said I've only ever done one, and I sent you the video that I sent you, and it was before the 2022 season. And you and I are talking like this video reminds us of how good Tyler Buckner was as a freshman at Notre Dame, and not just as a runner. I mean, you think of remember the go ball he threw to Kevin Austin at Virginia Tech, just dimed it right over the top. Some of the throws he had to Michael Mayer, like Tyler Buckner's a really talented quarterback whose career took a very sharp turn in the bad direction after the injury to Marshall. And then it took another bad direction when, despite playing, outside of 2 bad throws, he played brilliantly in the bowl game. And when I say 2 bad throws, you could really just say one. It was the ball, I think it was the first pick six. Another one got tipped. It wasn't a good ball. It got tipped. The third interception, I know this for a fact. The coach told him what they were running a play near the goal line, and the coach told him to throw it to this receiver because it's going to be open. So he dropped back, trusted the coach, threw it, and a DB from the backside came over and picked it off. That to me is as much on the coach as it was him. But outside of those throws, he was brilliant against South Carolina. Brilliant. And I still believe that if he would have stayed at Notre Dame in 2023, he would eventually replace Sam Hartman. No later than after Louisville. At Clemson at halftime. I think you probably make the move after Louisville. I think they would have benched Sam Hartman after Louisville if Tyler Buckner would have stayed. What the trajectory of how all that would have gone. Now, I think ultimately it worked out well for Notre Dame because they did get Riley Leonard, and we still don't know if Tyler Buckner could have been healthy for a whole career. We don't know that. That's the only question I've ever had about Tyler Buckner's. Can he stay healthy? But he made a bad decision to leave for Alabama. Had he not done that, I think things turned out a lot differently for Notre Dame. But if something happened where Tyler Buckner had to start all 12 games, I still think Notre Dame's a 10-2 football team. For a lot of the reasons that they were good last year with Riley Leonard. Look, people kept trying to turn Kenny Minchie into Riley Leonard. He's not. But they have a quarterback on their roster who's a lot like Riley Leonard, and that's Tyler Buckner. So do I think Notre Dame could go 10-2 against this schedule? Yeah. Yeah, I do. If he was the starting quarterback for all 12 games. I absolutely believe that, yes. I don't think their ceiling is as high with Tyler. Because I also think Tyler's not the same quarterback he would have been had he stayed all that time.
Yeah.
He's not.
Yep.
But he's a good enough athlete, and his style of play would fit well enough to where this team could go 10-2. Mm-hmm. Are they a playoff team? Maybe, maybe not. Are they making a run in the playoffs? No, they're not, in my opinion. But would they go 10-2 against this schedule with him at quarterback if he was playing all 12 games and got all those reps? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I do. What do you, that was my rant on that, Trev. I am curious to hear if you agree with that.
Yeah, I said I would take the over.
Okay.
I think it would be more so for the roster around him than it would be for Tyler Buckner specifically, just because his path is just so, go to Alabama, and then in 2024, you're a walk-on wide receiver. And I guess it would just depend on, are we talking about, yes, he starts to get all these reps, but right now on August 20th until they kick off, or did tragedy strike at the start of the summer?
Let's say it struck yesterday and just CJ and Kenny's agents call. Let's say CJ and Kenny's agents call and say, hey, you guys are going to hold out for more money. This is not going to happen. I'm using like a crazy scenario. And if they don't pay you money, you're not going to play. And Notre Dame's like, all right, fine, then don't play, and we're just going to go with Tyler.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still taking the over. Like I said, we watched Mike Denbrock call an offense with a run first type of quarterback, and I think that at the very least they get 10 wins. So yeah.
They're just not they don't have the ceiling. I don't think their floor changes, to your point, Trevor. But I will say this, but you are sort of also saying it's part of it is on Tyler Buckner, because there are some quarterbacks that I don't know that this team wins 10 games with. But none of them are on scholarship at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Just because, to your point, of the town around him. And then Tyler's unique skill set is such that you could do some things with him athletically that would be similar to what you did last year. I mean, look, Mike Denbrock would have some things in his toolbox that aren't that far removed that he could turn to if for some reason Tyler Buckner had to be the quarterback.
Yep.
But what we can also say is the ceiling is much greater with either CJ Carr or Kenny Minchie as your starting quarterback than it is with Tyler because of the, like you mentioned, Trevor, he did leave. He did go to Alabama. He did miss 2 years of development.
Yeah.
Because of it, really 3, if you include the year at Notre Dame where he missed a bunch of that year with an injury as well.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Jake Flasfoler. In the hypothetical parking lot fight Lou Holtz talked about in the pregame locker room speech after the Miami Tunnel Brawl, you like Freeman's odds versus Cristobal better than Holtz versus Johnson.
Yes. Jimmy Johnson would have beat the crap out of Lou Holtz in a fight. I mean, if we're being real about it, Lou Holtz is a little fella. Jimmy was a D1 football player. He played at Arkansas, I believe, on the Arkansas team that won a national championship. And I love Lou Holtz. I mean, he's my favorite coach ever, and I think that moment absolutely inspired the team. But I think Lou Holtz has even said on occasion that, like, look, Jimmy Johnson would kick my butt. You know what I mean? Like he was, and Jimmy Johnson played D-line at Arkansas, and they won the 1964 national championship. I just looked. I knew he played at Arkansas, and I thought he was on the title team, but I couldn't remember if he was a linebacker or D lineman. He was a D lineman, and like I love Lou, but Lou would have caught an L on that one. And Marcus Freeman absolutely has a better chance against Mario Cristobal than Lou Holtz would have had against Jimmy Johnson in his prime. You know what I'm saying, Trev? I'm sorry. I love Lou, but that would have been an L for him. That would have been an L for him.
Agreed. I mean,
I hate to say it, but I think Lou's even said that before. That's why I'm okay saying that. I think he's even said that before. But, his players would have never let that happen.
No.
Never.
Buy, sell, hold. The college game will adopt the NFL kickoff rules in the next 5 years.
I'm going to hope sell this one. I kind of like the way that it is now. I think there's some things we could do to maybe change it a little bit. But I'll tell you this, I'd rather them go to the NFL rule than just get rid of it completely, which some people have talked about, but I hope not. I have no football reason to think that, Trevor. It's just nostalgia of just that's what I grew up on. That's really it.
That's fair. I'm impartial. I think you're going to see touchbacks either way, to be honest with you. I mean, I watched Notre Dame house a kickoff in the Sugar Bowl with the traditional kickoff rules, and I watched the Bengals house a kickoff return to start a game, I think, against the Browns last year with the NFL kickoff rules. But by and large, it's still just touchbacks. So I guess I'm more impartial, I guess.
You young people ruining everything, Trevor. I tell you what, no loyalty to the. But when you're 28, you don't have. But it's different, Trev. I'm joking with you, but when you're 28, you don't have the same kind of long held view, and then also you grew up in an era where the game has changed so dramatically that you're more used to just okay, this is going to evolve and this is going to change. I totally get it. I'm just busting your chops.
Us young people, man.
Yeah, just ruin everything. Just like we did when we were in our 20s.
Another one from Jake, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame holds a #1 ranking in one of the 3 polls at some point during the regular season.
Buy.
I'll buy it. It's the last buy, sell, hold for a little bit. I'll buy it. We're having some fun.
You really don't think that they'll be ranked the #1 at some point in time?
No,
because you have them being ranked going 12-0.
I do, but I have Clemson going 13-0, and I think polls are just by and large going to put favorites into Clemson.
If Clemson goes 13-0, it will be much harder for Notre Dame to do that because they're ranked behind them. That would depend on. Here's what it'll depend on: who's better when the first college football play. Let's just assume that going into the first college football playoff ranking, that Notre Dame and Miami are the only 2 undefeated teams in college football. Let's just assume for a second that that's the case. So Clemson's undefeated and Notre Dame is undefeated. I think what's going to determine who's ranked #1 is going to be determined by how good the teams that they've played are. So when I look at Clemson, for example, because when's the first playoff rank? Is it the November 1st weekend, isn't it? Isn't that when the first one comes out, I believe?
It's either the first or second weekend.
At that point in time, Clemson will have played LSU at home, at Georgia Tech, home against Syracuse, at North Carolina, at BC, home against SMU. So the SMU and the LSU are really the two games that are going to bolster their resume. Notre Dame will have played at Miami, so that right there gives Notre Dame a bit of an edge, just if teams are kind of what people think they are. Home against A&M, at Arkansas, home against Boise, home against NC State, home against USC. So it's really going to come down to is who's better at that late October, LSU or Miami? Texas A&M or like one of those two teams is going to have to, if Miami and A&M are both really good top 10 to 12 teams, their only losses are Notre Dame, and LSU's got 3 losses now, and SMU's got a couple losses now, then maybe Notre Dame could flip them. But then the same scenario holds true as if Miami's dropped a couple games since then and A&M's dropped a couple games since then Notre Dame doesn't have the same resume where, let's say, LSU's only got 1 loss or 2 losses at that point in time. So I think part of it will be determined by how well their schedule is viewed by the committee going into that weekend. But you'll have to see a couple of those, like an SMU and an LSU, really just not be very good for Notre Dame to be ahead of them. Now, whether we agree, we're not saying we agree with that. We're just saying that's what we think the rankings will be.
Yeah, I'm going based off of what happened last year with Penn State. I mean, Penn State's best win last year was at home against Illinois, beat them 21-7. And consistently every week we would talk about it on the show. It's like, I think this could be the week that Notre Dame passes up Penn State in the rankings. And it just never happened. And so I think same could hold true there. Notre Dame could beat their opponents by a larger margin of victory, but Clemson has Dabo and Cade Klubnik, and they're in a conference and they're undefeated. And I think that's just going to hold more weight than what Notre Dame would do. I don't think that way. I'm saying
I get it, because that's what we're projecting. We're not saying, he's not asking us if they'll be ranked number 1 by us. It's in the polls. So I think that's a very fair argument, Trevor. Very fair argument.
Another one from Jake. Notre Dame's defense will allow more than 21 points twice this year in the regular season.
I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy that. They did that last year.
And I think there's a chance that maybe it's less than once as opposed to more than twice.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
I think you could have it. I think it's more likely that it's less than the 2 than more than the 2 at season's end. So like if it's not 2, it'll be 1 as opposed to 3.
Okay. Yeah,
but I think it'll be only twice.
So you'd sell this one then?
No, I'm buying it. I'm buying it, but I'm saying if it's not 2, I think it'll be less than 2 as opposed to more than 2. It says we'll only allow more than 21 points twice. That's what he's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm buying that. I think it'll be twice. What I'm saying is if it's not twice, I would bet more on it being less than twice as opposed to more than twice.
Gotcha. No, I get what you're saying now. I'm going to buy it. I think it has the potential to be more than twice. You play better offenses this year. It's a first-year defensive coordinator. And when I look at last year with Al Golden going into his 3rd year, they allowed more than 21 points twice with that defense. And so I could see it being more than twice just because I think the level of offenses you're playing this year are going to be better than what you faced last year. So then another one from Jake. The quarterback battle and decision process is more of a distraction for the fans than it is for the team.
Easy buy.
Yeah.
Especially when people try to manipulate things to make it an issue where one doesn't exist. Like there are some in the media who have worked hard this camp, hard to turn this into something more than just 2 guys going at it to win a job. Hard. Hey, let's talk about CJ throwing during stretches being something that's going to divide the room. I've got text messages from Notre Dame players saying that they're surprised by this. There are people working hard to turn this into a soap opera as opposed to football. Just 2 guys have battled it out, and the coach has made a judgment call. They're trying to turn this into something that's going to drive a lot of clicks and revenue, not an actual, and I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying in everybody. But there are definitely some people that I could point to who cover the Notre Dame beat and people who work nationally who are trying to turn this into something that's going to generate a lot of more discussion and clicks and revenue as opposed to giving an honest assessment of what happened. Because, like, I got a text from a buddy of mine, and he goes, and this is what he said. I won't say who it was. He goes, I'm a little confused by the widespread negativity on the Notre Dame beat about Carr being picked. I don't know what's being said on the beat. I'm only getting stuff relayed to me. But the what's being relayed to me, and that doesn't mean it's always true, because sometimes people will relay things in a way where it's like, dude, that's not really what he said. And it happens to me all the time. But just for argument's sake, the notion is that Minchie beat out Carr, and they're surprised that they went with Carr. And what was the whole beef that you and I had about what we were hearing? It was that it wasn't that Kenny beat out CJ. It was that it was a close battle. CJ was making more plays. Kenny was making fewer mistakes. And that the Notre Dame staff wanted to see CJ win it. He hadn't done that yet. But what we also said was that neither had Kenny. That's what we reported based on our intel. So I don't know who people were talking to say that Kenny clearly beat out CJ, but then the staff just went with CJ. That's not what we said. I said, I think it's going to be Minchie, because I was told that's what the head football coach wanted. But we also said in our reporting that it wasn't a consensus decision and that there were people on the staff that didn't agree that Kenny had outplayed CJ. There were sources that I had that didn't agree with that, which is why we had the view that we had. So if somebody's trying to tell you that it was very clear that Kenny beat out CJ and they went with CJ anyway, I don't want to say they're being dishonest, because people get sources all the time that are wrong. Look at us. My sources had me thinking that Kenny Minchie was going to be the pick, and he wasn't. It was CJ. But if anybody's telling you that, they're giving you bad information. That was not the case. This is not one where Kenny clearly beat out CJ, and then they just went with CJ anyway for some arbitrary reason that doesn't have anything to do with football. That's just not how it was, and that's not at all how we reported it. And so, yeah, I'm a little confused by some of that. I am. It was never to me about how Kenny had won the job. It was that they were going to go with him because this is what we kept saying, because it's the safer pick, because he's not turning it over as much. But we also reported for the last 2 weeks that the concern that some people had is that if you go with that decision, then you're benching the guy that makes the most plays. We reported last week from our sources that the offense moves more consistently with CJ, but he just turns the ball over too much. That's what we reported the whole time. So this notion that Kenny just flat beat him out, why do you think we had the visceral reaction that we had at IB on Friday, and then also the night before CJ was named when we said we thought it was going to be Kenny? Why did we push back on that? Why did we not agree with that decision that we were getting from the intel? Because all the intel didn't equal 1 + 1 + 1 was equaling 7, and it didn't make sense, because I'm looking at it 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, which should lead to, from what I'm hearing, go with CJ, because you give him all the 1 reps and all of a sudden he's going to work some of that stuff out. And now the wow plays are still happening, but some of the mistakes aren't. That's the reason we had an issue with it. It wasn't because we were anti-Kenny. It's because the intel that we were getting that was saying it was going to be Kenny didn't line up with what we were saying of how the performances were going, other than CJ turned it over more. That's it. So that's kind of where I think the whole thing has been frustrating. On top of the people like Chief Brody said that Notre Dame, it's like starting Drew Pine. A buddy of mine literally called me the other night and was like, if they start Kenny Minchie, they're going to go 8-4 this year. I went off on him. I was like, you're being ridiculous. I said, you're telling me that Kenny Minchie's worse than Drew Pine? He goes, no, I don't think Kenny Minchie's worse than Drew Pine. So you have to think that, dude. He goes, what do you mean? I said, Notre Dame went 8-4 with Drew Pine and Tyler Buckner quarterback. This is a better team than that team. So if they're going to have the same record, that means their quarterback's got to be worse. That's the only thing I can think of. Can't tell me the schedule's going to well, they play at Miami. Now, who did they play that year? At Ohio State to start the season. At USC at the end of the year. That's a whole different type of USC team than the one they're going to be facing this year. the whole thing is just pissing me off, to be honest with you. And I shouldn't say that, but it just is. Because I just feel like, just be honest with the reporting and the analysis. Just be honest. That's all you got to do. And then people can make up their own minds. But this notion that somehow, Kenny just far outplayed CJ, that's not what my intel told me. And I believe that there are some people reporting that's what their intel told them. And I'm cool with that. If you're relaying what your intel told you, that's fine. But I think there's also some people, Trevor, in on the beat nationally, who are spinning this in a way to just create more clicks and more money because they know it sells. They look at their clicks. They look at their clicks on their Twitter page, and they look at their downloads and their videos every time they talk about the Notre Dame quarterback battle, and they're thinking, I don't want this to go away. I want more of this. So let's create some drama. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. That's what I think is happening with some people. That's not everybody. But that's happening with some people, and it's unfortunate.
Here's all I know. Next offseason is about to be boring as all get out.
And I can't wait.
Buy, sell, hold from New York Irish. The following formula would result in a victory at Miami and home versus A&M, and CJ is able to execute his role in this. Dominant run game of 220-plus yards, plus a game manager quarterback, 180 passing yards, 0 to 1 turnovers, plus dominant defense.
If you get those three things, if that formula plays out in Irish, that's not only a win, that's a convincing win in both games. If Notre Dame plays dominant defense and runs for over 220 yards and the quarterback only has 0 to 1 turnovers, those games won't be close. Like, at all. Like, they'll look more like Georgia Tech than they will Texas A&M and Louisville. They won't be close. So I buy that.
Absolutely buying that formula, for sure. Buy, sell, hold from Domers. What's that?
I hope we see that formula. That'd be amazing. I would love that.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Domer since birth. The 2026 Notre Dame fall roster will include. Are we buying, selling, holding one of these?
Yeah, I think we're picking one of these three. Okay. Is how I'm taking it. So we'll pick one. Buy one, sell one, hold one, sell one.
Okay. Minchie, Carr, Hebert, and Grubbs. Option number 2, Minchie or Carr, Hebert, Grubbs, and a currently unnamed inbound quarterback transfer. Or the third option, Minchie or Carr, Hebert, Grubbs, and an additional currently unnamed 2026 quarterback high school recruit.
I would buy number 2, that you'll get one of Minchie or Carr plus Hebert, Grubbs, and a inbound QB transfer. He didn't say it's a big time guy. I think you could see a scenario where we've talked about a Matt guy wants to get his degree from Notre Dame, maybe wants to get a master's, a kid from an Ivy League school, something like that. Somebody that knows he's not going to the NFL wants to come and get a degree. I think that's more likely than in the others. I'm going to hold the second one, and I'm going to sell the third one of Minchie or Carr, Hebert, Grubbs, and an unnamed high school quarterback. I think the one that should be on here is I also think there's a scenario in which it's Carr, Hebert, and Grubbs, and that's it. Because of the presence of Anthony Rizak and things along those lines. So I could see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy 2, hold 3, sell 1.
Yeah. I wish there was a way that Tyler Buckner had a 6th year. Give me a second. I'm actually gonna go look at this real quick. Give me a second. I'm actually gonna look at something because I'm very curious about something here real quick. This may not be true. So Tyler Buckner last year played, or in 2023, Tyler Buckner played in 2 games at Alabama. And so last year on special teams. Tyler played. Give me a second. I know he played on special teams. Why can't I find special teams? Trevor, what's going on here, Trev? Why is PFF not being nice to me right now? All right, let's go to special teams here real quick from PFF and see if we can find old Tyler Buckner. I wonder if they didn't even reckon they have him not having played special teams last year. So I think that they're just kind of wrong on that one. But Tyler Buckner took a medical red shirt in 2022. And you could say that he took a red shirt in 2023 at Bama. I wonder if he'd be eligible for a sixth year. So if you could do that, that would solve all your problems if one of the starters left. So that would be something very interesting.
Yeah, that would be an interesting scenario.
Yeah. Now, PJC asked, do people really think that we're going to take Grubbs and another quarterback? I think there's a scenario where you could go to Noah Grubbs and say, hey, listen, we're going to lose one of these guys, and we want 4 scholarship quarterbacks. So we're going to take another guy in your class. You're still our guy, but this is just for depth or whatever. I think you could maybe have that conversation with him, but then that pick isn't like a top 50 player. You know what I mean, Trevor? It's like, it's not that kind of kid. Like for example, what's the name of the kid from Michigan that you and I saw at camp? The Drake and Foster, I think is his name, right? I think he is a 2027 kid, I believe. But like, let's just say that Notre Dame, he's a 2027 player. But let's say that Notre Dame went to Teddy Gerard and said, hey, listen, Teddy, because of numbers, we've got to take a second quarterback. We're going to go take Drake and Foster, the kid from Coldwater, Michigan. Like, that would make me very happy. Because I think that kid can play as a depth piece at Notre Dame. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if that kid ever got forced on the field as a senior, like, okay, let's roll. He's not going to beat out Teddy Gerard, but he gives you really legitimate arm talent in the depth chart. Like, something like that kind of kid in 2026, I could see that, but you've got to have a conversation with him with Noah about that. Hey, this isn't because we're unhappy with you. This is our current depth chart. We need 4 scholarship. We want 4 scholarship quarterbacks. So I think that's it's a viable option. I just don't think that's right now, as of right now, the likely option. I would honestly, if I was Notre Dame, I would fight hard to try to get 6 year out of Tyler Buckner, if he even wanted one. I don't know that Tyler would want one, but I would fight for that.
Another one from Domer since birth. Starting Minchie or Carr for all 12 games will impact Notre Dame's scoring defense directly compared to the other option.
So I don't think either quarterback's going to have a negative effect on the defense or a positive effect on the defense in that regard. I think they're both good football players.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could say, well, let's say one of them turns it over more. Well, if that guy that turns it over more also makes a lot more plays, then that's going to kind of balance itself out. So I think look, I've said this all along, Trev. You've said this all along. You can win regular season. You can beat everybody you play in the regular season with either Kenny or CJ.
Yep.
The only question that Trev and I have is we think one of them can take you further.
Agreed.
That's what we would say.
By so hold, IB staff would trade one of Jonas Walton or Javian Osborne for skill set purposes only for hitter. I know that's the guy that just committed to Michigan. I don't know.
Savion. I don't know if it's hitter or hider. I don't know. If anybody in the chat knows how to properly pronounce his name, is it hitter, like without the second T, or is it hider? Somebody let me know.
Maybe he's fancy and he's high tear.
Yes, high tear. There you go. So I would say sell. And I wouldn't. I've been consistent about this for a while. I think Jonas Walton and Javian Osborne are both better than Savion hitter. Somebody said hider, so it's hider, like H-I-G-T. So thank you, Archer. So I would not trade Savion Hider. I think he's a good running back. I think he's a top 100 running back. I don't think he's the 5-star running back that people make him out to be. He's big, he's physical, he's got some speed. His vision is good. It's not great. His elusiveness is good. It's not great. I just don't think he's necessarily the all-around package I think those two players are. I also don't think Michigan's going to feel like, hey, we would trade him for they're all really good backs. I also don't think Savion fits the Notre Dame offense as well as Javion and Jonas, which is why I don't think Michigan would trade him, because I think he fits the Michigan offense a lot better. He's a big, physical, one cut back that can run their power counter schemes really effectively. So I think, and honestly, in this regard, I think both schools got what they needed. If I was doing a top 100 ranking, I'd probably have Savion right behind Jonas and Javion. And if I was running Michigan's offense, I'd say I think Savion's the better fit for Notre Dame. But with what Notre Dame does, I think these two kids fit right into what Jeremiah and Jadarian do. Where Savion, you've got to kind of adjust and go back to kind of what you were doing with Audric Estime. He's more of that kind of back, which I think fits what Michigan does. So I think it's a great pickup for Michigan. Great pickup. Again, I don't think he's a 5-star. He's a darn good top 100 back, though. But again, it's more important than just your ranking is, do you fit the system? And I think he fits the system really good. You give Bryce Underwood, a big physical hammer of a running back that you can just attack teams with. Like if Marshall and Justice Haynes are both back next year with Savion Hyder, that's a loaded backfield for Michigan that fits what they do real well. So for me, I think the fit for Notre Dame is better with Jonas and Javion. And I think also I would rank them both higher for just what I like as a running back. You have an opinion on that, Trev? You agree with me on that?
I do. For skill set reasons, like the reason why I'm selling it is because he highlighted in there for skill set purposes only. And I think that the skill sets of Walton or Osborne fit better with what Notre Dame wants to do on offense. So I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. The 6 Notre Dame captains were told who the starting quarterback was by Marcus Freeman before Minchie and Carr. Should they have been, in your opinion?
Sell. You know what? I don't think there's a wrong answer on this one. I don't. I personally think that the quarterbacks, and part of it is for me, and I don't know if you're going to have the same issue, Trevor's. I did play quarterback, so I can speak to what I would have wanted. I would have wanted to know first. And honestly, I think that I would have wanted to know first. I think the first guy that should have been told is the guy who didn't win the job. I think is who they should have told first. And then tell the guy that won the job second, then tell the captains. That would be, and then tell the team. That's how I think it should have gone. If they wanted to tell the captains first and then kind of get their reaction, hey, how's this going to be taken? How's this going to be handled? How do you think this is going to be viewed in the locker room? Hey, we know that no matter how we go with this, there's going to be the potential for there being problems because we know that there's Team CJ, Team Kenny guys, all that other kind of stuff. I'd have no problem with that. I don't think there's a wrong answer for this. I really don't. But I can just say I would sell it simply because if I put myself in the shoes of the quarterbacks, I'd want to know first. But if I put myself in the shoes of a coach, I could understand them wanting to go to the captains first. It's really the first big thing that these newly named captains are being a part of, and you want to get their opinion on stuff. So I honestly, even though I'm selling it, I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I'm good with either way they wanted to go with it. I am. What say you, Trev?
Yeah, I don't think there's a wrong answer here. Personally, also having played, I would have preferred to be told first as well. But I guess I can't speak from a coaching perspective because I was never a coach. I can tell you this, though. I hated how I found out that I won a quarterback competition my junior year of high school. I got told that I was going to be the starter on the bus ride over in the first game of the year.
That's terrible.
That's awful.
So dumb.
It was awful.
Oh my
I
goodness.
was in a quarterback competition with this senior, and we were going back and forth all, I guess, our fall camp, and we get on the bus ride over, and our depth chart in the locker room still said Trevor or Blake, and then we get on the bus, and him and I were like seat mates on the bus, and we sat directly behind our head coach, and our head coach turns around, he's like, "Boys ready for tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're good to go." He said the same thing. He's like, "Cool, Trev, you're going," and then just turned right around. And that's when I found out.
How awkward was that bus ride between you and Blake the rest of the way?
It was awkward. Jason Smith just brought something up in the chat. He said, "Trevor, I thought you said you stay ready." That's why.
Exactly.
Like, that's like literally that's the reason why. It's like I just always stay ready for anything because
that is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're sitting beside the guy. Hey, sorry. Like, what do you say?
Yeah.
in that situation. You're on your way to a game. What do you say? My bad? Like, what exactly? How does that conversation go?
He was awesome about it. He was like, let me know if you need anything tonight. I mean, he was really cool about it because he was older than I was. But yeah, I mean, it was really awkward. I was like, thanks, man. I think I said something stupid like, let me know if you need anything too, or something dumb. Just not one of those situations where you just don't know what to say. It's kind of like when you go to the movies and they say enjoy the movie and you say thanks, you too, on accident. It was definitely like one of those moments. But yeah, that's how I found out.
Enjoy the movie, you too.
Yeah. In that situation,
dinner, you too. Go ahead, Trev. Go ahead.
I was about to say, in my situation, I would not have cared if the team captains knew before I did, because I hated when I found out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Just one of these days at like a dinner, when, enjoy your dinner. You too. I just want a server or a runner to grab a fork and say, okay, don't mind if I do, and take a bite out of your food. You told me to enjoy dinner. I thought you were offering me something. Yes, but no, that's a terrible way to find out.
That was rough.
Yeah.
From Burnout 85, Coach Freeman mostly chose starters in his early tenure to raise the floor of the team's performance in games. 2025 marks a transition point where Freeman is choosing opportunities to focus on high ceiling performance.
I don't know that that's necessarily what's going on. I don't know that. Like, I think, why did they start Anthony Knapp and Sam Pendleton over Pat Coogan and Rocco Spindler last year? It was high ceiling performance. It was, you're going with the guy you think has the higher ceiling. Like, I think, why did they go with Benjamin Morrison over Clarence Lewis in 2022 as early as they did? Because the ceiling was higher. I don't think this is abnormal. I think what was abnormal and frustrating was when we thought it was the other way around, because it didn't make sense. Like, this is the whole point I made on the show the other day. Like, you're going to go for it on 4th and 2 at your own 35, but you're not going to play a quarterback who makes a ton of big plays, but he might be more prone to turn it over. That was my whole frustration when we had the show on Monday. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Well, if it wasn't a pattern, then it would have made sense. You know what I mean? Like, so I'll sell this because I don't think that's necessarily what he's always done. There have been instances where I think that's factored into things, but I think his like floor was more about offensive strategy more so than playing particular players. There have been times when I think that they made bad decisions based on veteran players. Billy Schrauth not starting in 2023. But I could counter that with, well, the whole reason you picked Knapp and Pendleton last year was because you saw a higher ceiling. So there's counter evidence to the times where there is. So I think each individual instance is different. And I think in this instance, they did choose the higher ceiling performance. I absolutely believe that to be true. But I don't think this is necessarily a stark change in direction for Marcus Freeman from the past. That's my 2 cents.
Agreed. Another one from Burnout 85. Farmageddon exceeds last year's Florida State Georgia Tech game in terms of excitement. Look,
K-State Iowa. Just for those who don't know what Farmageddon is, it's the Ireland game between Kansas State and Iowa State. And now, the participants, you should understand why it's called Farmageddon. Trev, you used this term before I had heard it. And then I was like, what the heck is Farmageddon? I looked up and I said, oh, it's clever. But anyway, continue, Trev. Buy, sell, hold, Farmageddon exceeds last year's Florida State Georgia Tech's game in terms of excitement.
I think this comes down to preference. Truthfully, I think you have to take yourself back to last year at this time. There was some excitement around what Florida State was going to be. They got DJ Uiagalelei from the transfer portal. They just got off of a 13-1 season. Brent Key was going into year 2 as the head coach at Georgia Tech. We knew that they had a good running back in Jamal Haynes. They had some big bodies on the D-line. When I just look at it on paper, I am more excited to watch a Florida State Georgia Tech game than I would have been a Kansas State Iowa State game. Now, working this job has given me a different perspective of looking at something like the Big 12, but from a fan standpoint, I mean, Florida State last year at this time versus a up-and-coming ACC team in Georgia Tech gets me a little bit more excited than watching Iowa State, although I think Kansas State's going to be really good this year. So I think this answer comes down to preference. I'm going to sell it because I don't think that it does, but it definitely has a better name because Farmageddon is awesome.
Yes.
But that's where I'm at with that one.
So, Trevor, it's funny. D. Trollhunter kept telling us all off season about Georgia Tech beating Florida State. I mean, he was on that all off season last year. And by every Bison hold, it seemed like he was making some kind of Florida State's going to start 0-2 type of Bison hold to finally get us to jump on board. And we never listened. We should have listened. That's our bad, D. Trollhunter. But I'm actually so first of all, are you're taking this as the build up to the game, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So build up to the game. I think that I'm actually more looking forward to this game because I think this game for me has more of an impact. Like everything you said about Florida State is correct, Trevor, but just hear me out on this one. The reason I'm buying it is because I think that in this instance, the winner loser has a greater impact on both teams' chances of winning the league than last year did. Because going into the season, it was, okay, is Florida State going to do this, 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 and this? There was never a talk of, we thought Georgia Tech was going to be improved, but we never thought they were going to contend for the ACC title because their schedule is so hard. I think both of these teams are legit Big 12 contenders who are going to, one of them's going to catch an L in week 0. So I think there's some more excitement in that regard. So I'm buying it in that regard. If it's about the excitement of the game, I'm selling it because I don't know how much more exciting of a game you can get than a walk-off field goal at the end of the game. Because last year's game between these two teams was actually a pretty good game, Trev. Like we were like,
that was,
you know, like okay, yeah, Florida State didn't play great. They missed some opportunities, but Florida State goes right down the field, scores a touchdown, gets a 2-point conversion. Georgia Tech answers right back with a touchdown. So first 2 drives of the game, touchdowns. Florida State goes up 11-7 in the second quarter. Georgia Tech goes on a like almost 8-minute drive in response, scores to make it 14-11. You had 2 like end of half field goals. The Florida State kid hits a 59-yarder to tie it at halftime. Georgia Tech goes up 21-14 in the fourth quarter. Florida State answers with an 8-minute drive of their own to tie it. And then literally they get the ball at 6:33. Georgia Tech used all 6 minutes and 33 seconds of the clock and then kicks a game-winning field goal. That was actually a really good game, which is why I didn't see the collapse coming. And honestly, because that's a good Georgia Tech team. And Florida State gave them as good of a game as anybody did last year outside of like Notre Dame, who beat them kind of convincingly. I mean, all their other games were, I thought last year, Trev, were pretty competitive. I mean, heck, Florida State gave them a better game than Miami did last year. So in this regard, I think if it's about, will it be a more exciting game, I'd have a hard time seeing it. But I think it's going to be an entertaining game because you've got the dynamic backfield of Kansas State. You've got the great coaching, Rocco Beck coming back, you know, potentially improved defense at Iowa State. I think it's going to be a great game. For me personally, I think there's more excitement about this game simply because based on where I was a year ago, I did not think both teams were ACC title contenders. It was more of a, what's Florida State going to be? This is more of a, these are 2 Big 12 title contenders that are going at it in week 0. There's going to be immediate implications. And then also for me personally, I have K-State as a playoff team, which can almost go out the window in week 0 if they get beat by Iowa State. That means they got to run the table now, most likely, for me to be right on my pick. So, like, for me personally, that's why I go with it. This year's game being more
that's totally fair,
entertaining. Nationally, last year's game had greater impact because Florida State was considered a potential title contender.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Brother Thomas. If they had to choose, Marcus Freeman and staff would take a one-and-done season with a championship over a 3 to 5 year run with no guarantee.
Oh, boy. I mean, he didn't give us a negative, so it's like it's not. Remember one time we got a question like this, and it's like you're kind of mediocre the rest of the time, but you get that championship run.
Yeah,
he didn't do that, so yeah, I would take the guaranteed championship over one with no guarantees, because you're not asking me to accept a bunch of 8-4 after that, which I don't know that I would be a big fan of.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, if that just means Notre Dame could win a championship, and then for the next 3 to 5 years, they go 14-1. I'm
Right.
on board with that. Definitely on board with that. Another one from Brother Thomas. Buy, sell, hold. Another food one. Vietnamese food, Japanese food, or Chinese food?
I'm going to buy Japanese easily because a good hibachi grill is one of my absolute favorite things. Love going to Japanese steakhouse and having them make it right in front of you. I'm going to hold Chinese cuisine because I don't like most Chinese food. There's a couple things that I can eat. Most I don't like. I don't know that I've ever had. Is pho, is that Vietnamese?
Pho. Yeah.
Pho? It is? Okay. Then I'll hold pho and then sell, or Vietnamese and then sell Chinese. Because I went with Mike Elson to have lunch one day. There's this Vietnamese. Now it's Vietnamese now they know because they sell pho. It was pretty good. It's the only thing I've ever had that's Vietnamese that I know of. And I don't like most Chinese food. My wife loves Chinese food. I'm not a big fan. I like Korean food more than Chinese food, personally. And I'm not just saying that because my co-host is Korean. I genuinely like Korean barbecue and Korean meat better than Chinese food. But none of them, to me, match a nice hibachi grill. Nice little, going to a Japanese steakhouse is one of my favorite places. There's one in South Bend, Mishawaka area, and a Hanayori that my wife and I go to all the time. Lou Samoji we used to go there with him. He loved that place. But we went there, man, relatively recently with DMND 13 and his family. We went there with them. So that was a blast. We got to go back again before the season. Well, actually, we won't be able to because Angela won't be able to do anything like that before the season starts. But yeah, that would be my favorite of all of them, Trev.
I'll probably buy Vietnamese, hold Japanese, and then sell Chinese food. I think Chinese food got ruined for me when it got too Americanized, honestly. Because like when people hear Chinese food, it's just, like you're not going to go to China and order General Tso's chicken. Like I'm sorry, you're just like that's just not
kind of like tacos in America, not like tacos in Mexico.
Yeah, like you're not going to go to Mexico and order a beefy 5-layer burrito. Like it's just
very true.
So,
what's the difference, Trev? Like I honestly, I've never had like authentic Chinese food. So what's the difference?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I've never been exposed to it that much, and that's why it's just like I think it kind of ruined it. But like by and large, I'm just not a big like Asian food guy. My wife is; she loves it, but for me, it's just kind of it's fine. I don't like sushi. I think it's gross. It's not for the raw fish. It's for I don't like the cold rice and seaweed texture together. I think that's weird. But Vietnamese food, dude, Vietnamese street food is awesome. Vietnamese food is awesome. I love pho.
What's it like? What's Vietnamese street food like?
It's kind of like it's like barbecue type of meats, just smaller. It's very.
I'd probably like that then. Hey, is it in it at all similar to like that Korean style of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I'd probably like that more Chinese.
Yeah, it's good. And then I like pho, so it's very good.
Pho is the only Vietnamese food I've had.
Yeah, but it's very good. It's one of my favorite things to get when I'm sick.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Broth is good.
That makes sense. Good stuff.
Buy, sell, hold from Omaha Josh. How the process has played out this past week will impact the psyche of CJ Carr even as QB1.
I have no idea. I would think that if it did, then he probably wouldn't have. So one of the things that I was told as to why CJ got the pick, and I've been told a lot, is that CJ just closed really well. He just played better in the last few practices. I think a big part of that is because he knew, hey, I want to win this thing. I need to go out there and play well. So that I would think if his psyche was going to get impacted, it would have impacted before that. I think CJ's psyche was impacted early in fall camp. I think CJ, just my opinion, this isn't intel, this is just my opinion. I think he pressed a lot early in fall camp because all the pressure was on him. It was all on him. And I just think he stepped up and at the end and won the job. At the end of the day, end of the day, Trevor, it's like, look, people can get into the, favorites and this and that and all this other kind of nonsense. But at the end of the day, he's going to pick the guy that helps him win football games. If you think that Marcus Freeman's going to do anything other than pick the guy that he and his staff, because again, he may have felt a different way, but he trusted his staff. If you think they're going to give CJ Carr the job for any other reason than they think he's going to win the job, that he's going to win them more games, or that Kenny, that's all this decision was about. Who is going to give them the best chance to win more football games? And I think they went with him. And I think he must have given them a reason to think that.
Yeah, we see that the same. I think that camp played out very much that way. So I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Carr will average 4 completions of 25 air yards or more each game.
He will average 4 completions of 25 or more air yards per game. I'm going to sell that. That's a lot of deep completion. So just for argument's sake, Jaden Daniels, the year he won the Heisman Trophy, had 31 completions of 20 yards or more. He played 12 games that year. That's an average of 2.6 per game. I'm trying to think of anybody that actually, that was Garrett Nussmeier, excuse me. Let's go look at Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels had 35. It's not a whole lot different. 35 in 12 games is 2.9 per game, not even 3. I'm trying to think of an offense that would even be comparable to that. I mean, Clemson liked to throw the ball deep a lot. Let's go back and look at Trevor's 2019 season. Trevor completed 30 passes of 20 yards or more. So that's even less. Let's go to 2020 when he would have played fewer games that year. So probably not that year. Hit several against Notre Dame though in 2020. So and block those out of my mind. But that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. He hit 22 in 2020. I mean, can you what about Alabama in 2020? Did they hit a lot of deep shots, if I remember correctly? Mac Jones hit 33 in 12 games. It's not even.
How many did Tua have in 19 with that receiving?
That's a good one. Let's go 2019. Tua Tagovailoa had 19 deep shots. Okay. Hit 19 deep shots that year. Now, he was hurt, so let's look at him and Mac. So he had 19, and then let's see how many Mac Jones had that year. Mac had 9. So remember, Mac started a couple games when Tua was out. So that's 28 between the two of them. It's not even to 3 a game. So I'm selling that one.
Yeah, I am too.
He'll average, I think he'll have at least 4 attempts of 25 yards or more per game. But completions of, I mean, in the regular season, that's 48 in the regular season. That I'll say this, guys, if that happens, Notre Dame not only wins the national championship, they win it where they just pretty much blow everyone out. And it's like, it'll make 2019 LSU. That's a good one. Let's look at 2019 LSU and see what that one was. Let's see what Joe Burrow did in his year. LSU 2019, Joe Burrow hit 47. So Joe Burrow hit 47 in 15 games. That's an average of 3.1 per game. For CJ Carr to average that, he'd have to have one more than Joe Burrow in the regular season. That what Joe Burrow had in 15 games. That's a lot. Yeah. So I'm gonna say no, he won't. I do think Omaha, Josh, to your point, I do, because I think where he's coming from is just like, because you don't like those numbers. You think like, okay, that makes sense, but like then you actually dive in the numbers, like, yeah, that's a high number. But the spirit of the question is a more aggressive pass offense. And
yeah,
I'll say like at least 4 attempts per game, because then you look at it like Joe Burrow had 83 attempts that year of 20 yards or more. That's 5.5 per game. Like I could see 4 to 5, maybe attempts per game, at least 4 attempts per game. Then the question is, how many of those can you hit?
Yeah.
That'll be more the question. But I like the spirit of the question.
Yeah.
That number's just way too high for me.
Omaha Josh, how the process has played out this past week with the flip-flop of QB1 will have ramifications in the locker room. I sell that. We talked about it on Monday, and we said that, look, the general consensus, like most 18 to 22-year-olds have, they're like, yeah, like this guy's my guy. CJ's my guy. Kenny's my guy. But it sounds like the general consensus is we don't care. Let's roll, because we think that we're a great football team anyways. So no, I don't think that. So I'm selling that, Josh. Brian, did you? I didn't know if you had another one because there's
no, I nailed it.
There's
nailed it. Yeah,
another one I think on that page.
Yep, there is. I went back.
And then buy, sell, hold. You would never say it out loud, but you briefly considered running naked through the street when Carr was announced QB1, as I did.
I don't know that there's ever been a time that I've contemplated running anywhere naked. So I'm going to go ahead and sell that one.
Yeah.
With as much ferocity and forcefulness as I can sell anything at all, because yeah, I just when my wife
Josh
said yes to marrying me, I didn't think about that. I just like there's no like scenario in which that would be something that I would.
Yeah, Josh, I don't like being places with not having like socks on. So pants are definitely held in high regard for me. So no, I did not contemplate that either. Buy, sell, hold these receivers as the biggest winners of Carr being quarterback one, given his tendencies as a passer. So I guess buy, sell, hold each one of these, or put them in order, like buy one, sell one, hold one.
Buy one, sell one, hold one.
Okay. The receivers are, pass catchers are Malachi Fields, Eli Raridan, Jeremiah Love.
Definitely buy Fields. I'm going to hold Love and sell Raridan. I think they all benefit from it. I just don't think that there was going to be a difference in production for Raridan, no matter who the quarterback was. So it's not that Raridan is not going to it's going to hurt him. The nature of the buy, sell, hold requires me to sell someone. I think his numbers would have been similar between the two guys.
Yeah.
I think Love, I mean, we saw Love, he hit Love a couple times just 2 years ago in the blue gold game. I put those videos up, but that show that, and I just think kind of what they're doing, I think you're going to see more of that. He'll benefit from that, but I don't know that Love would have benefits more from him being in there than he would have benefited from Kenny. I think the only guy that to me is a net gain or loss is Malachi Fields. I don't think it's a net loss or net gain for Raridan. I don't think it's any different than Love. The reason I say it's for Malachi Fields is just because of the nature of what we've seen CJ do. He likes to throw the ball down the field more. He is more prone to kind of finding the backside of a route. You know, he'll read a concept front side, bring that backside dig, bring that backside stop route. He's done that more. We've seen him do it in practice. We've seen him do it in the blue gold game the last couple of years. We saw him do it in both jersey scrimmages, especially the one his freshman year. But even in the most recent scrimmage, the two bombs that Malachi Fields caught were both from CJ Carr. You know, we've been told there are certain things that have been true throughout all the intel going back and forth. There's just certain things that have been just consistent. One of them is that CJ throws the ball down the field more, and that there's nobody that's going to benefit more from that than Malachi Fields. So that's my reasoning for it. It's a good one. That's actually a good, not actually, like I'm surprised that Omaha Josh had one, but like that's a really good submission.
Buy, sell, hold. If this team reaches its potential with minimal injuries by game 15, they would be able to go toe-to-toe with 2020 Bama.
Buy. I don't think Bama 2020 was great in the trenches. They were great in skill positions. But if you go back and look at that game, Notre Dame gave Bama problems in the trenches of that game. Both sides of the ball. They just couldn't compete with them athletically. They'd have a hard time with Devontae Smith. Everybody would. But they'd be much more in a better position to handle the pass game everywhere else, because you don't have Clarence Lewis and Nick McLeod at cornerback now. You don't have Sean Crawford in the secondary. You have a much longer, taller, more athletic secondary. You have a defensive line that should be better able to get pressure on the quarterback. Do I think they could beat them? I don't know about that. I mean, that team won a championship. Could they go toe-to-toe with them? Certainly. Go toe-to-toe with them. I don't know if they could beat them. But, yeah, if it reaches its potential with minimal injuries, yeah, I'll buy that.
From Carolina Irish 77, the quarterback discussion / disagreement between the two camps will be over if Notre Dame goes 2-0 after week 3.
Bye. Easy buy.
By the masses, like I think the majority it will be, but there will still be camps of people that will pick apart whatever CJ does. So by and large, I will buy, but it will. If Notre Dame could go 14-1, and if they lose in the national championship game, that's when it comes back to light of, well, they would have if
CJ doesn't play great. Yeah, that's a good point. But that'll be the loud minority. I don't think that'll be most people.
Agreed. So like
the reality is you're never, Trev, you're never going to get everybody to agree on anything.
No. I mean, crazy
you can't even
enough,
get everybody to agree that the earth is not flat. Like, you literally can't get everyone to agree that the earth is not flat. Like, we're not going to get them to agree on a sports take.
No. I mean, here's what's even crazier. If CJ doesn't throw a touchdown, like let's just say CJ repeats what Riley Leonard's performance was against Texas A&M. You know, but take more rushing yards and put it into passing yards. Let's say it goes 18 of 30, 200 some odd passing yards, no interceptions, no touchdown passes. Notre Dame wins. He will catch more flack as an individual player from that camp of people than if Notre Dame loses, but he goes 23 of 31 for 310 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's wild. It'll be a crazy thing. But yes, by and large, I think the majority will be okay with it. Another one from Carolina Irish, buy, sell, hold. Front-loaded schedule, back-loaded schedule, balanced schedule. Let's go buy one, sell one, hold one here.
I'm going to buy a balanced schedule. I'm going to hold a back-loaded schedule, and I'm going to sell a front-loaded schedule for this team. In other years, if I had a more experienced quarterback, I would still always take balanced, but then I would hold front-loaded and then sell back-loaded, because the back-loaded one kind of, you're an older, worn down a little bit, but I don't love a front-loaded schedule when you have a first-year starting quarterback.
I'm torn on this one because I love that you went with the direction of per this team. I was thinking expanded playoffs. I was honestly leaning towards buying a front-loaded schedule because it gives you a little bit more margin for error. I mean, Notre Dame started the year last year against Texas A&M, didn't really have any wagons down the stretch, and lost to Northern Illinois and still managed to host a home playoff game. Above all else, I'm going to buy a balanced schedule just because I think that there's every scenario that's just the benefit. And then with an expanded playoff, I'm thinking I'm going to sell a backloaded schedule. I don't know if I would want, let's just take Notre Dame's schedule this year. I don't know if I would want them to say, play USC October 18th, and then they're on the road against Pitt, and then they're home against Texas A&M, and then they're on the road against Miami to end the year, and then they go into the playoffs. I don't know if I would like that either.
Even with the break? Are you just worried about the too many injuries? Or okay, yeah, the injury part I get. Being tired, I don't worry about that as much because you have that month of rest, but you're more prone to injury later in the season. Yeah, I'll agree with that. That's a good point.
JG Whitetown, Florida State will shock college football and make the playoffs, win 7 to 10 games, a repeat last year's season.
So we got to buy one, sell one, hold one.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to buy 7 to 8 games.
Yep.
I'm going to hold, shock the world, and make the playoffs. I'm going to sell that they repeat last year. There's no way they only win 2 or 3 games this year. I just don't see how that. Literally everything that went wrong for them last year went wrong. And they won 2 games. I have a hard time seeing that. Just because last year was so shocking. So that's mine. Buy, win 7 to 8, hold, make the playoffs, sell, repeat last year.
Same order as you. If Clemson loses to LSU, they will, another buy one, sell one, hold one here, win the rest of their games in the regular season, lose 1 to 2 more games, go 500 or less.
Well, I'm going to – go ahead, Trev.
I'm going to sell go 500 or less.
That's an easy one. And you're obviously buying that they would win the rest of their games because you have them predicted to do so.
Yep. And then I'm holding lose 1 to 2 more games. But yeah, I'm definitely selling going 500 or less. Even if they didn't have the experience on this roster that they do have, their schedule dictates them to go at least 7-5, in my opinion. So, yep, that's my order.
I'm going to buy that they still lose 1 to 2 more games. I think it'll be 1. I'm going to hold that they win the rest of their games because that's second most likely, and they won't fall apart. Clemson's teams have never fallen apart under Dabo. The reason that I say I think they'll lose 1 to 2 is similar to why I've predicted Notre Dame to lose 1. I don't necessarily know who's going to be 2, but I think they'll lose 1. I just think that their November schedule has a loss in it. And they've got road games at Louisville and at South Carolina. I just think they're going to lose one of those 2 games. I do. I don't think they're going to win both of those games. I think they get the road to November will be tough too. They got to play at Georgia Tech 2 weeks after they play LSU. Like, they have a competitive schedule this year. It's a challenging schedule. It is one they can manage and win all of them, Trev. There's no doubt. I just don't. This team's got to prove to me that they can be that first. I watched them get manhandled in their 3 losses last year against 4 of the 5 good teams they played all year. I got to see them show me a little something, and just beating LSU, who literally is 0 in season openers under Brian Kelly, doesn't answer all that for me. I think if they go into Atlanta and 2 weeks later and handle Georgia Tech, then I'm going to be a believer that, like, okay, this team's running the table. That's where I'm at.
Getting into part 3 of the Irish Breakdown podcast here today, brought to you by FanDuel. We're still rocking with buy, sell, hold. Dangerous Dan's going to get us kicked off here in part 3. Buy, sell, hold. The top highlights of Notre Dame's win over Miami will be another buy one, sell one, hold one.
Mm-hmm.
Carr to Fields in the back corner of the end zone for the win. 2, Eli Raridon gets behind the Canes defense for a touchdown twice. Or 3, the defense scores and the special team score that collectively takes the Canes' soul.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think is most likely, and then I'm going to tell you what I hope is most likely. What I would say is what I think is most likely, so I'm going to buy that Eli Raridon gets behind the Canes defense for a touchdown twice. The reason I'm going to buy that is because I agree that I think that Corey Heatherman was a very good hire based on what he did in his 1 season at running the Minnesota defense. I think that they're going to be a better defense this year than they were last year. I think people are out of their minds if they think that it's just going to look like that in game 1. You've got brand new secondary learning a brand new defense. There's going to be a couple blown coverages. You hope that the quarterback for Notre Dame is smart enough and to find it, see it, and hit it. So I think you'll see some of that. I think I'm going to hold the Carr to Fields back corner end zone to win it. I think that's also likely. That if you want to buy that one, totally support it. I'm going to sell the third one, which is defensive score and a special team score, because that's so unlikely just in general. It just is. It's a very unlikely that you get a defensive score and an offensive score in the same game. It happens, but it's just not often. That's my realistic buy so hold. My hopeful buy so hold is they actually get the defensive touchdown and special teams touchdown, because I feel like that'd be a little bit of exercising the demons from the 2017 game. Not only did you win, but you kind of beat them at their own game, so to speak, with a defensive score and a special team score. Now, they didn't have a special team score in that game. They had 2 defensive scores. So just kind of take their heart the same way. That's why that's my one I hope happens. And if they do that, this game will not be close. The first 2 game could still be close. And obviously the first one, it has to be close because that's the touchdown for the win. But if Raridon does that, it could still be a close game. I just think if the third one happens, this is going to be a rout.
Yeah, I think they're more likely to get 2 defensive touchdowns than they are a defensive and a special teams touchdown, honestly. But yeah, I'll buy 2, I'll hold 1, I'll sell 3. But part of me doesn't even want it to come down to like a final game-winning play.
That's right.
I kind of just want Notre Dame to boat race them.
That's right.
But yeah, still be awesome. Buy, sell, hold from Audric Chestame. Love that name. Carr will be benched for Minchie if he throws 3 interceptions in the Miami or Texas A&M game.
I'm going to sell that one. It's possible. I just don't think that they're going to. Number one is, like, what kind of picks does he throw? I mean, look, if you'd have done that to Tyler Buckner against South Carolina in 2022, he doesn't lead you on the game-winning touchdown drive. I mean, when do the interceptions happen? So, I'm going to sell that. I would hope that he would have a little bit of a more patience. Look, we're going to all most likely need patience for the quarterback. And that was going to be true for Kenny. They're not going to come out and most likely and do in game 1 and 2 what Jack Cohn did in his first game in Notre Dame, which is just light Florida State up. Number 1, he was a veteran quarterback. And number 2, that defense was not nearly as good as the 2 defenses they're going to face in the first 2 games. So if CJ Carr doesn't come out and look like, senior year version of CJ Carr lighting the world on fire, we shouldn't panic. Now, people will, Trevor, as you mentioned earlier, people will, especially people that don't like him. Which is still a weird energy for me, but whatever. But no, I still don't think that they would overreact that much. And I also think if it's the first game, it's probably more likely than if it happens in the second game.
Well, it goes back to what we talked about on Monday. One, it depends on the type of interceptions. Like, I mean, are you just throwing it between the numbers of defenders on every single interception? How do you respond to it? Brian talks all the time about if you look into a quarterback's eyes and they just don't have it that day and they're overwhelmed by the moment, then yeah, sure. Is it a possibility? But I think they'll sell it, or I'm going to sell it because I don't think they're going to do that. I don't. He's a redshirt freshman. He's going to make mistakes.
Trev, I did want to, while we're here, I wanted to bring up we have a few super chats that I want to get to, and I want to kind of get through those here before we move on and finish up with the rest of our buy so holds. But we had one from Wade. We're just going to go in order of when we got them. Got one from Wade Garrett with a super chat. Thank you, Wade. This is for the cool hype video that Trevor did. That was great to watch. Very well done. That's on the message board. Ryan Ellie with a super chat, praying for your wife, Brian. Ryan, I greatly appreciate that. And she does as well. I showed her there's like a 3-page thread on the board of people talking about how they're praying for her. And that meant a lot to Angela because we both believe in the power of prayer. Law Dog with a big one, Trev. He says, first of all, thank you, Law Dog, very much for the super chat, because thanks to the IB team for the tireless work analysis this offseason. Buy, so hold. 1, Notre Dame will win the turnover battle for Miami. 2, so I'm kind of thinking it's a different one for each one. So buy, so hold, Notre Dame will win the turnover battle against Miami.
Buy.
Agree. 2, mushrooms, olives, zucchini. 3 foods I don't eat.
I'm buying zucchini, holding mushrooms, selling olives.
I'm buying mushrooms. It's one of my favorite things to eat. I'm holding zucchini because I can tolerate zucchini even though I don't like it, and I'm definitely selling olives. Yeah. And then a super chat for each of the 50 points the Irish will hang on Miami on the 31st. Man, if anything that could potentially come true today, I hope that is the one thing that comes true.
Yeah.
In this season is the 50 points. Appreciate you, Law Dog. Got a super chat from Jimmy Costanzo. 831 can't get here soon enough. Buy, so hold. 1, CJ Carr throws 30 TD passes. Are we going to buy, so hold each one of these, or are we going to buy one, sell one, hold one, Trev?
Buy one, sell one, hold one.
Okay, so 1, CJ Carr throws 30 touchdown passes. 2, Jeremiah Love breaks single season rushing record. 3, 2 or more defensive players who have 80 or more sacks. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Mr. Trowbridge.
Oh, I am going to. Okay, you're going to have to hear me out on this one. I'm going to buy CJ Carr throwing 30 touchdown passes. I'm going to hold 2 or more defensive players who have 8 or more sacks. And then I'm going to sell Jeremiah Love breaking the single season rushing record. I rank them in order of what I think gives Notre Dame the best odds to win a national championship.
Okay.
We've seen Notre Dame running backs before put together spectacular seasons and have, Heisman pushes. I mean, the 38 or the 33 trucking back in 2017. And we've watched 1,000-yard backs come and go at Notre Dame. And some of those seasons, they haven't sniffed a national championship. 2, I also don't think it's going to happen because I don't know if he's going to get the touches to do that, to break a single season rushing record. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm going to assume with some of the backs that came through Notre Dame, that number is relatively high. Okay.
1437. Josh Adams was 8 yards away from breaking it in 2017.
Dang. But I think because I think the rushing offense is going to be so good, if Carr throws 30 touchdowns behind that, this is going to be a really hard offense to stop. And then I'm holding 2 or more defensive players who have 8 or more sacks because if Notre Dame's able to generate a pass rush, I think that makes them kind of a complete defense in my eyes. It's one of the things that they were lacking last year. So I am Buying 1, holding 3, selling 2.
Here's some numbers for you, Trevor. If Jeremiah Love averages 7.5 yards per carry this year, which is a high number, but he was averaging 7.2 going into the playoffs before the injury. And they play 15 games, he would need to average 13 carries a game to break the record.
Wow.
Because keep in mind, Josh Adams is 8 yards away from it. Josh played 13 games. If Josh plays 14, 15 games, he breaks the record.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Josh ran the ball a lot more that year because that was a team that ran the football a ton. But, the point is, if you hit enough home runs, you don't need as many touches.
Sure.
And so when you look at Josh in 2017, Josh carried the ball 206 times. I don't think Jeremiah Love's going to carry the ball 206 times. But if he averages 7.5 yards a carry, he only needs to carry it about 19 times a game. He only needs to carry it 192 times. So I did 1438 divided by 7.5. And that is 191.7 carries. So 192 carries. In 15 games, that's only, as I said, only 12.8 carries per game. Now, 7.5 yards per carry is not going to be easy to do, even with them not playing great defenses this year. It's not going to be easy to do. But I think the touches carries are certainly reasonable, 13 a game. And the other thing, too, is if we look at Jeremiah Love and what he did last season for Notre Dame, so he had 1,125 yards rushing. So obviously he struggled in the postseason. So 1,125. Let's take away the postseason performance, including the good one. Jeremiah Love had 949 yards in the regular season, and then got hurt. He was not the same player in the postseason, and so he averaged 79.1 yards per game. If he would have kept that same average for the entire season, hold on, that's not correct. Hold on, give me a second. 1125 minus 108 minus 19 minus 46 minus 3. So yeah, averaged 949 yards in the regular season. And that was good for 12. That was good for 79.1 yards per game. If he would have in 16 games last year, he would rush for 1,265 yards. And point being, even without the injury, if he just maintains his normal average, he's still over 200 yards away from the record, with 16 games. So he'd have to have a significant jump in yards per play and touches. And I don't know that both happen. That's the reason that I don't think he will break the record, but I think it's possible he breaks the record without having a monster year, because Notre Dame's record is not as great as some other teams. And so I just wanted to dive into the numbers to your point, Trevor, is the last guy that got close to that carried the ball a lot and wore down in November. Josh Adams was not the same player in November that he was early in the season. And to back that up, if you look at Josh Adams' production, he went for 151, 53, 229, 56, 159, 118, 119, 202 through October. In his last 5 games, he rushed for 22, 40, 106, 49, and 44. Didn't score a single touchdown in the month of November. So he wore down. And I just think that could Jeremiah Love break the record? Absolutely. If Notre Dame was willing to give him 15 carries a game, he will break the all-time rushing record if they play 15, 16 games. But do you really need to force that issue? I don't think that's the thing I don't think you need to do, because the bigger goal is to win a championship. What I think is possible is that Jeremiah Love breaks a single season total offense record. That's what I think is possible. If you include like rushing and receiving, that I think is more possible, Trevor. I think you would agree with that, where, maybe he only rushes for 1,200 yards, but has like 500 yards of receiving, something like that. I think it's more possible. To answer the question, I'm going to buy CJ Carr throws 30 or more touchdown passes. I'm going to hold 2 players have 8 or more sacks, and I'm going to sell that he breaks a single season rushing record. Just because to Trev's point, I don't think the opportunity is going to be there. Because I
get it, man. I mean, You also got to factor in the fact that there's going to be games where he might not get a single touch in the second half.
That's right.
Like, that's assuming he gets 15 touches for 15 consecutive games. I don't see him touching the ball 15 times against Stanford. I don't see the need of him touching the ball 15 times against Purdue. Now, the counter to that argument is, well, he didn't need 15 touches to go over a hundo last year against Purdue, and so that is also fair.
But the point is, if we talk about what he did in the regular season and then expand that same level of production to the postseason, he's still 200 yards away.
Yep.
Right. I mean, but you're not going to get the 1,500 yards with just 109 yards against Purdue.
Right.
And he did play a little bit in the third quarter, but not a ton. And he had 102 yards against Navy, only 12 carries. He had 137 against Virginia on 16 carries, 130 against Army on only 7 carries. So now the other thing is, you could say, here's the counter argument. You could argue, Trev, that he probably has at least another 50 yards on the season total if he doesn't get hurt against USC.
Yeah.
And then if you want to say, okay, now put that towards 16 games, now he's well over 1,300 yards. That gets you closer. If you want to give him like double the yards, because actually Jadarian Price had more yards rushing in the second half of that game than Jeremiah had in the first half of that game. If we're to assume that Jeremiah gets a good chunk of that, so let's say that Jeremiah gets 77 of that in the second half of that game. Now he's over 1,000 for the regular season. And if you take that level of production over the course of 16 games, now he's getting closer to 1,400. Now you're only talking about 2-3 extra carries a game, and he gets to that number. But that's a big if he would have not got hurt, if he would have done this, if he would have done that. And that's the whole point, and not overloading him with carries. Is so that if isn't part of the conversation. Is he capable of it? Absolutely. If Marcus Freeman said, listen, we're going to do one thing this year, and we're going to have Jeremiah Love break the all-time rushing record, he'll do it potentially in the regular season. Like, he could. You give him the majority of Jadarian's carries, and you just go out there, we're going to ground and pound you. I think he could absolutely lead the nation in rushing, especially amongst power 4 backs. But there's no need to do that because your goals are bigger than that. That's not the one goal that you have this year as a team.
I'll say this, FanDuel has player specials out right now.
Nice.
And Jeremiah Love is one of the 4 people in college football that they have player specials for out right now. I'm sure that number will go back up, but they have it broken down into 3. His regular season specials, which is he scores 1 rushing touchdown in every regular season game, which is something he did last year at plus 1,100 odds. And then they have his over-under for regular season total rushing yards. They have the over-under set at 1,075.5. And then they also have his regular season total touchdowns over-under at 15.5. Over 15.5 is plus 106, which, little sneak preview to something that Vince and I are going to be doing on CFB Nation. I would hammer that over, considering he had 17 rushing touchdowns last year. And Riley Leonard also had 17 rushing touchdowns last year. So makes it all the more interesting, but that's what FanDuel's got going on too. Super chat from Walk On Carry Off. Predicate, Lambert starts and plays well. Knapp is still inconsistent. So then buy, so hold. Jags comes back. He goes to bench, right guard, left tackle. I see.
In that scenario, so Lambert starts and plays well. Knapp's inconsistent. When Jagasol comes back in that instance, I think he'd go to left tackle. I'm going to buy that. I'm going to hold bench and sell. He moves to right guard, because if Lambert's playing well, I don't think they're going to bench him. The only reason that I hold bench is because I could still see Joe Rudolph simply saying, I'm not moving Anthony Knapp off of left tackle.
I was about to say, I'm going to give 2 answers. I'm going to give one that I want to see happen if this situation carries out. Like, if Anthony Knapp is inconsistent, I would buy Jagasol going to left tackle. I would sell right guard if Gerby Lambert's playing well, and then I would hold the bench because you just never know. But what I actually think is going to happen is if Lambert plays well and Knapp is still inconsistent, not bad, just inconsistent, I'm going to buy bench, I'm going to sell left tackle, and I'm going to hold right guard. Unfortunately, because that's what we've seen. Buy, sell, hold from Drew Rainey. Appreciate the super chat. Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, and Frosted Flakes.
So first of all, Drew, I got your email. I'm going to respond to you later tonight about getting that merch for being a Blue Club member. So I appreciate that, my man, very, very much. This is a tougher one for me because I love 2 of these 3 cereals, and I like all 3 of them. I haven't had cereal in a while, Trev, which is saddens me, but it's just, trying to eat healthier. I love Captain Crunch, and I'm a big fan of Captain Crunch berries, so that's a buy for me. I'm going to hold Frosted Flakes. I absolutely love Frosted Flakes as well, and I'm going to sell Fruit Loops, although I like Fruit Loops, but they're not even close to those 3. Now, if you wanted to have one that would be tougher for me, replace Fruit Loops with Apple Jacks, and now we're cooking a little bit. Well, actually, we're not cooking because we're having cereal, but now we're having a much tougher conversation for me. But I'm going to buy Captain Crunch, hold Frosted Flakes, and sell Fruit Loops.
Yeah, given that list, I'd probably go the same, but I would sell all of them and never eat any of them again for Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Ooh, that's a good one too.
Yeah, that is.
There's a lot of good cereals. Cocoa Puffs.
Oh yeah.
One. Fruity Pebbles. I need to stop talking about this because then I'm just going to want to eat cereal, and I miss cereal very, very much. I'm just going to say this, ND92N57. I just want to thank you for your super chat. Appreciate that very, very much, but I'm not going there.
Super chat from Fighting Irish Fan 91. Thank you for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. Freeman and company let the competition leak out some in effort to stress Carr to see how he would react and give him some preseason adversity to overcome.
Sell. Do I think that the Notre Dame coaching staff absolutely wanted to put both quarterbacks in some high pressure situations, especially CJ Carr? I absolutely buy that. Do I think that the Notre Dame coaching staff did this? No, I don't. Because in the end of the day, while that would certainly put pressure on CJ Carr, number one, I would rather hope that CJ Carr has no idea what's leaking out because he's not on Twitter, not paying attention to it. That'd be my number one hope. But number two is, I mean, I'm not doing that to Kenny Minchie. Because if we're going off of the players will hear this and react to it, you're leading Kenny Minchie on to thinking he's going to win the job only to take it from him. That'd be a terrible thing to do. An absolutely terrible thing to do, unless for some reason they told Kenny before camp, hey, Kenny, you're not going to start. But listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do all this to try to pressure CJ. Number one, somebody would have leaked out to somebody. Like, I'm sorry, it just would have that they were doing that. Number two, I don't think Kenny Minchie would be too thrilled about that. And number three, I think it also would be stupid because you wasted a lot of reps that CJ Carr could have had with the number ones to get better by doing that. And so, look, I've heard this Fighting Irish Fan. I've heard people mention this before. I get it. We live in an age where everything is a conspiracy now, and for some reason, and at times for good reason, because a lot of stuff that we also used to think were conspiracies are now we've proven to be true. Having said that, the ramification goes against everything that I believe Marcus Freeman to be about. As a man, how he cares about his players, how he treats his players. I just think this would be so kind of messed up. Like, you're really just going to play Kenny like that just because you want to make CJ better? There's way better ways of stressing CJ Carr out to give him adversity than that. Here's the thought. Blitz the heck out of him. Make him be on the second team offense going against the first team defense. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to put him in those situations without potentially screwing over Kenny Minchie. I just don't think they would do that. I don't. So I'm selling that for that reason.
Yeah, I am too. I think the competition was pressure enough.
Right.
I just, yeah. And I'm not saying that you were saying this in your super chat, Fighting Irish, but I don't understand why that is such a hard concept for people to understand. Is that maybe, just maybe, the reason behind why this competition was so close wasn't because they wanted stuff to get leaked out, and it wasn't because they were trying to make sure Miami couldn't game plan for one or the other, and it wasn't to try to make CJ prove that he was the guy but string Kenny along. Maybe it was a really competitive competition between two high-level guys that was a really hard choice at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
And I think that's most likely. This last one from Detroit Hunter. Nico lost the QB battle at UCLA, LMAO. I believe that was put out by a fake account. Because somebody put that on the message board as well, that he lost the battle. I did a quick search on that, and I do not believe that to be a real thing. So, but yeah, it would be actually freaking hilarious if that actually happened. I mean, I shouldn't like get joy out of a player's success not happening, but I'm sorry. Sometimes you play a certain way, and it's like, yeah, I'm sorry. You just kind of you brought a little bit out on yourself. You did. So those are the super chats. Appreciate y'all very, very, very much. So let's keep rolling.
Older than dirt, the players have had little, if any, time or interest in a small number of fans' opinions on all the combined Notre Dame message boards.
I have no idea what players spend their time caring about. I would hope that this is true, so I'll buy that, hoping that it's true.
Yeah, I'm going to buy that as well. Then the coaches have been as fair and honest in this quarterback competition as anyone ever could have asked for.
I don't know the answer to that because I haven't been privy to those conversations. I would hope that they have, but I can't answer that question because I don't know. My guess is, knowing who Mike Denbrock is, knowing who Marcus Freeman is. I don't know Gino Guidugli as well as those two other guys, but I've never heard anyone tell me that he's dishonest. I've never heard anyone hint that he's not honest with people who about who he is. It would shock me because if they didn't do it this way. So I'm gonna assume that this is a buy, but I can't tell you it's a buy because I'm not privy to those conversations. So I don't want to buy it like, oh yeah, act like I know what they did when I don't know what the conversations were like. But I know they were very honest with players in the offseason. I don't know what the conversations have been like since fall camp started. So I don't know. But I would assume this is a buy.
From Sunlit Night 1964, buy sell hold. Caesars currently lists Notre Dame at 12-1 to win it all. FanDuel has them at 16-1. Those are the best odds a bettor can get this season. After Miami, you won't be able to get better than 8-1 anywhere.
I saw you, Trev.
I don't know if they're going to jump up 8-1 after just beating Miami. I think after Texas A&M, potentially, they could get up to that high. I would be curious to see, and I'll have to go back and look at this, is where they were at last year after beating Texas A&M on the road. But the difference is last year's schedule, Florida State, the wheels kind of fell off. And like Notre Dame's odds kept getting better and better as that November game against Florida State just didn't carry as much weight. But I would say it'd be more likely after the Texas A&M game than just Miami. Home game at night against an SEC team that you just faced last season, I don't think they would jump them from 16-1 and cut their odds in half up to 8-1 just after beating Miami. So I guess on that one, I buy that they're really good odds in that I've already had my fair share of fun with those odds as well.
It's fun. My dad called me last night. He's like, he saw the 16-1 odds at FanDuel, and he's like, I'm thinking I might, because I'm always trying to convince him, I don't do that. But I was like, bro, I got nothing for you this time. Those are pretty good odds.
Yeah.
So I think my dad's probably going to do a little something with that as well, Trev.
Yeah. We hammered that line at 16-1. Had to, but again, in all seriousness, though, I'm going to sell the second part, Sunlit, just because I don't think it'll jump up 8-1 just after Miami.
But Texas you say A&M, you do think if they go 2-0, you think it'll jump up something like that, Trev?
I do.
Yeah.
Yep, I do.
So more of the story is, if I'm hearing you correctly, if you're going to jump on the Notre Dame win it all line, do it before the season starts.
Yeah. Yep. I would do it now because stuff will start to get sorted out because there's teams like Clemson and LSU ahead of Notre Dame in those odds right now, and one of those teams has to lose in the same time frame, so something to keep an eye on. Another one from Sunlit Night. Buy one, sell one, hold one on Notre Dame's narrowest points win amongst these three. Boise State, Pitt, and Syracuse. Buy one, sell one, hold one.
Buy Pitt, hold Boise State, sell Syracuse.
Heard that. Buy, sell, hold. There will be no red teams in the Final Four this year.
Do you count Alabama as a red?
Shade of red.
Okay, then sell.
Also sell.
Your Final Four again is Notre Dame, Texas, Alabama, and Clemson, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Alabama would be the one. Yeah.
From Lucky Duck 512, buy, sell, hold. Best way to start the Miami game. And he prefaces that all are great. Buy, sell, hold. Are we buying one, selling one, holding one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Jeremiah
they're all
Love.
great, then we're buying all of them. But let's
Yeah,
buy one,
that's a
sell one,
good
hold
point.
one.
That's a good point. Okay, well then, Jeremiah Love taking the opening kick back for a touchdown. Christian Gray pick 6. CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields for 6. Buy one, sell one, hold one.
As an analyst, I think it would be CJ Carr. Here's what I think as an analyst, Jeremiah Love taking the opening kickback for a touchdown is my buy. My hold is CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Field, Christian Gray pick 6, and my sell is CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields for 6. Reason I went that way because they are all great. The first two immediately take pressure off of CJ Carr before he steps on the field. And then I think that makes the third one more likely. They're all great options. You could easily make a case that, CJ Carr is a buy, because if CJ hits Malachi for a deep ball, that takes pressure off him too. What I'm simply saying is, if you start the game off that way, it maybe makes it easier for him to hit that deep ball, because now it's like, okay, take some of that pressure off. So I think they're all great options. As a fan, and it goes back to what I said earlier, I want the first touchdown to be a Christian Gray pick 6 because I want a little payback for 2017. So that as a fan, it's buy that, hold CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields, sell Jeremiah Love taking it back. As a fan who wants to give a big middle finger to all the people that are trying to tear down CJ Carr this offseason, it's buy CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields. And then he can pretty much just tell the rest of the, all his haters where they can, take that touchdown ball, shine it up real nice, turn that sideways and stick it up your candy. That's what I want him to be able to do. But they're all great options.
I would go, I'm going to buy CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields. I think it'll have a very similar impact to what Notre Dame USC 2017 would have. But I've seen it all over Twitter, and I've seen it all over. You stop Jeremiah Love, you stop Notre Dame. You stop their run game first. Okay. Try to do that. Miami defense, whatever. But, sorry.
Love it.
Because they did it so well last year. But I think it would be one of those situations where it's like our whole game plan was stopping 4 and 24. You open up with that, it's kind of like a now what? Now what do we do type of situation. So I would do that. I would hold a Christian Gray pick 6 for all the reasons, the comeuppance of 2017. And I would sell the Jeremiah Love taking the opening kickback for a touchdown. Not because I wouldn't love to see it, to the point of the submission. They're all great. But I think that is the one the most where like opposing fans be like, it was a fluke. You run back an opening kick for a touchdown. Like, it is what it is. But like CJ Carr deep ball to Malachi Fields or Christian Gray pick 6 we were just better than you on this play.
Yeah.
Like it's less of a fluke, I guess you could say. Argument for a fluke. I wouldn't think that it would be.
I like your point about the deep ball pretty much being like now they're throwing it over our heads. This is going to be a long freaking day.
Yep.
And it also backs what I've said about the 2017 game. If Brandon hits EQ on that post route, I think that game is over.
Mm-hmm.
So, well done. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Another one from Lucky Duck. More likely Notre Dame has 4 offensive All-Americans than having only 1 on defense.
Oh, I'm going to sell that because I do think there's a scenario. 4 offensive All-Americans is going to be tough. I mean, you'd have to get Jeremiah Love, 2 skill players and 1 lineman, or Jeremiah Love, 1 skill player and 2 linemen, or Jeremiah Love and 3 offensive linemen. I think that's a lot. It's possible. That's a lot. I could see a world when there's only 1 defensive player because I still don't think the national people respect how good Notre Dame's defense is. Mm-hmm. B, I could see a scenario where because Notre Dame has such a heavy rotation that nobody puts up the numbers that you'd need to be an All-American.
Yeah.
I don't think either's likely to happen, but I'd probably buy this, but not with great conviction.
It does kind of spark the conversation, though. Offensively, that does get interesting. Just, I mean, like viable candidates for an All-American first or second team. I mean, Jay Love, Emil Wagner, Billy Schrauth, Eli Raridan, Malachi Fields. I could see that happening. I don't know if all of them in the same,
Right.
but a combination of some. That's interesting, though.
I think a combination of 3 could definitely happen. I just think 4. In part of this, we haven't seen 4 All-Americans on offense in a while outside the COVID year.
Yeah. Best 50-year run in college football history.
There's another card that I'm going to pull up. You're going to read this one, Trev, and then I got to go to this card to get to the next two. There just wasn't enough room for all of them on one card.
I get you. Nebraska from 1962 to 2011, 5 titles, 0.79 win percentage, 49 All-Americans, plus 17.76 in scoring margin. Notre Dame from 1924 to 1973, 9 titles, 0.757 win percentage, 61 All-Americans, plus 12.35 scoring margin. And to round it all out, Alabama from 1971 to 2020, 10 titles, 0.779 win percentage, 64 All-Americans, plus 15.28 scoring margin.
So here's my take on this, Trevor. Number one, I'm going with Notre Dame, and not just because I'm a Notre Dame fan. All right, so let's be honest about this. Number one, the reason I'm taking them over Nebraska has a higher win percentage, higher scoring margin. I think Nebraska also played a little bit lighter schedules. Notre Dame had more All-Americans. That you could argue that's more reputation built. But Notre Dame had 9 national titles and Nebraska had 5. Say, okay, well, Alabama had a higher win percentage and more national championships and more All-Americans and a higher scoring margin. Number one, scoring margin I don't care as much about. There's a couple years for Notre Dame that skewed that. The 10 titles is the number you could point to. That's a BS number. Just like Auburn coming up with their 7 titles. If Notre Dame claimed national championships the same way that Alabama does, they'd be well over 9 during that stretch. And so I'm going with Notre Dame. I also think that Notre Dame, during a time when travel was hard, was traveling all over the country at a time when Alabama was basically just staying in their little SEC. Although there was a year, I'm trying to remember what year it was, where they went out and played in the Rose Bowl. And I think it was Alabama went out there and beat, was it Washington? Back in like the 20s or 30s. But for the most part, they stayed in their little region. So I think that's why I think Notre Dame's is more impressive. Because if they, like, you can't, what's weird about college football is you can't just say this team has X number of titles and this team has X number of titles. Because they claim titles differently. And Notre Dame is much, much stricter with how they claim titles than how Alabama claims titles. And if they did it the same way as Alabama, they'd have more titles in that stretch. Plus, here's the final thing. Alabama beat Notre Dame in 2020 and in 2012, but overall, Notre Dame had a better record against Alabama during that stretch than Alabama had against Notre Dame. Like during the Alabama stretch where he talks about that. I mean, Bear Bryant, the guy that is the legendary greatest coach ever at Alabama, never beat Notre Dame. Went 0 for 5, 0 for 4. I think 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 against Notre Dame. So that's the other part. Notre Dame beat Alabama in 73, 75. That was the 74 season, but January 1st, 75. 76, 80, 87. Alabama beat them in 86, and then Alabama beat them the last 2 times. So that's my reasons for going with Notre Dame.
Fair enough.
What say you, Trev?
I was going to kind of err more on the side of what you said with this one. History of college football in this light, I'm not as familiar with. So, yeah. But for your reasoning, I am also going Notre Dame.
Fair. Okay. Let's go to let's see here. I want to point out one other thing real fast. Let's see here. I want to see something real quick. Give me a second. All right. So Alabama did play in one of the years that Notre Dame did not play. So Alabama didn't play in 43, but they did play in the other war years where Notre Dame missed 2 whole seasons during the war, 44 and 45. And at the time, Notre Dame was the dominant team in football. And so Notre Dame won in 43, won the title in 43, didn't play in 44 and 45, or at least Frank Leahy wasn't there in 43 or 45. Notre Dame had a team in 44. They went 8-2, but it wasn't with Frank Leahy. And a lot of their players were gone. And then 45, they had Hugh DeVore, who was, again, not the coach. And then Frank Leahy comes back after the war, and Notre Dame wins the title in 46, 47, and 49. And then in 1948, they went 9-0-1. That impacted Notre Dame's number of titles, too. It did. So just want to point that out also.
Good deal. Bicel Hold from Carve It Up. Add a lost commit to this team. Dante Moore, Peyton Bowe, and Keon Keeley.
Look, I want to say sell all of them because they chose to go somewhere else, but I want to respect the question. So it comes down to need. I'm selling Dante Moore because it came down to, do you want CJ Carr, Dante Moore, and Notre Dame preferred CJ Carr? I would buy Keon Keeley because I think if Keon would have come to Notre Dame, he'd be a much different player. I think he'd be a very different player. And I'll hold Peyton Bowen. And I'm good with either one of those two guys. I just think Keon Keeley would have thrived more at Notre Dame than he did at Alabama. Peyton Bowen, I think, would have had the same issues at Notre Dame that he's having at Oklahoma. So that would be mine. Buy Keon, hold Peyton, sell Dante Moore.
I was up in the air between Peyton Bowen and Keon Keeley, but selling Dante Moore for the reasons that you listed off. I'll buy Keon as well.
And I have no disdain towards Dante Moore at all. I think he's a good player. I think if I had to pick between the two, you weren't going to have both CJ Carr and Dante Moore, and I just would rather have CJ Carr.
From Broke Neck Boy, Bicel Hold, Auburn claiming more national championships yesterday will lead to more schools claiming their championships, in air quotes, as well.
It's going to happen. I mean, because Texas A&M did this a couple of years ago, remember? They went back and claimed some old titles. So, yeah, you're going to see more teams do stupid stuff like this. Yeah.
Yep, buying that as well.
Yep.
Unfortunately. And Bicel Hold, in 2016, USC would beat Alabama in a rematch game at the end of the year.
I don't know that I can buy that, Trev. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one because it's possible. It's very possible. I'll buy it. Yeah, I'll buy it. That USC team was so good at the end of the year, and I think they would have been a little extra hungry. My only pushback is I still don't think USC was great in the trenches, even when they started winning a lot more. I still don't think they were great in the trenches, and I think Alabama would have given them some problems in the trenches. That's why I push back on it a little bit. But I'll buy it just because rematches are hard. But I think Bama would have – part of the issue, the reason they got beat so bad is because it was a bad matchup for them because Bama could just thump them in the trenches. And I just don't know how much that part of their team changed.
Yeah, that one's tough. Because on one hand, I'm with you. Typically in rematches, I pick the team that lost in the first one to win. But it was also a mismatch. And that Bama team also played for the national championship that year and lost on a last-second play to a very, very, very good Clemson team. I'm on, I guess I'll hold this. I know that's kind of lame, but I can't definitively say that they would beat them or lose to them. I just don't have an answer for it. I could see it going either way. Bicel Hold, blue blood uniforms. I guess buy one, sell one, hold one each. I guess, since there's more than 3.
I'd just say, but Bicel Hold each one.
Yeah. So Michigan, Bicel Hold.
Depends. Overall, I tend to like Michigan's uniforms. I think the stretch where there was a period in there in the I think 90s and 2000s where they were going with those fluorescent yellow pants. Those were hideous. But when they go like a true maize, I think their uniforms are pretty nice. I'll buy those.
I'm going to sell Michigan's. I still don't like the color of their yellow pants. I don't. But they are iconic. I'll say that. I just don't like them. Then Alabama, Bicel Hold.
Sell. I think they're like Penn State, very boring uniforms. I'll use yours. It's iconic, but it's boring.
I'm with that.
Maroon and white. Woohoo. Arkansas has a better version of maroon and white than you do.
Yep. Selling Alabama as well. How about Ohio State?
I buy. I don't love the current version. I like the current version of Ohio State uniforms. There's been some others I didn't like when they kept trying to mix in a bunch of black and like the shadowed colors and like the 2000s. I didn't like that as much, but like I grew up with Ohio State's uniforms and I loved. They had like the big numbers on the jersey in the sleeve, and I think the reason that I think their helmets are not as boring as Alabama's is because, and this is uniforms, is because they do put the stickers, but I just think the red and the silver just pops. It's really sharp. I think some versions of it haven't looked great, but overall I like their uniforms, so I'll buy that.
I'm buying Ohio State as well. How about Texas?
I love Texas burnt orange and white. I think they're sweet. I'll buy that.
I'm with you. And then Oklahoma, take us home.
Well, this is my whole point, Trev. I like Oklahoma's version of the maroon and white better than Alabama's. And part of it's the helmets, but I just think their version of maroon looks just a little bit sharper. I do. I think having Oklahoma on their jerseys looks better than just having a plain white jersey or a plain maroon jersey. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I say. I would take Arkansas and Oklahoma in the SEC as maroon jerseys that are better than Alabama's. Alabama's success is iconic, but it's literally just a maroon jersey with nothing on it. Whereas Oklahoma and Arkansas have the state names on their jerseys. I think that just looks sharper than just maroon and white. I just do. So I'll buy Oklahoma.
I get where you're coming from. I think I'm still going to sell it, kind of for the same reasons that I sold Alabama. Again, it's iconic, but it's just very generic for my taste. Yeah. Blue Bloods helmets are from the best to worst besides Notre Dame, which is the number one.
So this one is more of a list of 8 schools, and are we going to we can buy, sell, hold the whole list, or let's just do each one? Let's do the same thing again. Just buy, sell, hold each one. Does that work?
All right. Yep. Works.
He's ranking it best to worst, so he thinks Alabama's is number one.
Okay. What do you think, Alabama? Buy, sell, hold?
I'm selling Alabama. I'll buy their helmets more than I buy their uniforms because I get the number thing on it, and then there is some iconic aspect to their helmets more so. But so I'll buy it. It's but I'm selling the heck out of it being number one.
Yeah.
But I'll buy it that it is like the helmet is more iconic than the uniform.
Yep.
To me.
How about Penn State?
Sell the heck out of the boring, nasty Penn State helmets. They're so boring. The most boring uniforms in all of college football.
Yeah.
It's so lame.
Yeah.
You know who had a really sweet white helmet back in the day? Virginia. With the blue and orange stripe down the middle. Like their white uniform helmet was better than Penn State's. People confuse successful with cool or iconic or whatever. It's a freaking white with a blue stripe. Give me a break.
Yeah, a Penn State helmet is a blue stripe away from being a helmet on the shelves at Dick's Sporting Goods. 100%. I mean, it's literally, I'm selling the heck out of Penn State's. How about Ohio State with the stickers? I'm sure I know where you're going with this one, but with the stickers,
I love their helmets.
Same. What about without the stickers?
I still love it because it's not just gray. It's like a shiny type of like I've been to Ohio State before for a couple games. And the first college football game I went to was a day game against Wisconsin. And just the way that the silver is like that shiny silver, the way it pops in the sun is a lot like Notre Dame's helmets now pop in the sun. So I just think it looks sharp. And it's got the red, white, and black stripes down the middle. It's not just a single blue stripe, like I think Ohio State's helmets are pretty sweet. And they pop with the whole uniform. Like they just do. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'm buying with the stickers. I'll hold without the stickers. I think that like you make a lot of valid points. It's not enough for me to buy them without. How about Texas?
Buy. Like they're iconic. They're sweet looking. They're kind of basic, but they're also sharp with the horns on them. Yep. I'll buy those.
How about Oklahoma?
I buy their uniforms more than their helmets. I'll sell this one. I don't love their helmets. I like their uniforms more than their helmets.
Yep, same boat. How about Michigan?
Look, I hate Michigan as a program. I think the winged helmets are freaking sweet. Yeah, I do. And I like the navy blue better than the royal bluish that Delaware has.
Mm.
I think it looks better. I'll buy their helmets. I hate USC. I buy their helmets.
Yeah, I'm obviously not a fan of Michigan. I'm still selling because I don't like the winged helmets in general. Sure. I think they look. I just don't like the look of them. And then I'm buying USC's. I think it's tough because I don't like USC as a program, but I like their uniforms overall. I think they have a sweet uniform combo.
I did not like their helmets as much when they went with the maroon face masks.
Oh, I didn't either.
Yeah, I think I did not like that. I think the gray face mask is a lot better. A lot better.
Oh, yeah.
Now, he went with Blue Bloods, and I'm going to bring up two helmets that I absolutely love that I'm totally fine with him not having on the list because they're not Blue Blood programs. They're not, their success isn't long enough. But two helmets that I absolutely love that aren't on here is Florida State with or without the Tomahawks and Florida.
Yeah. Florida State's helmets are sweet.
Yeah. But like Penn State's white helmets aren't even in my top 5 of white helmets. Miami's got sweeter white helmets. Virginia back in the 80s and 90s had better white helmets. Texas has better white helmets. Auburn has better white helmets. And I'm even trying to think of some other teams with white helmets. There's a couple others. LSU's white helmet, somebody said, when they use them, sure, but I don't really count those because they're not their base helmet.
Yeah.
LSU does have sweet helmets, though. And you could maybe consider them a blue blood, but I dislike
has better white helmets.
Stanford's another one that has better white helmets. That's a great point, Trev. They have better white helmets. Penn State's not even top. BYU. BYU is another team with better white helmets. So Penn State's not, Nebraska. That's a team who should be on here. I like Nebraska's white helmets with the block at the end. Penn State's not even in the top 5 of best white helmets. They're just not. So that's why I sold their helmets. But yes, I'll put those. But when I think of white helmet, to like Archer and Chief Brody's comments, I think of teams who the white helmet is their normal helmet.
Yeah.
Right. Like when LSU goes to like the purple jersey and the white helmet, that's sweet looking. But that's not their base uniform. That's not their base helmet. I'm more referring to when it's like used as their primary.
Yeah.
But LSU does have sweet helmets. I do like their helmets.
I do too.
Yeah. Nebraska should have been on this list, by the way.
As a blue blood?
As a blue blood, yes.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold rivalry games that are great to watch when both teams are good / elite.
So it's buy, sell, hold each one?
Yep.
Okay.
Michigan versus Michigan State.
Buy. That is a very underrated rivalry, but that also could partly be because we're from the area. Yeah. I don't know that anyone down south has ever really cared much about that rivalry. I'm a northern kid. As a child growing up, I grew up in Ohio, and they had some great games back in the day. So I'll buy that one. But of the schools on this list, I would put them last.
Yeah, agreed. I'm with you though. Alabama versus Auburn, the Iron Bowl.
I'll buy that. It's not the number one on this particular list, but I'll buy that. When they're both good, they have had some epic games. I love in-state rivalries. That's kind of why I like Michigan State. I like the cross-border rivalries, Michigan, Ohio State. Those are fine, but I just love the in-state rivalries. There's been legendary players in there. So if they're both good, Iron Bowl is definitely a game I'm going to watch. Absolutely.
I'm with you. How about Texas A&M versus Texas?
Yes, I'm glad that series is back. I hope it stays. I hope it's something they do every year. When those two teams are good, and honestly, there might be more hatred there than any of the other ones on this list. They might hate each other more than Bama and Auburn and Michigan State. I really believe that. Like there is a lot of it comes from just the jealousy of Texas A&M, if we're being honest. But there's still a lot of hatred there.
Then how about LSU without Brian Kelly's big game effect versus Alabama?
This one's a sell for me. They have had some great games. I don't necessarily care about it as much from a rivalry standpoint as the others. And because you could argue that's not even Alabama's second best rival. I mean, their biggest rival is Auburn. You could argue Tennessee's a bigger rival than LSU is. It's a rival. I mean, but Alabama has this one, a 57-27 edge in this one. So it's a rivalry, but it's not as big as I can't take a third best rivalry as a rivalry that I'm gonna buy. I mean,
I'll buy it in context of this question. Like, great to watch when both teams are good or elite. Yeah, I would. They have good games when they're good.
To me, that's no different than any time you have two teams that are great. What I'm saying is it's from a rivalry. It doesn't strike me as a rivalry. Like when LSU and Bama played 19 in a really epic game, it's a great game, but it didn't strike me as Bama won or LSU won the rivalry. It was just what a great game between two great teams. Kind of like if Georgia plays Bama. Great games, but it's not a rivalry. They hardly ever play. That's kind of how I look at it. They're great games if they're both good, but I look at it, the rivalry part of it is not what I buy. Does it make sense, Trev? So I agree with you when they're great. They've played some great games in recent years, but I just don't view it as a rivalry.
It's fair.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Ghost of George O'Leary, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame Stadium should play into the lockdown defense by playing a jail cell slamming shut every time an Irish defender has a pass defended or intercepted.
I buy it, but yeah, kind of. What I would try to do is I would see if you could use the Law and Order thing, the cell slamming, like the thing that they do in Law and Order. You know what I'm talking about? You ever watch? Mm-hmm. That's what I would love to see happen.
Every pass defended or intercepted? No, I think with some stadium sound effects, you have to really be careful of walking the line of not being too corny.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that that's corny. Okay. Now, other people might really like it, but I think that kind of crosses the line of, I put that more on the side of like the Vangabus stuff that plays than I do.
What's that?
Whenever they get a stop on third down, they run off the
field. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I hate that.
I put it more on that side of stuff than I do like I'm shipping up to Boston before kickoff.
Gotcha.
So I think it would be corny, but if other people like it, then would I hate it? No, but I'm thinking of like every pass defended.
Yeah,
that'd be a lot.
Yeah, because I view it as every breakup or every interception, which is about 30 to 40 times a year. So a few times a game. Like I'm a Broncos fan. They used to do every time a team would throw an incomplete pass, incomplete. I was like, okay, guys, we get it. It's an incomplete pass. You view it kind of like that. And I don't. I think time it up as they go like this and you're making that noise as they go like this. I think that'd be cool.
I'd rather have a seatbelt click than I would.
Yeah.
Than I would a jail cell slamming shut.
That would be, I think that would sound lame. It just doesn't have a cool sound. You know what I mean? So I get that. Yeah. And you definitely want to do that when you're playing Miami because they might start having flashbacks.
That's crazy.
Okay. I got trouble with that one.
At first, I was like, well, everybody should wear their seatbelt. But I was like...
I was talking about the jail cell thing.
Yeah.
The jail cell is the sound I was going with.
Oh, that's so good. Whew. Yeah, that got me.
I try.
Getting into part 4 of the Buy, Sell, Hold today on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. Continuing on with the Ghost of George O'Leary. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Wednesday night Maction, Thursday night NFL, Friday night local high school football.
Buy Friday night local high school football, hold Wednesday night Maction, sell Thursday night NFL. I care about NFL only on 2 days, and that is Sunday and Monday. That is it. I don't want to watch NFL on Saturday. I don't want to watch it on Friday. I don't want to watch it on Thursday. Stick to Sunday. Stick to Monday. Stop being selfish and trying to take every freaking day of the week and clowning, getting rid of everybody else. So high school buy, Maction hold, Thursday night NFL sell with some anger.
Some stank on it. Ugh. I'm going to buy Maction, hold Friday night local football, Friday night local high school football, and then I guess sell the NFL on Thursday nights. A lot of NFL Thursday night games are also like not great. I can't remember the last time I walked away from watching one of those games like, yo, that was a good game. They're all just fine.
Yeah.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. Risotto, jambalaya, biryani.
So risotto, I'm buying. I make mushroom risotto, Trev. It's really good. I really enjoy it. Jambalaya, I'll hold. I like jambalaya, but it's a little too spicy. Things don't agree with me. I've never had biryani, but from what I read about it, it's an Indian dish that's kind of spicy. I'm going to sell just about every Indian dish known to man. Because in the few times I've had Indian dishes, let's just say the hours after eating Indian food have not been pleasant. And I'll leave it at that.
Fair enough. I'm going to buy jambalaya. I'm going to hold risotto and then sell biryani just because I've never had it.
Yeah. The pictures make it look, it's like it's a rice Indian type of thing. I looked it up before the show and it looks kind of decent, but, and I'm not saying it doesn't taste good. I've had Indian food. My wife loves curry chicken. I'm telling you, it's not worth it for me. It's just not worth it for me, but I'll make it for Angela. I won't have any nose hairs left after I'm making it. It's just, I'm telling you, man, Indian food kicks my absolute behind, figuratively and literally. Let's move on.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish Rose Hit. Gino Guidugli is excellent at developing quarterbacks for Notre Dame.
I'm going to hold this because I don't think we know the answer to that yet. I think we're going to find out this year. I mean, look, Gino Guidugli, his first year at Notre Dame, his starting quarterback got hurt. Actually, no, his first year, I'm sorry, that was Tommy Reese in 2022. Gino Guidugli has never had a quarterback that he's developed. He brought in Sam Hartman as a transfer. He was what he was. They brought in Riley Leonard as a transfer. He was what he was. I think Gino did an okay job with them as far as I could tell. I mean, I can't really tell. Like, they are what they are. How much you want to put any struggles that either one of those guys had on Gino Guidugli? I just don't know that you can. This is going to be the first time that we're going to get a chance to see Gino Guidugli develop a quarterback for more than a few months. So I hold simply because we don't know. His track record's strong. The last quarterback that he developed for more than a couple years became was a guy that wasn't even ranked in the top 1,000 coming out of high school, that he turned into a third-round draft pick and led him to a college football playoff and another undefeated season in a different season. That's Desmond Ridder. So the track record's strong. We haven't had a chance to get to see him develop a quarterback at Notre Dame. I'll have a much better answer for you by the end of this season.
I'm with that.
What
completely.
say you, Trev?
Yeah, it's an incomplete right now. We're going to get a really good idea. Now, here's the good sign, though. They didn't go to the portal this offseason, so that is a big step in the right direction. Because right now, Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr have only been developed by, I mean, I guess Kenny Minchie for what, 1 year was under Tommy Reese?
No.
No, it was all Gino.
Yeah,
no, you're right.
He was recruited by Tommy, but he never played for Tommy.
No, you're right. So a good step in the right direction is the fact that Mike Denbrock and Gino Guidugli and Marcus Freeman sat down and looked at the state of their quarterback room and said, no, we don't need to go to the portal. The guy is in this room. But until they start playing meaningful snaps on a football field, we're not going to get to see what that development looks like. So it's an incomplete, but trending in the right direction. That's what I'll say. Buy, sell, hold from Wilson 19 Lucas. The backup quarterback is always the fan favorite during tough times throughout the season.
Absolute buy. That's almost always the case. Loose emojis talk about this all the time. There's no more popular player on the team than the backup quarterback. Absolute buy.
Completely. Will there be a thread on the board regarding Minchie needing to be the starter before USC week? No hope buys either.
Yeah, that's a buy. Somebody's going to do it. Before USC? Oh, absolutely. First time that Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr throws an interception or has just kind of an average game, we'll absolutely get a thread about that. Easy buy. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And hey, man, this is my show. If I want to hope buy something, I'm going to hope buy something. But I'm going to respect your request this time. But in this case, it would be a hope sell. I wouldn't want there to be a threat about him needing to start, because that means things aren't going well for Notre Dame. And I would say the same thing if they named Kenny the starter. So I hope that they don't have threads saying start CJ Carr, because that means Kenny's not playing well, which increases the chances of losing. So I'm going to sell this. I'm going to buy that it's going to happen, but if I was going to hope it would be a hope sell.
Yep.
Lucas said, yeah, you can tell me what I can and can't do on my show? Come on, Lucas. No, I appreciate it, man.
Looks like we got some play calls coming up here from the Immaculate Extension. We'll go buy one, sell one, hold one, either for this team or your personal preference. So option number 1 is 4 verts, dagger, and mesh. 2 is cover 2, cover 3, man match. Or 3 is duo, counter, and outside zone.
I'm going to buy duo, counter, outside zone. And the reason I'm going to buy that is because everything I would do as an offensive coordinator is going to be built around being able to run the football. So there's a lot of different things I can do throwing the football if I can run the football. I mean, just talking about building my offense, I mean, dude, if I can go out there and run the football, there's a lot of things I could do. I'm going to hold the pass concepts. I love those. 4 verts is the first pass play I put in. Drop back pass play, non-quick game pass play I put in. Because the way I taught offense, everything's built around that. I mean, how you release on a curl route is going to sell the go. How you release on a corner route, sell the go. So like dagger, if it's what I believe it is a seam route by number 2, a deep in cut with an under route underneath. I love high-low concepts. But if you're not selling 4 verts, dagger's not as effective in my opinion. You got to sell the go. And so that's going to be a very important part of it. I love mesh concepts as well. Number 3, cover 2, cover 3, man match. I'm going to sell that as well. Now, the other way to look at it, Trevor, is we buy one, sell one, hold one of each one. So of these 3, that's my order. But let's do this, and I'm going to ask you this, Trev, and I'll do the same. Let's buy one, sell one, hold one of each of these 3.
All right, of each of these 3, I'm going to buy 4 verts. I'm going to hold dagger, sell mesh. Between cover 2, cover 3, man match, I'm going to buy man match, hold cover 2, sell cover 3. And then for run game, I'm buying duo, holding counter, and selling outside zone.
So I'm going to buy 4 verts for the reasons I talked about. I'm going to hold dagger and sell mesh.
Yep.
It's hard to do. I do like mesh concepts, but I like the high-low stuff more than mesh. I do. When I coach, I would do a lot of backside high-low different. So number 2 goes vertical, number 1 crosses, number 2 crosses, number 2, 1 does an end. There's all types of different high-lows that I would do. I love those type of concepts. And then mesh, I'm going to sell, though I love them. Coverage-wise, I love pattern match. I didn't understand it till Nick Saban really got good at it, and then the more you study it, I just think it gives you more answers, more built-in answers than cover 2 and cover 3. And now you got to have good players and you got to coach it right, or you're going to be in trouble. But it just gives you schematically gives you so many more answers, in my opinion. Cover 3, I'm not a huge fan of cover 3, but if you don't have great personnel, cover 3 can be really good. If you have very long athletic players, you can dominate with cover 3. I'm more prone to cover 2 just because I think cover 2 gives you better run support opportunities with your corners being up, helps you defend a little bit against the pass game. And cover 2 for me, I love double posts, and cover 2 makes it a lot harder to run double posts. So that would be why I would, I would hold that one and sell cover 3, but it just depends on your personnel. And then run game wise, of those 3, I'm buying outside zone, I'm holding counter, and I'm selling duo. I'd be more of an inside zone guy, but there's not a whole lot of differences between inside zone and duo. I mean, they're different, but they're kind of the same principle. I'd be more inside outside zone than duo outside zone. That would be my answer to that one.
From Domer Grizz, buy, sell, hold Dallas Golden's 2-way skills make him ideal for the punt team because he gives you excellent tackling as a gunner or wing, as well as the ability to possess the ball on a fake.
I'll buy that. I'll actually buy that. That's a great point. It's a great point. Never thought. I mean, I've thought about Dallas Golden's 2-way skills as a punt returner, but never really thought about it as a punt cover guy. It's a great observation, Domer Grizz. Very well done.
It is.
Very well done.
Buy, sell, hold from Florida Irish. Carson Beck threw 3 picks against each of UF, Texas, and Bama last season. You know the good defense he played last season. Buy, sell, hold. Beck has another 3 interception game.
I just love the pettiness of that comment, to be honest with you. Didn't throw any picks against Clemson. I got to point that out, but he threw 2 against Mississippi State as well. But no touchdowns in a pick against Ole Miss. So kind of a pattern. Beck has another 3 interception game. I'm going to sell that because I don't think he's going to be upright enough for him to get off 3 interceptions.
I'll buy that at some point over the course of this, because I'm reading that just over the course of this upcoming season, has another 3 interception game. I know it was probably meant just for the Notre Dame game, but I buy definitely at some point he has another 3 interception game because, I mean, when you
I'm still going to sell it because I think that Shannon Dawson is a better offensive coordinator than Mike Bobo. And he's going to put him in less 3 interception opportunities. And that's a big part of it for me as well. I mean, now Cam Ward's always protected the ball better than Carson Beck, but he threw the ball a lot more last year and still didn't turn it over as much. I mean, a lot more than what I think Carson Beck will throw. And only threw 7 picks last year. Only had 1 game of 2 or more. So I think that's part of it. And the other thing, too, is with all due respect, secondaries in the ACC aren't as good as secondaries in the SEC. So if he doesn't do it against Notre Dame, I don't know that it's going to happen.
Berto 21-21, buy, sell, hold. Carr being named the starter is a sign Notre Dame is projecting into one of the constant championship programs. The obvious is based on his upside. Marcus Freeman chose hard to put his program into contention for this year and next year. Previous coaches may have continued to play it safe.
I think Freeman wanted to kind of play it safe. To be honest with you, I think Freeman showed faith in his assistant coaches and showed faith in CJ Carr's talent. I don't know that I think actually all of what you said is actually true before he named CJ Carr the starter. I think the fact that he allowed CJ Carr and Kenny Minchey to battle for the position is enough evidence for me to buy this instead of going to the portal for more of a sure thing. So I think it even goes back to before CJ Carr being the option. I think that's when he chose hard, as opposed to just let's go out and get a portal guy that we know what he can do. Let's go get a Carson Beck. Let's go get one of the other quarterbacks it wasn't a great portal class, but or convince a guy to jump into the portal. I think that would have been easier. So I think he already chose hard just by even letting the battle rage, Trev.
Yeah, I completely buy the second part. The first part, is it a sign? No, sign Notre Dame is projecting into one of the consistent. I mean, maybe. Again, look, I'm as excited about this Carr announcement as the next guy, but I still got to see him throw a pass at the college level before I can say naming CJ Carr the starter is going to put Notre Dame in a spot to consistently compete for national championships. Like, it goes back to what I said before, is I just have to see Notre Dame do it in back-to-back seasons. I've yet to see that in my lifetime either. And so that's a hold for me because I can't definitively say naming CJ Carr the starter makes Notre Dame now a championship contender again. I just got to see it. I
will buy that because he uses the word projecting, which is what I've done. I can't, just for me, I'd be a hypocrite if I said I can't buy that because I've said Notre Dame will win a championship with CJ Carr quarterback. But I understand your reservation, Trevor. I'm just explaining why I couldn't.
No, I get it.
Take a hold because I've gone on record as saying it. And one thing about me is 2 things about me. There's a lot you cannot like about me. I get it. But you can't accuse me of being dishonest, and you shouldn't. And I don't ever want to be accused of being inconsistent.
If reports came out of camp on the defense are close to accurate, your expectation for the defense this year is no less than championship level elite.
Oh, easy buy. I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday who's a football coach, not at Notre Dame, but a football coach. And we were having this conversation, and it was like, he was like, dude, I don't think people realize how good this defense is going to be. Like this is going to be a really good defense. So I absolutely buy that. Absolutely buy that.
And by so hold, now that prep week has begun, your observation and sources have noted the coaches and team remain hungry, determined, and more ticked off. I like Marcus Freeman when he's infuriated.
I haven't really talked to any of my sources about this, so I can't answer it according to sources. I do think just from watching Marcus Freeman's body language, there's a lot of people that said at the Sunday press conference he didn't want to be there and he looked exhausted and I said I thought he looked pissed off. Now maybe that's because I knew what happened just right before he came on the field, because I had somebody text me like, yeah, he was laying into the team at the end of the Jersey scrimmage for just some sloppiness and things like that. I think he's a little pissed off. Yeah, so I don't think he was. I think he's tired. Like look, any coach in America is tired after 2.5 weeks of fall camp. You're getting maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, maybe. That's probably if you're sleeping in your office and you save the drive time. Of course, you're exhausted this far into fall camp. So I think there was something to that. It's a hot day. I think he was pissed more so than anything, and I would imagine that some of the stuff that's leaked out has him probably pretty pissed off too. And I don't care if getting pissed off Marcus Freeman means, and he said pissed off, and I didn't want to say pissed off, so I said ticked off, but now I'm saying pissed off, so I'm an idiot. But if you're going to say like you like ticked off Marcus Freeman, I think right now he's ticked off Marcus Freeman. And look, if it takes us for him to be ticked off against, whatever, use it. I don't care. Go out and win. If it's you got to use us to be the person that you're mad at, go for it. But yeah, I've said it before, Trev. I agree with Berto. I like ticked off Marcus Freeman.
As do I.
Yeah.
Hayden, 32, by so hold. Head coach Marcus Freeman read the IB boards and realized CAR was the direction the program needed to go. Kidding, obviously.
I hope by that one, but it's going to be a sell for me, dog. Honestly, if Marcus Freeman was taking advice from our boards, I'd have major questions. I'd have major questions about him, and then B, I'd be like, well, if you're making decisions based off what I'm saying, then I should at least get like a consultation fee or a consultant's fee, right? Don't you think? I mean, I get a little something besides a monthly membership fee. I think
at the very least, he better be a Gold Club member.
Some kind of exactly. Well, I actually do know there's someone in his family who's a Gold Club member, which we greatly appreciate. But yeah, Marcus Freeman does not and should not ever read our board. Are there times I think he's read our board in that someone said, "Hey, Driscoll said this"? I'm pretty confident that has happened, but he's not reading our boards, nor should he. He didn't get to this point needing to hear Brian Driscoll tell him what to do, or anyone else tell him what to do. The only opinions that Marcus Freeman should care about as a football coach are those of his assistant coaches and his mentors. That's it. That's it.
On a more serious buy so hold from Hayden, 32, Marcus Freeman realized this defense is likely the best these quarterbacks will face this year, and that factored into the decision of which quarterback to go with.
I don't know the answer to this. I haven't heard anything about this, but I could see that as a buy. I could see him during the day off when he gets to take a step back, recharge the brain, think about things, take a bit of a broader view of this and say, this is a great defense, and this kid's turning the ball over because he's going at this defense. He's willing to attack this defense, and he's making some plays against this defense. He's not going to face anybody like this. I could see that being a thing that they talk about. Absolutely. Like, hey, man, how many teams do you think are going to have a quarterback that can make some of the throws against our defense that he's made? Which we've heard over and over again that he's made. Like, yeah, it's true. Well, not many how many defenses do you think are going to be able to give him some of the problems that this defense has? Well, not a lot. Okay, there you go. There you go.
That's a good point, Hayden. It's a really good point. Another one from Hayden. Both quarterbacks are very talented young men, and no matter who won the job, the direction of this program continues to go in an excellent direction. Something happened the past couple of days that bumped Carr ahead of Minchie, and that's why the read on things were slightly off.
And this is the best comment anyone has ever made about this situation. It's practical. It's fair. It's acknowledging that both of these kids can ball. and that what most likely happened is CJ Carr just down the stretch outplayed Kenny, and that's why it changed. The intel changed. Hayden 32, my man, very well done. Very well done. I think you nailed it.
100%. Florida Irish buy sell hold. To national college football fans, Notre Dame will be the most shocking team this season.
Buy. Yeah, I'll buy that because I still don't think there's I'm in Sean's show last night. I'm watching Lucky Lefty last night because I wanted to hear Malik's opinion on the quarterback thing and all that. And he was really good last night. But there's this Miami fan in there and this Penn State fan in there, and like they have no clue what Notre Dame's about. Like none. Like no clue. What was funny was when the Penn State fan self-owned himself. He goes, Marcus Freeman has no big wins. And I want to be like, do you realize what you just said? And then he said, well, I mean, other than us. And I was like, no, we're going to go with what you originally said. He doesn't have any big wins, which I thought was just freaking hilarious and just speaks of the just silliness of Penn State fans, just the lack of seriousness of Penn State fans. But I still don't think a lot of college football fans really appreciate just how good this team is.
I'll do you one better. I don't even think it's a lack of appreciation. It's a lack of knowledge. I saw a Miami account today that was posting film from the national championship game talking about how Miami can take advantage of this because this is what Al Golden does. And they didn't know that Al Golden was no longer Notre Dame's defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Like, it's just many things wrong with your theory here. One, Miami doesn't have Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, Carnell Tate, Quinshon Judkins, and Travion Henderson on their roster. No offense. And Notre Dame has a completely different defensive coordinator. But it's, to your point, though, it's literally just a lack of knowledge. And I don't mean that to come off insulting. It's just they don't follow Notre Dame like that. They just have this idea of what Notre Dame is, and they apply it to whatever logic they use for if Notre Dame's going to win or lose. So, yes, I absolutely buy this. Peacock's Here Come the Irish will shed some more light on the quarterback battle that we don't currently have given the limited practice viewing.
Buy. I think they'll talk about it to some degree. So I think we'll learn more about it. I don't know if it's going to be a lot, but when we get to December, it'll be talked about.
Yeah, especially with the release date being basically after the regular season. I think we'll get some light on it for sure. Buy so hold. Joe's Stone Crab has the best key lime pie in the world. If you know, you know kind of thing.
I've literally never had key lime pie in my life, so I can't touch this one. I think you talked about it recently. Didn't you mention key lime pie recently, Trevor? I thought I remember you talking
rhubarb pie.
Rhubarb, that's it. Yeah.
But I like key lime pie. I have no idea what Joe's Stone Crab is, so I guess I don't know if I don't know. I'm sorry.
Florida don't know Irish. What you don't know, Trev. Literally never had key lime pie, nor would I. Lime is not really a lime guy. I'm not a huge dessert guy, and the desserts I like are more like chocolate-related chocolate cake, brownies, chocolate chip cookies, Rice Krispie treats with chocolate on it. I'm not and if I'm gonna have a pie, I like more of like the cherry fruits, the apples type of stuff, as opposed to like lemon and
like not citrusy lime
type of
pie.
Yeah, and just like the sweeter stuff. Yeah. Citrusy is a good way of putting it. Yeah, just not really my cup of tea. My grandma, I sold a couple key lime pies when I was a youth pastor. I sold some of my grandma's key lime pies, but people love them. It's not my thing.
Iden Benami, buy so hold. The name no one is talking about all summer, and I think might be our offense's best asset, obviously not 100% serious, is Mike Denbrock. He's going to take us to the next level.
I think that's absolutely fair to say. I think you can say that's serious. I think he is the best. People don't talk about him a ton, but I think he is the best asset, because you can have all the talent in the world, and if you don't know how to put it all together and get the most out of it as a coach, then you're going to fail. I mean, look at Florida State last year. Coaching absolutely cost them how many games? Like a ton. I mean, think about the 2015 Notre Dame team, the 2011 Notre Dame team. That team had, goodness gracious, Michael Floyd, Sierra Wood, Theo Riddick, Jonas Gray, Tyler Eifert. I mean, that team was loaded with talent, and they were mediocre. Why? Because they didn't know how to get the most out of it. Because Charlie Molnar was pretty terrible, and they did a terrible job overall coaching that season, Brian Kelly on down. So absolutely buy that. I mean, look, Joe Brady and the OC that year at LSU took the same players he had the year before and made it way different. Coaching freaking matters big time. So I'll buy that.
Agreed. And by so whole, Jeremiah Love receiving / being involved in the pass game is being hyped up too much. Seems like it's overblown.
Sell.
Another one from Iden. Who you taking, buy or sell? Jason Onye, or I'm assuming this is supposed to be Mikhail Kamara.
Yeah, that's what I don't think he's referring to Alvin Kamara. I'm going to buy Onye. Not that I mean, look, Mikhail Kamara is a more proven player. The reason I'm taking Onye is because Onye is an interior player, and I think Notre Dame's just fine at defensive end. If Mikhail Kamara wanted to transfer Notre Dame, would I take him? Absolutely. But if you're asking me what the greater need is, they need a disruptive interior player more than they need a disruptive edge player, which is why I'm going to take him. So I'm going to buy that. I'm buying Onye on this one.
I'm buying Onye as well. And there's also a world where Onye and Kamara can play on the same line. So it's tough for me to go like one or. I mean,
right.
But
that's why I took it as what's the greater need at Notre Dame. That's kind of why I took it that way, Trev, because it's like, okay, yes. Who do you want, Jason Onye or Mikhail Kamara? Yes. Mike, did you see Mike Denbrock hit up Allison Hayes with that answer? She asked him a question about, I think it was quarterback. He goes, yes. She didn't get it. Allison's great, but she didn't get that one. He goes, yes. I'm saying yes because they both did that. It was really funny. He did. He pulled a IB. I'm kidding. We're not the only ones that do that.
How about Drake Bowen or Aiden Fisher?
Buy Drake Bowen. Aiden Fisher's a good football player, but Drake's just a more explosive athlete. And now that he has a year of experience under his belt, he's going to be even better. So I'll take Drake.
Then D'Angelo Pons or Christian Gray.
This one's a little bit tougher. If you're basing it off of last year, I'd probably take D'Angelo Pons. But if you're basing it off my projection for this season, then I'll take Christian Gray. So I'll buy Christian Gray on this one.
Taking Christian Gray as well. And then Fernando Mendoza or Notre Dame starting quarterback. Well, Fernando Mendoza or CJ Carr.
CJ Carr. Yep. I'm buying CJ on this one. I like Francisco Mendoza, but it's kind of like the argument I've used with other quarterbacks. He's a good football player. He can win a lot of games with him at Notre Dame. He's not winning you a championship.
Mm-hmm. By so hold, Mike Norvell's comments about declining the Bama job are going to backfire, and he should have taken the job.
Well, I'm going to buy that they're going to backfire. I'm going to sell that he should have taken a job because he'd be unemployed by now if he would have taken that job.
Yeah.
But I'm going to sell. I'm going to buy that they're going to backfire. I don't know what it is with Florida State's coaches and players running their freaking mouths about Alabama. They are out of their absolute ever-loving minds for doing that, and that's what they're going to regret, Trevor.
Yeah, Alabama has their first season under 10 wins, and I can't tell you how long, and then people just feel the need to spout off at the mouth. One, I think that's kind of weird and silly behavior to be talking stuff to a 9-4 football team in one light, and two, of all the 9-4 football teams to do that to, you do that to Alabama. It's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy. And I know it won't pay off for him, so I don't really know what the end goal was there. Another one from Iden, buy, sell, hold. There was not one source that said CJ is winning the job while in the process and will win the starting job throughout fall camp. I mean, to be honest with you, Iden, I can't give you that answer. So, I mean, there was not one source that said CJ is winning the job while in the process and will win the starting job throughout fall camp. I can't answer that.
I mean, I had sources that thought he was winning the job. So I'm going to sell that. I don't know what other people reported, but which is partly why I reported it the way that I did. This is what I think Marcus Freeman is leaning towards. But I also said on the Intel at Irish Breakdown that I didn't think this was the smart move because not all the staff believed that. So if not all the staff believed that, who did they think was winning the job? It wasn't Tyler Buckner. So that's kind of why I'll sell that. Because you can't speak for my sources, Trevor, but I can of what they told me. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Buy, sell, hold from Shelton Hager. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Notre Dame 2025.
I freaking loved this, by the way.
Notre Dame national champs in 25, or Notre Dame national champs in 25, or Notre Dame national champs in 25.
Okay, so with this one, Shelton, I'm going to buy the Notre Dame national champs in all caps. I'm going to hold the Notre Dame national champs where each letter is first of each letter is capitalized. And I'm going to sell the Notre Dame national champs in all lowercase because that's improper grammar. So that's what I'm going with, my friend. That's what I'm going with. How you like that, Trev?
Love that. Buy, sell, hold from ICURN with Irish Luck. Even though he stated the starting quarterback was his decision, he actually preferred Minchie, as your intel stated, due to his propensity for less turnovers. But he ultimately took the opinion of who his offensive coordinator and or quarterback coach thought was the better choice.
That based on what I know of the situation, I think that's a buy. I do also think that Marcus Freeman have believed, and again, this is just kind of what I'm hearing from my intel, that he had believed that it was eventually going to be CJ. I just think looking at the Miami game, he was going to go with the guy that they viewed as this for a time in fall camp as the guy that was going to make fewer mistakes. But I think ultimately, he not only took the advice of his coaches, but I think ultimately he came around to that as well.
I'll say this, because I know a lot of people have talked about Freeman saying it was going to be his decision. I said this on Monday, but I think a thing that plays into that as well is the fact that Marcus Freeman takes ownership over this stuff. I don't think that, let's just say hypothetically, if the Notre Dame quarterback situation panned out poorly, he wants that heat directed towards himself. He did that with every loss that they had. I didn't get this team ready enough. That is partially how I took his comments of this is my decision, not so much of if I want Kenny Minchie, but my 4 offensive assistants all want CJ Carr, I'm still going Kenny Minchie. So I think it was more of like I'm assuming responsibility of this, not this is a dictatorship and I'm going to make that decision. So it's kind of how I took it.
Yeah, I kind of did take it that way, to be honest with you, especially with the intel that we were getting, but I didn't think he was just going to ignore his coaches either. I think he automatically took it like, I'm going to make this decision. This is going to be my decision. If it means I got to overrule people, I will, but that doesn't mean that he will. Like I think if Marcus Freeman was truly convicted of something, you guys are wrong. You're just wrong. I do think that he would have been like, I'm going to overrule you. I do. I just don't know that he necessarily felt that way. You know what I mean? Like I think that he felt a certain way, but as I said earlier, at the end of the day, I also think he knew that eventually this was eventually going to be CJ's. Like he was eventually going to be the guy.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Buy,
sell, hold from D Troll Hunter. Marcus Freeman takes being challenged by his coaches better than anyone else in the country.
As long as it's done the right way, I think so. I think so. I think Marcus Freeman's definitely has an ego, like all good coaches. I don't think you can be a good coach if you have an ego. And Trev, you know me well enough to know that I don't say that as an insult, because otherwise I'd be insulting myself. I've never denied that I have an ego. But like, if I didn't have an ego, I wouldn't have done all the things I've done to start my own channel and go out on a limb and take this risk and that risk and all these other things to get where I'm at. And Marcus Freeman wouldn't have been a 37-year-old head football coach at Notre Dame if he, when he got hired, if he didn't have an ego. But there's having an ego, and then there's also being someone who's smart, intelligent, and has a level of humility to go with that ego to say, I don't know everything. And I think he also understands, and he learned from his mentors, that you can be a great head coach, but you better have a great staff around you too, which is why, you don't keep Mike Mickens around if you don't want someone who's going to have very strong opinions about how you're going to play defense. You don't hire Al Golden if you don't want someone who's got strong opinions about defensive football. You don't hire Chris Ash if you don't feel that way. You definitely don't hire Harry Heastan as your offensive line coach if you're someone who doesn't want opinions. And you darn sure don't bring in Mike Denbrock as your OC if you don't want someone who's going to have strong opinions about things and be willing to challenge you in the right way. That's the key. I don't care who you are. You come at me in front of the team, you come at me in a disrespectful manner in a staff meeting, we're going to have a problem, whether what you said was correct or not. And that's the thing, is do it the right way, and he'll absolutely take a coach challenging him if it's done the right way. That's where I'm at.
By so hold, the Texas offensive line might be in trouble.
Bro, I thought that before one of their tackles got injured and hurt his knee. I mean, this is what we talked about this all summer, Trev. Like, I don't get this infatuation with the Texas offensive line. They weren't even good last year with a top 10 NFL draft pick on their roster and a bunch of veterans that are now gone.
Yeah, I buy that it might be, but I'm not saying that they will be, but there's a lot of similarities between Texas's offensive line last year coming into this year. And it's kind of a pretty similar situation from Notre Dame's offensive line going from 23 to 24. They weren't good in 23, even with a top 5 NFL draft pick. Going in fall camp, they lose one of their slated tackles that was ready to start. Thought they might be in trouble, and they ended up performing well. It could go either way, but I'm not going to just chalk it up to, and I'm not saying that you are or D-Troll Hunter's doing this either, but I'm not going to just chalk it up to, well, they're going to be bad because I just watched Notre Dame put together a offensive line that made it to the national championship last year.
My point is this. Very fair point. My point is this. I don't love their talent there. And the Bison Holders might be in trouble. I absolutely think they might be in trouble.
Yeah, I bought it too.
Yeah,
I bought it too. I'm just
they're
saying
not going to suck, but they're not going to be like I don't think they're going to be as good as what Notre Dame's offensive line was last year. But we've also said we don't think Notre Dame's offensive line was great last year. And they don't have Riley Leonard to bail them out either. That's the other thing.
By so hold, Austin Novosad versus Dante Moore is a legit battle.
Look, they haven't named a starter yet, so I have to believe that's a bye. I think if it was a fake battle for whatever reason, I would have to think that they would have named a starter by now. The fact that they have, and as of before the show started, I don't believe they had named a starter.
And then Texas A&M is the best defense on Notre Dame's schedule.
Bye.
Bye. Yep. Yeah, Pitt's probably the second one for me.
Yeah. Problem is Pitt's defense has a lot of talent, but they were bad last year.
Yeah.
That's my problem. At least second half of the year. They have a chance to be good. Texas A&M's was not.
Another one from D-Troll. Texas A&M is the most concerning offensive matchup-wise on our schedule.
Maybe. That one I don't know. I don't buy as convincingly. Honestly, the only reason I would buy this, is because of their offensive line. I would rather face Texas A&M in a 7-on-7 than NC State. Fair? In a 7-on-7. I'd rather face USC. I'd rather face Texas A&M than USC in a 7-on-7.
Oh, yeah, in a 7-on-7, sure.
But if you include the line, that's where it changes, because they are significantly better on the offensive line. Their skill players are much closer to NC State and USC than those teams' lines are to Texas A&M's line.
Yep.
Which is why I think I'll buy this one.
I'm with you. Then
Does that make sense, Trevor? Like, if it was just about skill, I think there are some teams that present not that their skill's not bad. I mean, we've talked about it. Casey Concepcion's a great fit for what they do. Terry Bussey has potential. Mario Craver has some big play potential. Their backs are good out of the backfield. They've got talented running backs. Their quarterback's a good run throw guy. 7-on-7, they're good, but they're not as good as CJ Bailey with the talent he's thrown to, with Justin Jolly and Noah Rogers and that Wayne Grimes and those type of guys. Same thing with USC with Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby. I'm drawing a complete blank. Jacoby Lane and Lake McRae and those type of guys. So maybe you could say those teams are better than A&M, but it's not by nearly as much as what the A&M offensive line is better than those other two teams. So I've talked myself into buying that one. I don't think Miami's offense is in the conversation. They're talented backs. They've got a few talented offensive linemen. I think their offensive line is still, I need to see some things, but their receiving core is not nearly what those other teams are, in my opinion. Maybe at some point down the road, but they won't be in week 1, in my opinion. So I can't go there with them.
Miami,
they're not in the conversation for me.
No, I'm with you.
You have to factor in when they play, Trevor. I mean, game 1 is going to be different than game 8.
Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, per that kind of criteria, I'd make the argument of Pitt would be closer to Texas A&M in terms of concern for me than Miami would be, if I'm just being 100% honest.
Yeah.
Notre Dame had a lot of issues last year covering running backs out of the backfield, and Mark Fletcher and Jordan Lyle are quality running backs. They're not Desmond Reed.
Nope. That's a great point.
So,
that's a great point.
That's where I'm at with that one. I think there's one more on that one.
Okay, yeah.
Last one. Yep. As of today, your biggest concern matchup-wise this season is Texas A&M's run game versus Notre Dame's run defense.
That's fair. That's a buy. I'll buy that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That size and that physicality of that line, and they started to lean on Notre Dame in the second half of last year's game.
Yeah, they did.
I actually think they went away from the run a little bit. I mean, that's the game where, like, was that the game where Mike Elko's like telling Colin Klein run the effing ball, if I remember correctly? Or was that the LSU game later in the year? I think it was the Notre Dame game.
No, it was the Notre Dame game, because after Notre Dame kicked the game-winning, or not the game-winning, but the field goal to extend it to 10, Texas A&M got the ball back and tried to throw again, and it almost got picked.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when Mike Elko was like, run the ball.
Right.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Talon Green is the quarterback that has the widest range of expected performance on the schedule.
I'm going to sell that, actually. I see Trevor buys it with his head nod. I think it's still Jaden Maeva.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that, Trevor, is I think Jaden Maeva's ceiling is higher than Talon Green's.
That's fair.
But Talon Green's more proven right now. Like, his floor is higher than Jaden Maeva's, but I think Jaden Maeva might also have a higher ceiling. That's why I go that one.
No, that's totally fair. The reason why I think Talon Green has the widest range is I think he's going to have to do the most for his team to be successful. And I don't think
I agree.
Will.
Yeah. I was looking at it from just individually. Sure. What's the worst you can be compared to the best you can be? If I'm going to accept your criteria, I think that's a very fair point. They're going to need him to be Superman in a lot of games.
Buy, sell, hold. Of the top 25 ranked teams on the schedule, Miami has your widest range of where they finish the season in terms of ranking.
I'll buy that, because it's basically Miami. I mean, there's only 3 top 25 teams on the schedule right now, right? Miami, A&M, and Boise.
Yeah. I
mean, Boise's not there because their ceiling isn't necessarily as high this year for me. Last year was top 10 team last year. I don't think this team's going to be that. Yeah. I mean, Miami's beginning at top 10. They beat Notre Dame. They could go into the top 10 and still fall out of the top 25 when it's all said and done. That's kind of how I could see this team going.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. You would choose a Baylor upset over Auburn over a Syracuse upset over Tennessee in week 0.
Buy.
Yep. Tommy Guns. Buy, sell, hold. I feel like I don't see a lot of T-Guns buy, sell, holds.
I know. Not a lot.
All right, what up, T-Guns? Buy, sell, hold. Coach Mickens is the second most important coach as it pertains to the development of the receiving corps.
I buy that. Number one being Mike Brown. I buy that. Yeah. That by forcing them to have to learn how to play the game and play the position.
Absolutely. And buy, sell, hold. Coach Freeman is not the most physically fit coach on the staff.
Sell. With all due respect to Max Bulla and Mike Brown, and that's it, I think.
Mike Mickens is kind of a in-shape guy.
He's in shape. He's not jacked. He might be cardiovascularly in shape. He's not like Marcus. Marcus Freeman is jacked. So I'm going to have to sell that one. I'll tell you, in all seriousness, a shout out to a coach. Speaking of health, I mean, this is important. Al Washington has done a lot the last year and a half to get himself in a really healthy place.
Yeah.
He's lost a lot of weight. He's in a really good health. I think that's done a lot for him. So respect for him doing that. But none of them are Marcus Freeman. I think the only one that I could even think of as far as just physically fit and all that, maybe Max Bulla, because Marcus is obviously in shape cardio-wise, but he's also jacked. So maybe Mike Brown, maybe. But I think Max Bulla and Mike Brown might be the next two. Yeah. And then maybe Mickens. Actually, yeah, there we go.
Buy, sell, hold. Coach Bulla would beat Coach Freeman in some kind of physical skills competition of your choosing, assuming Coach Freeman's heart issue wouldn't be an issue in such competition.
I'm not quite sure where these questions are coming from. Maybe based on age. As good as Max Bulla was at Michigan State, I don't know that he was better than Marcus Freeman at Ohio State. So I mean that there's a reason that Marcus Freeman was a high draft pick and Max Bulla went undrafted. Max Bulla was a heck of a college football player, but I don't think he was as good as Marcus Freeman. But it's close. He's got some size to him, but it's close. He's bigger than Marcus Freeman, like taller, longer than Marcus Freeman. So sure, I'm sure there's something you could beat him at.
Buy, sell, hold. Will Pauling just might play an equal number of snaps as Jaden Greathouse.
If there's an injury, possibly. There's this new thing coming out where Will Pauling is pushing Jaden Greathouse for a starting job. I think that's mistaken intel, in my opinion. I think what's happening is that there's a chance that Will Pauling is pushing for a starting job. If he does start, he would start in the slot, which would then put Jaden Greathouse outside. But Jaden Greathouse is not, in my opinion, from anything I've been told, not in jeopardy of not starting for Notre Dame this year. I think the only question is where. Does he play outside and inside? Does he just like where? The way I see it working out is when Will Pauling's on the field, you're going to see more of Jaden Greathouse outside. And then when Jordan Faison's on the field, you're going to see more of Jaden Greathouse in the slot. That's what I think you're going to see.
More from Tommy Guns. Buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love will be off the field by halftime of more than 6.5 regular season games due to a large enough Notre Dame lead.
Sell. It won't be that many. This schedule is way tougher than some people than you would give it credit for based on this comment.
100%.
I don't think it'll be 6.5. By halftime, he was only off the field by halftime once last year. He played in the third quarter against Stanford. He played in the third quarter against Purdue.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think he was ever off the field at halftime last year. Riley was, but Jeremiah played in the second half. The first possession of the third quarter, Jeremiah Love was on the field against Purdue.
He was. Yep. And buy, sell, hold, regardless of the score, Carr will play the entirety of the Miami game.
Sell. I mean, if they're up by 40 in the fourth quarter, they're going to want to get Kenny some work.
Yep.
So sell.
And buy, sell, hold, Carson Beck throws at least 1.5 interceptions.
I mean, I sell because you can't throw 1.5 interceptions. So I'm going to do the over-under. He's trying to get us to do an over-under in a buy, sell, hold. I'll buy that he goes over, but I can't buy that he's going to have a half of an interception. So I'll buy the over.
I will as well.
Love you, Tommy. Let's see how you did. You tried to get the over-under in there instead of waiting for the Friday mailbag. I get it, my man. I get you.
Okay, here's a new theory to be thrown in the hat as to why CJ Carr got elected as starting quarterback. Buy, sell, hold. Coach Freeman had an epiphany Sunday night when Touchdown Jesus visited him while he slept, whispering, "CJ, multiple championships," in his ear, causing Coach Freeman to dream of the 3 championships that he and CJ will lead this team to, causing him to change his mind and ultimately choosing CJ Carr to be the starting quarterback.
Sell, because while I agree that the possibility of our Savior speaking to someone through dreams is possible, I think he has more important things in our world to deal with right now than Notre Dame's starting quarterback job. So I'm going to go ahead and sell that one.
Another one from Tommy Guns. Buy, sell, hold. It would seem that there are people very high on Oklahoma. So buy, sell, hold on the potential of the SEC championship game being the second edition of the 2025 Red River Shootout, and just how funny would that be? I'm going to sell it. Oklahoma is not in my SEC championship game, nor do I have them finishing in my top 6 of the SEC. So I'm selling.
Trevor, would you agree with me that Oklahoma can certainly be improved on where they were last year?
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
We're same page. I think they could be improved on where they were last year. I think their ceiling is 9-3.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see a scenario where Oklahoma's in the SEC title game. Just their schedule alone, they do not have a cakewalk schedule. I mean, first of all, they have to play Oklahoma. They have to play Texas in the Red River Shootout and during the season. So that's number one. That's going to be a tough game. And then they have to play Michigan at home. They have to play at South Carolina, at Tennessee, at Alabama, and they get Ole Miss and LSU at home and Missouri at home. I think it's going to be tough for them to go 10-2 or 11-1. I just think it will be. But if they go 9-3 against that schedule, that's a heck of a year for Brent Venables.
100%. Buy, sell, hold from Irish TN. Marcus Freeman is the best man for the job as head football coach at Notre Dame. There's no one else in the game of football that you would trade him for.
Buy. If you'd asked me this 3 years ago, I'd have listed a bunch of veteran coaches that I would have said, hey, look, I love the Marcus Freeman hire, but give me this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. But now that we've seen him for 3 years with what he's done recruiting and motivation and all the different things, that's an easy buy for me. Mm-hmm. Absolutely is.
Buy, sell, hold from Ramcray75. With QB1 decided against Miami, Carr will have more completions than Love has carries.
I'll buy that.
I certainly hope so. Yeah. I mean, Jeremiah Love last year averaged 11.9 carries a game. If CJ Carr is under 12 completions in a game, I would be – one of two things happens. Either Notre Dame rushed for 350 yards or it was a rough game.
Or I'll give you a third scenario. CJ Carr goes like 13 of 17 for like 265 yards because he hits a couple bombs.
Yeah.
You know, and Jeremiah runs the ball 15 times. I don't know that any of those are necessarily as likely.
Yeah. From Older Than Dirt, there will be less or on the depth chart, on the first depth chart, at least on offense.
Sell. I think they'll still do that. I think they'll have one at receiver. I think they'll have one, at least one, if not two. They'll have one at running back. They'll probably do that again all year. They'll have one probably at right guard for a chunk of the year. So I'll sell that.
And that's just at the top. I mean,
that's true. That's right. Number 2, number 3 tight end. I could see that.
I mean, Jabron Payne and Aeneas Williams at running back. I could see that being an or. Yeah. And by so hold, nobody in the country outside of coaches and those like them grasp how much potential this Notre Dame team has.
Sell, because I don't consider myself to be a coach or those like them, and I do grasp how much potential they have. And I also think I mean, there's Greg McElroy, there's other people like that. I mean, I listen to Cole Kubelic and Greg McElroy talk about how Notre Dame might have the best offensive line in college football in one of their shows. So sell. There's not as many as we'd like, but there's some. So I'm going to sell that.
And then buy, so hold. We love that ignorance.
Sell. It drives me nuts. I don't love it. I'm not one of those. I hope they do underrate us. No, I don't. I want people to be intellectually honest and know what they're talking about, know what they're doing. I value quality over something that allows me to have extra motivation. I'd never accept ignorance as a good thing. Well, rarely do I accept ignorance as a good thing from people whose position it is to not be ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care that a father of 4 who's working 2 jobs to take care of his family, mom's busting her tail to raise good kids. I don't care if they know or don't know about Notre Dame football. I don't care. I care that someone whose job is to cover Notre Dame football or college football has an opinion on Notre Dame football that's accurate and well-researched. That I care about.
Buy, so hold from Team OD. Carr throws for over 303 touchdowns.
I think this is all against Miami. I'm going to sell that.
I
would love to buy it, but I'm going to sell that.
Love has over 270 total yards and 2 touchdowns.
Also selling that. And I hope that I'm wrong. I hope Team OD is spot on both of these, but I'm going to sell that. Because I do think if Love has over 270 total yards, unless we're talking about like a long kick return, and I don't think there's a chance in heck that Miami's going to be stupid enough to kick Jeremiah Love football if he's back there lined up a kick return. If Jeremiah Love has over 270 total yards, it's likely that a good chunk of that's going to be in the passing game, which would then give CJ an opportunity to be over 300 yards. But I'm selling both of those.
Then the defense has 3 turnovers, one of them a pick 6, and holds Miami to 10 points.
I'm going to sell that too. I think they could shut Miami down. I just think holding Miami to 10 points is going to be tough. Mm-hmm. It's a veteran quarterback. I think Shannon Dawson's a really good offensive coordinator. Even going back to his West Virginia days, I think that their talent at receivers inexperienced, but they're not a bunch of stiffs out there. And you've got a really good running back room with a pretty good, what potentially to be a pretty good run game offensive line. My issues with Miami this year on the O-line are more kind of like Notre Dame's, more pass pro related than they are run game related. So I'll sell that.
I am too, as fun as that would be to watch.
I think all three of those, I freaking hope all three of those things come true. That'd be amazing.
Oh, I mean, if if all three of those come true, then Notre Dame wins 66-7.
Yeah. Raymond Harton said, if all these are buys, Notre Dame wins 76-10. And you're not wrong, Raymond. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Buy, sell, hold from Cousin Eddie's mobile home. Notre Dame reverses the narrative in the first two games and shows that they are not the same Notre Dame as the previous successful teams.
Buy.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I buy that. I think that they win their first two games, but you're going to need more than just winning the first two games to reverse that narrative. It's about postseason. I watched Notre Dame go 11-1 in a season after making the playoffs, but that doesn't. I got to see them make some sort of playoff run before I can say that they've gotten rid of the narrative that they can't follow up a successful season with a successful season.
I think for you, I get that, Trevor. I took this question as nationally, and I think that is definitely going to change the narrative nationally, just like we saw the narrative change last year after A&M. Of course, it didn't last very long. But what was everybody saying after that game? Oh, this is a playoff team. They're going to run just like that, the narrative changed. And then Notre Dame peed down their leg. So I think the narrative will change if they go 2-0. It may go back if they kind of, lay an egg in down the road. But I think the narrative nationally would absolutely change. I think you would be right in your, hey, that's great, but I saw them beat A&M on the road last year and then lose Northern Illinois, so I need to see more than two games. I'm totally fine with that for you, but I think nationally the narrative would start to change until proven otherwise. Does that make sense?
Fair enough. Yeah, it does.
So it's not pushing back on you shouldn't have that opinion, Trevor. It's more so saying, while that's a fair opinion, I don't think that's how the national media, by and large, will respond to that.
It's fair. Sticking along the lines of the national media, by week 3, the nation starts realizing the athletes Notre Dame has at every level.
Buy.
Maybe I'm just a Debbie Downer today. I'm selling that. If they're still not going to recognize that after beating and out-athleting Georgia, I don't know what will. I don't know if beating A&M and Miami would.
Do you know why I think that's gonna? Why I think that it will change after this, Trev, is because they don't have the same built-in excuse that they had for the Georgia game last year. I mean, we had David Pollock on the show, and he wasn't talking about how Notre Dame out-athleted Georgia. He talked about how Notre Dame inserted their will in the trenches over Georgia. I still think people look at that and say, well, their receiver sucked and their quarterback was out. I don't agree with it, but I think they have the built-in excuses. I don't know that they'll have that in these first two games this year. That's why.
It's fair.
But
it's fair.
Yeah. And beating Penn State doesn't do that because I don't think people realize how athletic that Penn State team was either because they're from the north.
Mm-hmm. Irishman 71-14. Buy, sell, hold these fight songs. All right, let's go rapid fire here. Texas.
Buy.
Texas A&M.
I couldn't tell you what their fight song is, so sell.
Ohio State.
Buy.
I'm selling it. I heard it too much on last year's national champion.
I get that.
Michigan.
Buy.
It's one thing about Michigan I do like. I like their fight song.
Yeah.
USC.
Ohio State fans, you're going to hate me for this, but Michigan has a better fight song than you. You have better uniforms, you have a better helmet, you have better tradition, but they've got the better fight song. Sorry.
Agreed.
Sorry.
USC.
Bye.
Alabama.
USC's band is awesome. I'm sorry. Like it is. They suck. I don't ever like to hear it, but the thing I'll give them is they'll play it even when they're getting killed. So it doesn't mean like you have to hear it, but yes, I'll play that one.
How about Alabama?
Sell.
Oklahoma.
I couldn't tell you what their fight song is, so I'll sell that one too.
Couldn't either. And then Navy.
Buy. They basically play the Navy. I believe Navy just plays the anchors away. So I'll buy that one.
Yep.
Archer says their fight song is hideous. I thought I knew you guys better than that. You're biased, though, dude, because you're an Ohio State fan. I hate both of the teams, so I can kind of look at it more honestly. Yeah. And I just think they have a better fight song. He's so mad at us right now. I love it.
No, Archer. We love you, pal. We love you. Buy, sell, hold from Carson Jackson. Notre Dame will play positionless football at wide receiver, set or motioned into this year, and will exploit advantageous matchups. It will help a young quarterback with his reads and diagnostics. Let Denbrock cook.
Sell, because I don't know where this positionless football thing is coming from. Moving guys around doesn't mean that you're positionless. You still have, this is the Z, this is the X, this is the slot. Just because you have a different guy in there doesn't mean you're playing positionless football. And the quarterback is going to need to know who's front side 1, who's front side 2, who's front side 3, who's backside 1, who's backside 2, whatever. You don't care what players are there. You've got to know the positions and what they do. So I'm going to sell that. But I think the spirit of what he's saying, that I think they'll have some moving guys around. They'll do more motions and stacks and things like that. I buy the spirit of what he's asking. I do think it's a good question, Carson. I kind of have this issue with this positionless football thing that people are talking about that I've seen a little bit of, because I think it's not positionless football. You're moving guys around, but it's still positional. It's still positional football. That guy's still a running back. He's just lined up over here. So it's the positionless football thing that I have a problem with, but the moving people around thing, absolutely. Buy that. Heck yeah, I buy that. And I think it's smart. A lot of times, some of Notre Dame's biggest plays last year were off movement. Jaden Greathouse's long pass against Penn State. You talk about he had two, I think he had another big play against Ohio State off motion. And he had the Jaden Harrison's big play against Louisville was a zip motion. Like, there was a lot of plays last year. Jaden Greathouse's third down catch against Texas A&M off of motion. So they had a lot of big plays last year off of pre-snap movement to get the defense out of. And if Anthony Knapp doesn't get launched into Riley Leonard's lap, Bo Collins has a touchdown pass off of a zip motion as well against Purdue. So, yeah, I think we'll see a lot of that this year.
Another one from Carson Jackson. Me flipping my wife's commitment from an Alabama fan to a Notre Dame fan after taking her to see Notre Dame's campus in the spring game is the biggest commitment of 2025.
Buying that, Carson. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. The fact that my wife is now a bigger Notre Dame fan than me makes my life so much easier. Like, funny story, Trev, and we got to wrap up soon, so I don't know if we're going to get to all these questions. We may have to save some and maybe bring them up at the beginning of next week's show, or Friday's mailbag. I'm trying to see how many we have left. We might actually be getting close to the end. But so I was getting ready to jump in a shower yesterday when you told me about the situation. So I yelled down to Angela, because a lady over here helping her get the house ready for her surgery. And I said, Ange, bring me up my computer. She goes, why? And I said, they just announced CJ Carr's a star. She goes, no way. That's awesome. She runs against my computer, brings it up. Like, whose wife is like fired up that CJ Carr is the new starting quarterback? She was more excited about it than all of us like workers. So I'm like, I got to write an article, and she's like, that's awesome. She was so excited. So yeah, we actually are close to the end, Trev. So let's just kind of work through these last few quickly, because I want to get people out of here so they can get over to Sean and Vince's show tonight. So, but yes, that's a big buy, Carson. Big buy.
Rocket is Heisman, buy, sell, hold. A group of 4 makes the final 8 of the playoff this year.
I'm going to sell that, but if Navy is the team that makes it from the group of 5, they will have the best chance to get to the group of 8, because they'll play some team potentially who doesn't know how to stop the triple option. You remember when like Army almost beat Oklahoma in 2018? Like, you remember when Ohio State with Terrell Pryor, I think it was, almost lost to Navy? If you've never faced it before, and they do it well, it is a hard thing to stop.
You remember when Navy beat Oklahoma 6 months ago?
Yes. Yeah, but that wasn't a very good Oklahoma team. But the point is they didn't know how to stop it. But Oklahoma's actually pretty good on defense, to your point, though, Trev, last year. But, yeah, if it's Navy, then I buy it as a possibility. If it's not Navy, then no, it won't. They won't.
Now, outside of Clemson, no other ACC team makes the playoffs.
I think I had 2 ACC teams in it, correct? Then I have I thought it. Let me go. I have to go look at my bracket again. But I thought that I had 2 ACC teams making.
I know Vince did, and I know I did. I don't remember
Yeah.
who you had.
So you're gonna sell this, right, Trev?
Yeah, I'm selling it. I have Georgia Tech also making it as the 11 seed.
I got to find my text message to you guys because I thought I had a second. I thought I had SMU or Miami get, but did I back off of that? Let me see here. Where is my bracket? Did I not send? Looks like I didn't send you guys my bracket, so I guess I'm gonna have to look up my bracket. But yes, that is disappointing. It's very disappointing. So let me go here. Okay, so Brian getting my 12. I did not have a second ACC team. I had Clemson, Georgia, Navy, Penn State, K-State, Texas, Iowa, Oregon, A&M. I did not have a second ACC team, so I guess I'm going to have to buy this. Whoops.
Buy, sell, hold from Rocket is Heisman. Love is a Heisman finalist.
I'm excited. Excited for the year. I'm gonna buy this.
Carr is a freshman All-American.
Shouldn't be, but I'm gonna buy this. I still say freshman All-American should be for true freshmen only, but it's not that way, so I'll buy this.
And then Great House develops into a day 2 pick of the NFL draft.
Also a buy.
Definite buy.
Any you disagree with on that, Trev?
Nope.
Let's roll.
Domerdale 40.
Sorry, hold on a second. I did not put Domerdale's submission in there. Looks like I changed it over, but not bring up his submission. So what I'm going to do, Trev, is I'm going to quickly pull up the Biso hold, page 4, because I completely missed his Biso hold. So Domerdale's submission was the 2024 playoff format wasn't that bad. The narrative that Oregon got screwed in their playoff draw last year is revisionist history because they got spanked by an OSU team that peaked the right time. No one was afraid of Ohio State after the Michigan loss.
Okay, well, I'll buy that the 2024 playoff format wasn't as bad as what people said, but Oregon did get screwed with how it wasn't straight seeding. Because the fact that you get a bye and then you get what was Ohio State, the 8 seed.
They were the 8 seed, but the number 6 ranked team.
Yeah,
so like a rematch.
Because of that, Oregon being the number 1 team in the country got the number 6 team in the country in the second round. Like that is for all intents and purposes getting screwed. Now the blowout doesn't like help that case. I get what you're saying, but no, I had no issues with the format. Well, I don't want to say no issues, but I liked the format. And I do think Oregon kind of got the short end a little bit.
Yeah, they got screwed. I can say they still got screwed, but still say that I like the format. That's just part of what makes it interesting. But like it was a rematch. I think that was an unfortunate thing because they had played before. There was a lot of things, but that's the breaks, Trev. There's always going to be something that you can look at and say, well, yeah, that team got screwed. Yeah, they played the 8 seed, but that was the hottest team in college football. And you know what I mean? Like, if you're the number 1 seed in 2016 and you got to play flipping USC, who's the 8 seed, you're going to be like, dude, we got screwed. Like this team is hotter than anybody. They're better than okay, but that's the breaks, man. So I do agree with him that the format wasn't that bad. I think that there was major overreactions to the format last year. Major overreactions. I think all 4 of the teams that won in the quarterfinals were better than the teams they beat. Ohio State was better than Oregon at that time. I mean, they had laid an egg, but that doesn't mean they weren't a better team when they were playing their game. They were the best team in the country when they were playing their game. Texas was better than Arizona State. Notre Dame was better than Georgia, and Penn State was better than Boise State. Like, how is this hard? It's not the format's not the problem. This is the year where the better teams played. So, no, I think the format was fine. I think it was an overreaction because people are upset that their teams got smacked and their conference champions all got smacked. That's more of what I think it was.
From MT Irish, buy, sell, hold. Most Notre Dame fans will never be satisfied with Michigan's punishment without their wins vacated because 1, the vacating of Notre Dame's wins in 2012 and 2013 for a smaller self-reported infraction, and 2, Michigan is the worst in their national championship after a cheating scandal, and a cupcake schedule on a down year makes us sick.
I'll definitely buy the second one. Nobody respects Michigan's championship from 2023. Nobody outside of Michigan fans. Nobody does. The vacating wins things. The rules are are what they are. You don't. The reason Notre Dame had to vacate is because they played what the NCAA deemed as ineligible players. I think it's stupid, but that's the rule. There's no rule that allows them to vacate wins because they cheated. Now, I would argue that the cheating impacted games far greater than playing a guy who cheated on a test, who should have been ineligible after the fact. I think it's a stupid rule, but that's the rules. So, but I'll buy that the stupidity of the rule is why Notre Dame fans will never be satisfied with Michigan's punishment. So I buy it. I buy both of them. It just doesn't bother me the same way. I've said all along, I don't care about vacating wins. I don't look at Notre Dame as having gone 0-1 in 2012. I think they went 12-1. I don't give a crap what the NCAA says, because I respect the NCAA as much as I respect Michigan's 2023 title team. It ain't much. You know what I mean? So screw that. When I talk about Brian Kelly, as much as I dislike Brian Kelly, have you ever once told me, well, he's not actually the greatest coach ever because you have to vacate those 21 wins? No, I've never said that. He coached those teams to those wins. Screw the NCAA. But so I buy that. That's why Notre Dame fans will never accept it. 100%. And I don't disagree. I'm not upset that Notre Dame fans feel that way. I just personally don't feel that way. But I totally get why people are pissed about it. Totally get it.
Buy, sell, hold again from MT Irish. On his playoff prediction show, Joel Klatt got real excited to reveal a first-round LSU at Notre Dame game. It was emblematic that there's something more to Brian Kelly than just living in Notre Dame heads, such as his personality, his treatment of others, how he's treated schools when he leaves, and his success makes him such a polarizing, attention-grabbing figure. I mean,
I buy all those things are true. I don't know that has anything to do with Joel Klatt putting LSU at Notre Dame. I think it's more looking at it from be a great TV draw.
Yeah, that's 100% what it is. Just former coach that left that said that it's hard to win national championships at Notre Dame that now has to go to Notre Dame to try to get to a national championship.
Yep.
It's
great. It'd be great TV. I think Joel Klatt's someone who listens to Brian Kelly more than others. I mean, he was the one parroting, this team isn't as good as other teams, and he's getting that from Brian Kelly. So I absolutely believe that.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish in Florida. Buy, sell, hold finally decided to sign up for the boards before the season. There we go.
Man.
There we go. Welcome to the community, Irish in Florida. Love it.
Yes,
so buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame would win at least 10 games this season if every starter were unable to play and all positions were filled by second man in the rotation. Go Irish.
I couldn't say they'd win all 10. I think they'd go 9-3. We're talking about both sides of the ball. I think go 9-3. And that's still a pretty talented team, but I think they go 9. They'd be no better than 9-3.
I'll buy it. I think they win 10 games. I can see it.
I dig it.
Buy, sell, hold.
I'd be worried about the offensive line. I'd be worried if your playmakers are good enough at receiver and tight end. That would be my concern.
Tight end would be a concern for sure.
I don't know if an offensive line of Joe Otting and Christopher Sullivan-Absher and Christopher Tarrick and Styles Prescott, and I mean, you could maybe get away with bumping Gerby Lambert out to right tackle since he's the number 2 right tackle, maybe, but he's the starter. I mean, you'd have to go with like an Owen Strieber or something. I don't know if that's good enough to win 10 games. Defense would be good enough to win 10 games. Yeah. I don't know if the offense is, just because the O-line requires so much cohesiveness and experience and all that kind of stuff. That'd be my only holdup. This is the last one.
Buy, sell, hold from Adam G 1274. In the next 10 years, Notre Dame will have at least 2 titles.
How can I not buy this on the last buy, sell, hold of the offseason? So yes, I'll buy this. Sure. I just want him to get one, Trev, and I know how you feel about it. I just want him to get one. But I do think that if they get one, it opens up pathways to more. I do believe that. I absolutely believe that. So I'll buy this.
Yeah, this is an absolute buy for me. I would love to watch. Look, I've been a Notre Dame fan since 2005. I'm not going to say since birth because I wasn't watching football at 2. But I've been a Notre Dame fan since 2005, and I got to watch them win their first big bowl game last year. I just want to see a national championship before I start talking about 3 in the next 5 or 2 in the next 10 or 4 in the next 12. I just want one, and then we can go from there.
Agree. I think practically speaking, though, when you look at what Notre Dame's been able to do recruiting-wise, if they get a ring, I think it opens the floodgates. It's going to make it a lot easier for them to win another one. That's my whole point. But as a fan, I completely understand where you're coming from.
I'm a hope so.
Completely get it. Then we did have a quick super chat from Michael S. How does Carr's escapability, running ability compare to Ian Book's? Who would be better? I think Ian was a more natural runner than CJ Carr. Their athleticism is somewhat similar. I'd give Ian the edge in athleticism. I'd give Ian the edge in athletic, like running ability. I think CJ has a little bit better feel in the pocket than Ian did. But Ian was a very good athlete, so I'll give Ian the advantage there in escapability, running ability, and that from an athletic standpoint. I think CJ has a little bit more better feel in the pocket than Ian did at the same age. Fair?
Totally fair.
All right, Trev, that'll do it, man. Why don't you take us out of here?
Well, listen, folks, that's going to do it for us here today on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We'll be back with another buy-sell hold here in about 2 weeks because we said that we're going to hold off in season except for bye weeks. Notre Dame has a very early bye. Be sure to hop over to IB Nation Sports Beat right now. They are live. I know that they were interviewing Aaron Taylor, Notre Dame legend, so go ahead and hop over to that channel. Check them out on your way out of here. Be sure to hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. Also, make sure you're subscribed to our CFB Nation channel. Going to be cranking out some good in-season content on that channel as well. But as always, best way to support what we do is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Brian and I will be back on Friday for the Friday free-for-all mailbag, so be sure you tune in Friday at 1 p.m. But until then, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. See you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.